السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام.
كيف حالكم؟ بخير إن شاء الله دكتور.
الحمد لله، كيف حالكم؟
بألف.
السلام عليكم، كيف حال الجميع؟
وعليكم السلام، بخير والحمد لله.
كيف حالكم جميعا؟
الحمد لله.
أهلا وسهلا.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام
وعليكم السلام
ورحمة الله
وعليكم السلام
وبركاته.
ورحمة
يا
الله.
دكتور.
وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام.
عليكم السلام أستاذ.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
كم المفروض يكون من الإخوة المشاركين في المؤتمر؟
على ما أعتقد ثلاثة، على ما أعتقد في هذه الجلسة الأولى. إن كان هناك توضيح فالأستاذ مروان ربما هو الذي لديه الفكرة الأصوب.
بارك الله فيكم. يعني حسب البرنامج كما تفضلت، ثلاثة من الزملاء الباحثين المشاركين إن شاء الله.
بوركتم، شكرا.
بارك الله فيكم دكتورة. الدكتورة سماح حيدة موجودة معنا الآن؟
آه، اسمها ليس موجودا هنا إلا إذا كانت باسم يعني هناك آيفون.
إن شاء الله ستدخل دكتورة سماح حيدة، هكذا أخبروني بالكنترول. ننتظر دقيقتين إن شاء الله.
إن شاء الله. السلام عليكم. نيابة عن زميلتي الدكتورة سماح أعتذر شديد الاعتذار لخلل طارئ في الإنترنت لم يمكنها من الدخول. سأبدأ بالافتتاحية إن شاء الله تعالى بمعية الدكتور رئيس الأكاديمية دكتور مروان السكران. أبدأ بافتتاحية المؤتمر ثم يتفضل مشكورا مأجورا بالحديث والترحيب بالباحثين الكرام. بعد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على خاتم الأنبياء والمرسلين محمد الأمين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. اسمحوا لي بداية أن أقدم فخري واعتزازي بلغتنا العربية وإن كان المؤتمر باللغة الإنجليزية، ولكنني آثرت أن أبدأ مقدمتي باللغة العربية بلغتنا التي نفتخر ونعتز بها جميعا والتي هي أساس لقائنا هذا اليوم. انضمت إلينا الدكتورة سماح، أترك لها المنصة فلتتفضل. دكتورة سماح.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله. تفضلي.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, esteemed professor, respected colleagues, and their participants joining us from different parts of the world. It's a great honor and pleasure for me to welcome you to this international conference titled AI Language and the Future of Global Knowledge. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this conference and to the team of اللسانيات International Academy for bringing together scholars and researchers from different countries to discuss such an important and timely topic. My special thanks go to the director of اللسانيات, Professor Dr. Marwan Sakran, for his leadership and for his commitment to supporting international academic dialogue. I would also like to warmly thank the Vice Director, Dr. Samah Abu Rayash, for her valuable support in making this academic project successful. My sincere appreciation also goes to the respected scholars who supervised and coordinated this conference. Dr. Yassin Gamal Idrisi, Dr. Masoud Tariq, and Dr. Hamad bin Isa, who also served as the coordinator of this event. I would also like to thank Professor Muhammad Qadduri for the technical supervision that helped make this conference possible. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in a time when artificial intelligence is rapidly transforming the world of knowledge. AI is no longer only the technological tool. It has become a part of how we write, translate, research, and even think about knowledge. For scholars in the fields of language education and the humanities, this transformation opens new opportunities. AI can help us analyze large amounts of linguistic data, support language learning, and make knowledge more accessible across cultures and language. At the same time, it raises important questions about academic integrity, authorship, and critical thinking. How do we maintain the human voice in academic writing? How do we guide students to use AI responsibly while still developing their own ideas and critical thinking? These questions remind us that the future of knowledge should not be shaped by technology alone, but by the wisdom of responsibility of scholars and educators. This conference is an excellent opportunity to reflect on these issues and to exchange ideas across disciplines and cultures. I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference, and I look forward to the valuable discussions that will take place today. And thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Samah. Doctor, can you hear me?
A bit, we hear you. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Professor سماح.
Thank you.
دكتورة سماح أبو
نعم
رياج، ممكن تتابعي إدارة الجلسة؟
نعم. أكمل أنا مكان الأخت سماح. طيب، أنا سأتحدث بالعربية، يكفي ما قالته بالإنجليزية وأنا يعني آخذ الجانب الآخر من المؤتمر. بعد
بارك الله
الحمد
فيك،
لله.
نكمل بعضنا يتكلم باللغة الإنجليزية،
أكيد
بعضنا
أكيد.
باللغة العربية. بارك الله فيك، لغة القرآن الكريم.
الحمد لله. معالي الأساتذة الكرام وأصحاب الفضيلة، أيها الباحثون والمفكرون من كل حدب وصوب، أهل اللغة والعقل وأسياد الذكاء والبيان، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفني باسمي وباسم رئيس أكاديمية بيت اللسانيات الدكتور مروان السكران أن أقف بين أيديكم اليوم ولنفتتح أنا وهو سوية، ولي الشرف أن أرافقه في هذا المؤتمر الذي تستضيفه أكاديمية بيت اللسانيات، التي تعد حاضرة اللغة العربية واللسانيات بالتعاون مع فريق باحثون في أكاديميتنا الشامخة، تحت عنوان كبير، بل هو عنوان فارق، يحمل اسم الذكاء الاصطناعي واللغة ومستقبل المعرفة العالمية. لم يكن اختيار هذا العنوان وليد الصدفة، ولا هو من قبيل المسايرة الأكاديمية للموضات العابرة، بل هو إعلان موقف وتوقيع على وثيقة تاريخية يعيشها الإنسان المعاصر. فما إن حل الذكاء الاصطناعي بأدواته المتسارعة من نماذج لغوية كبرى وخوارزميات تنبؤية وشبكات عصبية تحاكي الدماغ البشري حتى اصطدم بأعمق ما نملك، اللغة. ليس اللغة كأصوات، بل اللغة كنسق من المعاني والافتراضات والاستعارات، اللغة التي تقول ما لا يقال وتخفي أكثر مما تظهر. لقد اعتدنا أن ننظر إلى الآلة باعتبارها وسيلة صامتة، ولكن النماذج اللغوية الكبرى كتشات جي بي تي وجيميني وآي كلاود وغيرها أثبتت عكس ذلك. إنها لم تعد مجرد حاسبات صغيرة، بل أصبحت متحدثة باسم المعرفة البشرية بأسرها، ترد على أسئلتنا، تكتب لنا شعرا، تترجم لنا نصوصا، بل وتحاورنا وكأنها تحس. والسؤال المحوري الذي يطرحه المؤتمر هنا: هل يمكن للذكاء الاصطناعي أن يمتلك لغة حقا دون أن يمتلك وعيا؟ إذا كان الجواب لا، فلماذا إذن يخدعنا بإتقانه المذهل؟ هذه المفارقة، مفارقة الكفاءة دون القصد والفهم الظاهري دون العمق، هي قلب ما سيناقشه هذا المؤتمر في جلساته العديدة. فالذكاء الاصطناعي يعيد تعريف ما يعنيه أن تفهم لغة ما، ويجعلنا نراجع كل بداهياتنا حول العلاقة بين المعنى والرمز. ومن جهة أخرى يأتي هذا المؤتمر ليس كضيف، تأتي فيه اللغة ليست كضيف شرف، بل كموضوع أصيل، منذ سوسير إلى تشومسكي، ومن البنية إلى البراغماتية. ظل السؤال قائما: هل اللغة تصف الواقع أم تبنيه؟ واليوم مع آلات تتعلم اللغة من تريليونات الكلمات البشرية المنشورة على الإنترنت، تبرز أسئلة جديدة. ماذا يحدث للغات الصغرى أو المهمشة عندما تتدرب النماذج الاصطناعية أساسا على الإنجليزية والصينية والأسبانية، ويتحول الذكاء الاصطناعي إلى أداة الهيمنة اللغوية؟ هل يمكن توظيفه لحماية التنوع اللغوي؟ هذه الأسئلة ليست ترفا أكاديميا، بل هي صميم صراع البقاء الثقافي في القرن ال21. أما المحور في مؤتمرنا، المحور الآخر، فهو مستقبل العالمية، المعرفة العالمية، وهو الأكثر إثارة وجدلا. فالمعرفة منذ نشأة الإنسان كانت مرتبطة بوسائطها الكتاب والمكتبة والأستاذ واللغة الكلاسيكية، ولكن اليوم وللمرة الأولى توجد معرفة لا يكتبها بشر حصرا، بل تنتجها آلة وتخزن في حسابات وتسترجع بوساطة أوامر صوتية وتترجم في لحظتها إلى أي لغة يختار المستخدم. هذا التحول يبشر بديمقراطية غير مسبوقة في الوصول إلى المعرفة، ولكن في الوقت نفسه يهدد بزوال السلطات المعرفية التقليدية، الجامعات والمراجع العلمية والمنهجيات النقدية. فإذا كان الذكاء الاصطناعي يجيب على كل سؤال بثقة وإن أخطأ أحيانا، فماذا يبقى دور للمعلم والباحث؟ من هذا المنظور نحن في هذه الأكاديمية نؤمن بأن مستقبل المعرفة لن يكون بلا لغة، بل سيكون متعدد اللغات بامتياز، ولكن الذكاء الاصطناعي يمكن أن يكون جسرا بين هذه اللغات لا وصيا عليها. وهذا المؤتمر هو محاولة لكتابة أولى لمواد إعلان أخلاقي لاستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي في الفضاءات اللغوية والمعرفية. في في هذا اللقاء كلمة شكر لا تتسع هنا لكل من العاملين في هذه الأكاديمية. هذا المؤتمر لم يكن وليدا، لم يكن ليولد لولا جهد متواصل وتعب صامت وحب لا يعرف الكلل ولا الملل. إنه جهد فريق باحثون في أكاديمية بيت اللسانيات، مدعوما بدعم وتوجيه ومباركة من رئيس الأكاديمية دكتور مروان السكران. ومن هنا وأمام هذا الجمع العلمي المحترم أرفع أسمى آيات الشكر والتقدير إلى الدكتور الفاضل زميلنا جميعا مسعود طارق رئيس هذا الفريق، وهو من حول التحديات إلى فرص والأفكار إلى إجراءات والحبر إلى النور. من كان يسبق الجميع إلى العمل يبقى يدقق يراجع، وجعل من فريق باحثون عائلة علمية لا تعرف المستحيل. فجزاك الله عن أمتنا وعن لغتنا العربية وعن المعرفة الإنسانية خير الجزاء. كما أشكر بأسمائهم وأدوارهم كل باسمه ومكانته كل عضو في هذا الفريق، منسقين تقنيين إداريين وكل من سهر ليكون هذا المؤتمر في مصاف المؤتمرات الدولية. وأنتم جميعا في باحثون بالمعنى الحقيقي، بالمعنى العميق، باحثون عن حقيقة جديدة في عصر الآلة، عن مستقبل تحترم فيه اللغة لا تختزل. ولا يفوتني أن أشكر شركائنا في أكاديمية بيت اللسانيات، كل من المدير التنفيذي الأخ والزميل ياسين الإدريسي، والأخ محمد قدوري، والأخ بن عيسى، وجميع من ذكرتهم ولم أذكرهم دون تحديد لهم على ما قاموا به في هذا المؤتمر من تنظيم ومن شراكة جعلت هذا المؤتمر يخرج بهذه الحلة العلمية الجميلة. وإنما سيطرح اليوم أو غدا من أبحاث ومداخلات في هذا المؤتمر لن تكون مجرد أوراق علمية تقرأ وتودع في الأرشيف، إنها لبنة في صرح معرفي جديد ومشاركة في صياغة الموقف الإنساني من ثورة لم تشهد لها البشرية من قبل. فكونوا كما عهدناكم نقادا بناء متسائلين مجيبين مختلفين متحاورين. وأسأل الله أن يبارك جهودكم وأن يجعل هذا المؤتمر فاتحة خير للعالم أجمع. والآن أدعو بكل فخر واعتزاز قائدنا وقدوتنا وسيدنا في العطاء رئيس الأكاديمية الذي لولاه ما كان لهذا المشروع أن يبدأ، ولهذه الفكرة أن تولد وأن تتم منذ أن كانت جنينا في رحم العقل إلى أن خرجت إلى النور بهذه الحلة البهية واستمرت هذه السنوات. أدعوه مشكورا مأجورا الدكتور مروان السكران رئيس الأكاديمية، فليتفضل ليتحفنا بكلمته وخبرته الجليلة. حياك يا أستاذي.
بارك الله فيكم دكتورة سماح، وشكرا على هذا التقديم الرائع المميز. Thank you very much, Professor Samah Abu Rayyash, for your efforts. AI language and the future of global knowledge، يعني الذكاء الاصطناعي واللغة ومستقبل المعرفة العالمية. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Distinguished scholars and researchers, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to this distinguished international conference titled AI, Language, and the Future of Global Knowledge. This remarkable gathering brings together a select group of experts and researchers from various countries around the world to discuss one of the most significant issues of our time in the era of digital transformation. This scientific meeting reflects the growing awareness of the pivotal role that language plays in shaping human knowledge, as well as the profound impact of artificial intelligence, أي الذكاء الاصطناعي, on advancing scientific research, enhancing intercultural communication, and shaping a more integrated and innovative future. We hope that this conference will open new horizons for academic collaboration and the exchange of expertise in service of humanity. On occasion, many thanks to the Bahithun team for their efforts, and I would like to extend my sincere gratitude and appreciation to the organizers for their outstanding efforts in preparing this international academic event and for their dedication to ensuring its success. I also wish to express my heartfelt thanks to the conference presenters for their excellent moderation and to all those who contributed to making this event possible. I would also like to convey my deep appreciation to the participating researchers from around the globe whose valuable contribution reaffirm that knowledge knows no boundaries and flourishes through dialogue, cooperation, and the integration of cultures. In conclusion, I wish you a successful and fruitful conference. May your discussions yield meaningful and pioneering outcomes that contribute to the advancement of language and the enrichment of global knowledge in the age of artificial intelligence. Thank you. بيت اللسانيات International Academy is your first scientific home.
شكرا لك أستاذي. Thank you. الآن نبدأ مع جلستنا الأولى مع الباحث. أنا صراحة ليس معي البرنامج. الأخت سماح يعني
Yes, I will start with the first session. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samah. Welcome to session 1. Thank you all for being here and for your interest in this session. I would like to briefly acknowledge the efforts behind organizing this conference and bringing us together for this important academic exchange. In this session, we will explore a set of presentations that examine how artificial intelligence is influencing language-related fields, particularly translation and education. The focus will be on practical insights, current challenges, and emerging directions in this rapidly evolving area. Before we begin, I'd also like to warmly acknowledge the reporter of this session, Dr. اعتماد شنكوب, who will kindly lead the discussion after the presentation. I'm pleased to be with you, Dr. اعتماد, and thank you for being with us. Just a gentle reminder to our...
Oh, thank you, Dr. Samah. Thank you. The pleasure is mine.
You are welcome.
Thank you.
And just a gentle reminder to our presenters to please keep their presentation within 10 minutes so that we can allow time for discussion at the end of the session and stay within our schedule. Let us now begin with our first presentation. It's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Kharmoum Abdelali, from the Faculty of Arts and Humanities at Muhammad Premium University in Wajda, Morocco. Dr. Kharmoum holds a PhD in language translation and communication and has more than 10 years of experience in teaching and training. His work focuses on translation, communication, and the integration of digital technologies in education. He is also an active researcher with several contributions to national and international conferences. His presentation is entitled "The Impact of Artificial Intelligence on Translation and Foreign Language Teaching, Theory and Practice." In this talk, he explores how AI is transforming translation and language education, highlighting both its benefits and important ethical and educational challenges it raises. Dr. Kharmoum, the floor is yours. Dr. Kharmoum Abdelali, are you with us now?
Yes, dear Professor, I'm here.
Yes. Yes.
You hear me,
The floor
please?
is yours. Yes.
Thank you very much. Donc,
Thank you.
est-ce que vous voyez le partage de mon écran? Alors, je suis désolé, ma présentation sera en langue française. Donc, est-ce que vous voyez le
Oui,
partage de
oui,
mon
c'est
écran?
tout à fait clair. Oui,
D'accord.
c'est visible.
Merci. Merci infiniment. Alors, merci Madame la modératrice de m'avoir donné la parole. Bonjour Mesdames et Messieurs les professeurs, bonjour chers collègues. Alors, avant d'entamer ma présentation, je tiens à exprimer ma profonde gratitude à notre cher professeur M. Ahmed Meissa pour ses efforts remarquables, son engagement scientifique constant et son précieux accompagnement académique. J'adresse également mes sincères remerciements à l'ensemble des équipes organisatrices pour la qualité exceptionnelle de cette conférence très riche et très pertinente. Alors, la communication que je vais présenter aujourd'hui, en langue française bien sûr, s'intitule « L'impact de l'intelligence artificielle sur l'enseignement des langues étrangères et de la traduction entre théorie et pratique ». Alors, cette présentation propose une réflexion sur la transformation que l'IA introduit dans les pratiques d'enseignement-apprentissage des langues étrangères et de la traduction en mettant en évidence ses apports pédagogiques ainsi que ses limites éthiques, didactiques et cognitives. Elle souligne également l'intérêt de l'IA pour la recherche scientifique, notamment à travers l'accès au corpus, l'analyse des données et le développement d'approches interdisciplinaires innovantes en sciences du langage et en didactique des langues. Alors, À l'ère de la mondialisation, l'IA transforme l'apprentissage des langues étrangères et de la traduction en les rendant plus personnalisés, interactifs et accessibles, tout en renforçant l'autonomie des apprenants et en redéfinissant les rôles pédagogiques. Cependant, cette évolution soulève des défis éthiques, d'équité et de dépendance technologique, ce qui nous invite à analyser ces impacts entre innovation et enjeux didactiques. Alors, concernant notre problématique de recherche, elle est la suivante. Alors, dans quelle mesure l'intégration de l'IA dans l'enseignement des langues étrangères et de la traduction transforme-t-elle les pratiques pédagogiques et traductives entre optimisation des apprentissages, redéfinition des rôles des acteurs et émergence de nouveaux défis éthiques, cognitifs et didactiques? Concernant notre méthodologie de recherche, alors nous avons adopté une approche mixte, c'est-à-dire quanti-qualitative. Alors, nous avons fait des entretiens semi-directifs avec des enseignants des langues et de traduction, notamment aux différents établissements de l'Université Mohamed I et précisément à l'ESF Toujda et aussi à la Faculté des Lettres et des Sciences humaines Oujda. Aussi, nous avons diffusé un questionnaire qui a été diffusé via Google Forms au profit des étudiants des masters sciences de langage et de la traduction et aussi au profit des étudiants de licence de sciences d'éducation à l'ESF. Alors, en faisant l'entretien, alors nous avons constaté qu'à l'ère de l'intelligence artificielle, l'enseignant reste un guide essentiel assurant une intégration réfléchie des outils numériques et un accompagnement pédagogique critique pour favoriser l'apprentissage des langues étrangères et la communication multilingue. Aussi, l'IA favorise un apprentissage personnalisé et engageant tout en soulignant le rôle essentiel des enseignants comme guides et médiateurs pédagogiques. Alors, en faisant une analyse des résultats obtenus, on a constaté une augmentation de l'engagement des étudiants. Alors, en fait, l'introduction de l'IA renforce l'engagement des étudiants et favorise le développement des soft skills tout en dynamisant les interactions d'apprentissage. Cette évolution s'explique aussi par un accès facilité à l'information et des apprentissages plus interactifs, renforçant l'autonomie et l'engagement des étudiants. L'IA dynamise donc l'enseignement des langues étrangères en favorisant la participation active et en renforçant l'engagement des étudiants grâce à des environnements interactifs et personnalisés. Alors, dans les universités marocaines, l'IA est largement utilisée pour la traduction, les simulations, en renforçant l'autonomie, l'engagement et les pratiques d'apprentissage des étudiants. Aussi, l'usage croissant de l'IA par les étudiants, notamment pour les exercices interactifs et les simulations de traduction, confirme sa valeur pédagogique et favorise les échanges en classe et soutient efficacement l'apprentissage. Alors aussi, on a constaté un impact positif de l'IA sur les interactions pédagogiques. Alors, les enseignants questionnés, alors ils questionnent l'évolution de leur rôle à l'ère de l'IA, notamment leur posture pédagogique et l'équilibre entre accompagnement humain et assistance technologique. Certains enseignants craignent une dévalorisation de leur expertise face à l'IA, capable de produire, qui est capable de produire et d'analyser automatiquement les contenus. D'autres enseignants, alors ils voient l'IA comme une opportunité de redéfinir leur rôle en devenant des facilitateurs de l'apprentissage, guidant les étudiants vers un usage critique et responsable des technologies, aussi en renforçant la dimension humaine de l'enseignement. Alors, en faisant l'analyse des résultats obtenus, ces résultats visent à explorer leurs pratiques de représentation et posture face à l'usage de l'IA. Alors, les résultats montrent un usage encore modéré, mais en progression de l'IA, intégré de manière ponctuelle dans l'enseignement des langues et de la traduction. Alors, en faisant l'analyse des résultats ou bien de l'histogramme présenté, toutefois, ces présentations, il y a des préoccupations majeures qui émergent concernant l'authenticité de production, l'évaluation des compétences réelles et les enjeux éthiques. Les enseignants adoptent ainsi une position ambivalente entre reconnaissance des potentiels innovants de l'IA et réserve quant à ses impacts sur l'apprentissage, la rigueur et l'intégrité académique. Parce que aujourd'hui, malheureusement, on constate que l'IA, alors, elle est utilisée même par les écoliers. Alors, auparavant, on a vu que l'IA, elle est utilisée seulement par les étudiants universitaires, mais malheureusement, maintenant, elle est utilisée par tout le monde et à tous les niveaux. Ce qui rend les étudiants, bien les élèves, ou bien les apprenants en général, alors plus inactifs. Alors, au lieu d'être actifs, ils sont passifs et les rendent passifs. Alors aussi, en faisant l'analyse de questionnaires divisés au profit des étudiants, alors les résultats de l'enquête révèlent alors une forte adoption de l'IA dans l'apprentissage des langues et de la traduction, notamment pour la traduction automatique et la compréhension des textes. Alors, la traduction, en faisant recours à la traduction automatique, et surtout pour les discours spécialisés, notamment prenons l'exemple, par exemple, du discours médical. Alors, on a constaté qu'on peut faire le recours à la traduction automatique, mais il faut toujours une lecture humaine parce que le domaine médical est un domaine à risque qui ne tolère aucune approximation ni aucune erreur. C'est pour cela qu'on doit faire une relecture humaine pour qu'il juge est-ce que cette traduction est pertinente ou non, parce que c'est la vie d'un patient qui compte. Alors, toutefois, elles mettent aussi en évidence une dépendance partielle des étudiants et des inquiétudes concernant l'autonomie et la qualité de la production écrite. Alors, en donnant à nos étudiants de faire des productions écrites, alors après la correction, on a constaté qu'ils ont fait recours à l'IA, ce qui alors impacte négativement leur production écrite. Ainsi, l'IA apparaît à la fois comme un outil facilitateur et un enjeu pédagogique majeur lié au risque de dépendance et à la baisse de l'effort cognitif. Alors, en analysant aussi les résultats obtenus, alors nous avons constaté des préoccupations éthiques. Alors, les étudiants et les enseignants expriment des inquiétudes face à une possible dépendance de l'IA pour la rédaction et la traduction, ce qui interroge l'authenticité des productions et le développement réel des compétences linguistiques et traditionnelles. Les enjeux éthiques de l'IA dans l'enseignement des langues et dans la traduction portent sur la dépendance aux outils numériques, la fiabilité de contenu et la protection des données. Elles soulèvent aussi la question de l'appauvrissement des interactions humaines dans l'apprentissage. Alors, ces préoccupations soulignent l'urgence d'un cadre éthique structuré pour l'usage de l'IA dans l'enseignement. Alors, en fait, les universités marocaines développent ainsi des actions de sensibilisation à l'intégrité académique des chartes pour encadrer un usage responsable et transparent de ces outils technologiques. Alors, notamment à l'université marocaine, on constate qu'il y a des plateformes qui sont utilisées pour l'enseignement des langues étrangères, notamment alors la plateforme Rosetta Stone. Alors, dans cette plateforme, alors l'étudiant doit passer un test de positionnement pour statuer pour savoir son niveau. Et vers la suite, alors il va continuer à avoir des cours en ligne et aussi des cours en présentiel en classe. Donc, maintenant, on a adopté une autre plateforme qui s'appelle Elora. Donc, cette plateforme elle contient plusieurs langues étrangères, notamment alors, l'arabe, l'amazigh, le français, l'anglais et l'espagnol. Alors, concernant les stratégies d'intégration de l'IA en classe des langues et de la traduction, alors, les enseignants et les étudiants soulignent la nécessité d'un équilibre entre l'IA et la pédagogie traditionnelle afin de préserver un apprentissage éthique ou bien authentique et la qualité des interactions humaines. Il faut que l'IA complète l'humain et non, il ne va pas le remplacer. Parce en utilisant l'IA, alors en tant qu'enseignant, alors nous constatons que notre tâche ou bien nos tâches devient facile. Alors l'IA va nous faciliter la tâche, mais il ne va pas nous remplacer. Alors il ne va pas remplacer l'être humain parce que c'est l'humain qui a créé ces technologies éducatives. Alors, ces stratégies consistent aussi à mobiliser l'IA comme un outil complémentaire aux pratiques pédagogiques traditionnelles, tout en diversifiant les activités d'apprentissage et en renforçant l'accompagnement individualisé des étudiants afin d'améliorer l'efficacité des processus d'enseignement-apprentissage. Alors, ces stratégies visent à optimiser l'usage de ChatGPT, par exemple, prenons l'exemple de l'IA, tout en respectant les enjeux éthiques et en préservant l'authenticité et la qualité des apprentissages. Alors, on a constaté aussi quelques défis concernant l'usage de l'IA. Oui.
Monsieur Abdali, je suis désolé pour t'interrompre. Juste, je vois que la première diapositive dans mon écran. Je pense, est-ce qu'il y a
Donc, vous ne voyez pas les autres diapositives?
ou juste pour moi. Et ça, c'est pour moi.
Yeah, it seems the PowerPoint slides are not moving.
The same thing for everyone?
Yeah, I
Je
thought
suis
it's
désolé.
just my screen.
Yes.
Now
Désolé.
it's moving. Okay, you can continue. Thank you.
No, it's okay.
Yes, it's okay now.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Donc, alors, pour concerner les principaux défis éthiques liés à l'usage de l'IA dans l'enseignement des langues et de la traduction, alors nous constatons une dépendance de l'IA Et la question de l'authenticité préoccupe des enseignants étudiants. Les âges intensifs à ces outils peuvent réduire l'effort cognitif et mettre en cause la qualité réelle des compétences linguistiques et traductionnelles. Alors, aussi, la fiabilité des contenus générés par l'IA constitue un enjeu majeur dans l'enseignement des langues et de la traduction en raison des risques d'erreur et d'incohérence. Parfois, lorsqu'on fait recours à la traduction automatique, alors les logiciels de traduction automatique commettent parfois des erreurs. Alors, on a dit qu'on doit faire attention à la traduction automatique et il faut que les phrases ou bien les textes traduits doivent avoir ou bien doivent subir une relecture humaine pour juger la pertinence de cette traduction. Alors, on a constaté aussi une interaction humaine. Alors, il y a le risque de diminution des échanges directs en classe. Alors, en faisant recours à l'IA, on a constaté que les élèves et les étudiants deviennent passifs. Alors, ils n'interagissent pas, ils ne font aucun effort pour trouver ou bien pour juger la pertinence des informations trouvées. Ils font seulement le copier-coller. Aussi, l'intégration académique, il faut une nécessité de renforcer la citation du source et d'encadrer l'usage de l'IA par des chartes. Alors, il faut que l'IA soit encadrée et dirigée par l'usage de l'IA de la part des apprenants. Il faut qu'il doit être orienté et dirigé par des enseignants. Alors, concernant les enjeux et l'impact de l'intégration de l'IA dans l'enseignement supérieur, alors le cas de l'ESF, l'École supérieure de sciences de l'éducation et de la formation d'Oujda, alors on a constaté, concernant les avantages, il y a une compréhension renforcée. Alors en faisant l'usage de l'IA, de l'intelligence artificielle, il y a des exemples concrets pour faciliter l'apprentissage des étudiants. Aussi, il y a une personnalisation, c'est-à-dire l'adaptation au rythme et aux besoins des étudiants. Alors, citons l'exemple, par exemple, durant la période de Covid. Alors, l'IA nous a servi, on a fait des cours à distance, en distanciel, et les étudiants, ont tiré profit de cet enseignement à distance et aussi en présentiel, bien sûr. Il y a une optimisation pédagogique, il y a le gain de temps et une meilleure gestion des besoins par les enseignants. Aussi, on a constaté un apprentissage actif en engageant et un engagement de la part des étudiants avec le feedback immédiat. Alors, toujours, on fait un feedback avec les étudiants pour statuer est-ce qu'ils ont compris ou non. Bien sûr, on a constaté qu'il y a un feedback positif entre les enseignants et les étudiants. Alors, concernant les limites, il y a une mauvaise utilisation, il y a les risques d'erreur et d'incohérence dans l'usage de l'IA. On a dit que les traductions faites par le logiciel automatique, alors parfois, elles sont incorrectes et elles sont nuisibles et elles ont des impacts négatifs sur les discours, et surtout s'il s'agit d'un discours à risque comme le discours juridique ou bien le discours médical. Aussi, il y a une réduction des interactions, diminution des échanges directs entre l'enseignant et les étudiants. On a constaté que le rôle des apprenants devient passif, donc les étudiants ou bien les apprenants en général, alors cherchent l'information sans juger ou bien sans faire le triage entre est-ce que ces informations sont justes ou non. Aussi, alors, l'usage de l'IA demande des moyens financiers trop élevés, c'est-à-dire des coûts élevés, l'investissement financier et humain important. Il demande des investissements humains et financiers qui sont très importants. Aussi, il y a une dépendance, c'est-à-dire les risques de perte d'autonomie des utilisateurs. Alors, les étudiants et les apprenants en général deviennent dépendants à 100% à l'IA. Aussi, il y a des enjeux éthiques. Il faut la confidentialité des données et des biais algorithmiques. Parfois, on fait la diffusion des contenus confidentiels par l'IA. Alors, on a mis quelques perspectives sur l'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur avec l'IA. Alors, l'IA rend l'apprentissage des langues et de la traduction plus interactif, personnalisé et accessible, tout en soutenant l'autonomie des étudiants et facilitant le travail des enseignants. Aussi, il favorise aussi des approches pédagogiques innovantes. Alors, en se débarrassant des méthodes traditionnelles, notamment le cours magistral et ainsi de suite. Alors, on encourage la pédagogie active qui cherche à mettre l'apprenant acteur de son apprentissage. Et aussi, il y a le développement des soft skills, notamment dans le contexte marocain, à savoir la communication interpersonnelle, la gestion du temps, la gestion du conflit, ainsi de suite. Toutefois, alors l'intégration de l'IA en classe doit rester encadrée pour répondre aux enjeux pédagogiques, éthiques et socio-économiques. Alors, pour conclure, l'IA transforme l'enseignement supérieur marocain, notamment en langue et en traduction, en faisant évoluer le rôle de l'enseignant vers l'accompagnement et la médiation. Alors aussi, il favorise un apprentissage interactif, personnalisé et le développement des compétences transversales comme l'autonomie et la créativité, la performance et ainsi de suite. Toutefois, il y a des questions qui demeurent sur la fiabilité des contenus et l'authenticité des apprentissages, ce qui rend nécessaire un encadrement pédagogique et éthique rigoureux. Et merci pour votre attention. Alors, je suis là si vous avez des questions ou bien des éclaircissements. Et merci infiniment.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kharboum Abdelal, for this insightful and structured presentation. Your talk clearly highlighted how artificial intelligence can enhance language learning and translation, while also reminding us of the importance of maintaining the human side, especially critical thinking and cultural awareness. We truly appreciate your valuable contribution, Dr. Kharboum. Now it's my pleasure to introduce our second speaker, Dr. Sabah.
Dr. Samah,
Yes.
would you please allow me to talk to Mr. Abdelali?
The discussion will be in the end of the session, inshallah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You are welcome. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our second speaker, Dr. Sabah Farrah, from the University of Al-Misila, Algeria. Dr. Farrah is an associate professor specializing in translation studies. She has been teaching since 2012 and recently obtained her PhD in translation, Arabic, English, and French. Her research interested including translation, language teaching strategies, and cognitive approaches to language acquisition. Her presentation is entitled The AI Catalyst in Translation and Intercultural Communication. In this presentation, Dr. Farrah examines how artificial intelligence is transforming translation into a data-driven process, while also addressing important challenges related to culture, meaning, identity, and communication. She highlights the evolving roles of the translator as a cultural mediator in the age of AI. Dr. Farrah, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Samah Haida. Greetings, esteemed colleagues. It's such an honor and a pleasure to meet you all here for this international conference about the use of AI and the notion of translation that is reconceptualized in this new era. So my presentation is about beyond algorithms, reconceptualizing translation and intercultural competence in the age of AI. As an introduction, I could say it focuses a little bit on the post-communicative term, talking about the traditional definition of translation as a purely human-centered communicative activity is undergoing a radical reconfiguration with the advent of neural-machine translation and large language models. Translation has evolved into a data-driven computational process. While this shift offers unprecedented speed and scalability, it introduces a cultural gap. This study argues that as linguistic barriers fall, the risk of cultural flattening rises, necessitating a shift in the translator's role from a lexical mediator to a cultural consultant. In the theoretical framework, I focus more on the post-humanist, that is, prosthesis. To understand the relationship between humans and AI, this study adopts a post-humanist lens. Rather than viewing AI as a replacement for human intelligence, we frame it as a cognitive prosthesis. How? First, by the extension of capacity. Much like a physical prosthesis extends the reach of the body, AI extends the lexical reach of the translator. It allows for the near instantaneous retrieval of terminological data and structural patterns that exceed human memory capacity. And second, is seen as the hybrid agent. In this model, the researcher translator is a hybrid agent where the machine handles quantitative labor, that is speed, volume, consistency, and the human handles qualitative judgment, that is about ethics, cultural nuance, and empathy. Here, we can notice the existence of a cultural gap, that is, in its relationship with the digital flattening. The core limitation of AI lies in its probabilistic architecture. Unlike humans, AI doesn't understand context. It predicts. It's based on statistical frequency. We can discuss this point through two major axes. First, the paradox of digital mediation. As AI models privilege statistically frequent patterns, they inherently favor the standard. This leads to, first, linguistic flattening, the smoothing out of idiomatic expressions, metaphors, and regional dialects to fit a generic global register. And second, cultural homogenization, the tendency of models trained on Western-centered datasets to pull minority cultural perspectives toward a homogenized center, erasing the soul of the source text. The second major axis is about the pragmatic failure of AI. AI frequently struggles with emotionally charged discourse and idiomatic resonance. It can translate the words of a greeting or legal warning, but it often fails to capture the weight or the social hierarchy intended by the original speaker. On the methodological side, I focus more on the human in the loop as a model. To bridge the cultural gap, this study proposes a reconfigured workflow that places the human at the center of the computational process through 4 stages. That is, the 4-stage hybrid workflow. First, contextual priming, that is the human touch. The translator provides the AI with deep context, identifying the target audience, the emotional tone, and specific cultural sensitivities. Second point, algorithmic generation through the use of AI. The machine produces a high-speed draft with technical lexical precision. The third stage is the critical mediation post-editing a human, that is a human touch. The translator rehumanizes the text, adjusting for pragmatic appropriateness and cultural specificity. And the fourth stage is the cultural validation, that is the human. A final audit to ensure the text resists digital standardization and maintains ethical integrity. Concerning the reconceptualized role of the translator as a cultural consultant, the professional identity of the translator must evolve. We propose a transition from the lexical mediator to the cultural consultant through a comparison between traditional translator and the AI era cultural consultant. So in the traditional translator, he focuses on word-for-word accuracy, while the AI era cultural consultant focuses on pragmatic intent and cultural safety. The traditional translator operates as a solo practitioner, while the AI era cultural consultant operates within a human-centered AI framework. The traditional translator views technology as a tool, while the second views AI as an extension of cognitive capacity. And the goal of the traditional translator is primarily linguistic equivalence, while for the second is ethical integrity and nuance preservation. This discussion of this comparison, the algorithmic precision versus human empathy, this study contends that AI and human expertise are complementary, not substitutive. Algorithmic precision, AI excels at speed, consistency, and vast terminology management. The human empathy, humans excel at deep contextual knowledge, critical reflection, and the ability to navigate emotionally charged discourse where a mistake could lead to conflict. Concerning the cultural gap, it is not a bug that will be fixed with more data. It is a fundamental limitation of non-sentient systems. Therefore, genuine intercultural communication requires a synthesis of both. The translator as a cultural consultant, the study contends that the translator's value has actually increased in the age of AI, but the nature of that value has changed. The translator is now a cultural consultant responsible for, first, safeguarding specificity, ensuring that minority voices and local nuances are not lost to the algorithm. Second, ethical oversight, mitigating the inherent biases and hallucinations found in large language models training data. And third, intercultural synthesis, that is harmonizing algorithmic precision with a human intercultural judgment. As a conclusion, I focused on two notions that are precision versus empathy. Genuine intercultural communication is an increasingly automated environment that requires a critical synthesis. Balancing computational efficiency with empathy and deep contextual knowledge is the only way to preserve linguistic diversity. We must resist the pressures of digital standardization and use AI as a tool to amplify our cultural identities rather than letting it define them. And this was the major essence, that is, the translator shifts his role from being just a communication mediator to a cultural consultant in the age of AI. Thank you so much for listening to my presentation. The floor is yours, Dr. Samah. You are welcome to, if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Farah, for this rich and thought-provoking presentation. You have clearly shown that while AI enhances efficiency in translation, it cannot fully capture cultural depth and nuance. Your emphasis on the role of the human translator as a cultural expert is especially important in today's digital world. We truly appreciate your insightful contribution, Dr. Farah. And now it's the time of the third speaker, Dr. Louisa Wafa. She cannot attend due to personal reasons, so we will now move to the next speaker. Yeah, and this is the final speaker, Dr. Mohsen Khazrouni from ENS, Qadi Ayyad University in Marrakesh, Morocco. Dr. Khazrouni is a specialist in linguistics and translation with extensive academic and teaching experience in Morocco and internationally. His work focuses on language education, translation, and assessment practices in higher education. His presentation is entitled The Role of Formative Feedback in the Age of AI, Designing Assessment for Academic Integrity, Equity, and Fairness. In this presentation, he discusses the importance of formative feedback in enhancing student learning, especially in the context of increasing use of artificial intelligence, and how effective assessment can supported academic integrity and fairness. Dr. Khazrouni, the floor is yours. Dr. Mohsen Khazrouni, can you hear me?
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا جزيلا دكتورة، يشرفني ويسعدني أن أكون معكم في بيت اللسانيات.
أهلا وسهلا.
بارك الله فيكم. هل الشاشة واضحة؟ ممكن تتابعون معي؟
واضحة، نعم.
Alright, شكرا. إذن my name is محسن خزروني from قضية University. It's my pleasure to be here. I would like first to thank all members of بيت اللسانيات, members, the committee, the organizing committee, moderators, and all who make this event possible. So my title is The Role of Formative Feedback in the Age of AI, Designing Assessment for Academic Integrity, Equity, Fairness. I will try to speak both English and Arabic so that I can reach a large audience. Okay. The paper explores the question of how to provide effective formative feedback for university students in Moroccan public universities. Essential formative assessments are proposed as they can be used in the classrooms if they used effectively. Just let me give an introduction about the purpose or the objective of my study. Because students nowadays are relying too much on AI, so we need to change a little bit the assessment. The way we assess learners need to be adjusted or adopted, because as we know, students nowadays overuse the AI tools and so on. The main challenges that hinders effective assessment learning. الداعي في هذا التدخل هو أن طريقة تقييم الأساتذة في الوقت الحالي يجب أن تعدل قليلا، والتركيز بحيث يكون التركيز أكثر على what we call formative assessment or feedback, rather than relying only on summative assessment. As you know, we have two types of assessment. We have formative، ممكن أترجمها بالعربية التقييمات التتبعية أو المستمرة، وفي عندنا تقييم تحصيلي يكون في آخر الدورة أو في آخر السنة أو آخر الفصل. الآن بناء على ملاحظتي أظن بأن يجب التغيير كليا والتركيز أساسا على formative assessment أو على الفيدباك بمعنى أنك تتابع الطالب طيلة مشواره معك and you try to see the progress and give him the support he or she needs rather than wait until the end of the semester. إذن الفكرة هي أن the priority should be given on formative assessment and feedback. Why? Because there are so many challenges we are faced when assessing students. The first challenge is a large classes. كلنا نواجه هذا المشكل اللي هو عدد الطلاب كثير. إذا كان العدد كثير, how can you check? How can you see the student level? How can you grade them all fairly and objectively? إذن يكون من الصعب أنني أواكب كل طالب على حدة بينما أنا عندي عدد كبير من الطلاب. إذن لا يمكن أن أنتظر حتى نهاية الفصل. Number two, we have diverse student needs. We know that the students are diverse. كل طالب مختلف عن الثاني. فكيف ستقيم الكل في هذه الظروف؟ إذن هذا تحدي من ناحية تقييم الجميع، ليس فقط طلاب المتفوقين وإنما كل الطلاب، خصوصا الطلاب المتعسرين أو الذين يجدون صعوبة في التعلم. والنقطة الثالثة لكي أربط بمحور الندوة، وهو مشكل cheating due to the growing use of AI. إذا المشكل الغش وكيف سنضبطه في عصر الذكاء الاصطناعي يصعب جدا، وبالتالي الأستاذ فقط يمكنه أن يلاحظ ماذا يجري في الصف، ويمكنه أن يتابع ويقدم الدعم فقط. فهذا كذلك سبب لإعادة النظر في هذه طريقة الامتحانات خصوصا النهائية. وكذلك عندنا exam anxiety. كما نعرف أن الامتحانات دائما تشكل ضغط على الطالب يكون مضغوط في الامتحان، وبالتالي ممكن أنني لا أعتمد الامتحانات النهائية بتاتا، وإنما أعتمد فقط عمله ومجهوده، وأتابع معه داخل الفصل. إذا لهذا النتيجة هي أن we need to reconsider the role of educational feedback، وركز على الفيدباك كمكون من formative assessment because feedback means a dialogue with students, means interaction with students, means monitor this, give support according to their needs, according to the student needs. Why do we assess students? Why do we assess students? Because I need to gain information about student learning and making value judgment about their progress. إذن أني أقيم الطلاب. لماذا؟ لكي أجمع معلومات كافية حول طريقة وحول التعلم. هذا هو الهدف، ليس فقط لإعطاء الدرجة في النهاية، وإنما فقط لكي أعرف الطلاب. To know my student, who are they, their needs, how can I help them to learn. And here we distinguish between two types of assessment: assessment for learning and assessment of learning. And my focus is assessment for learning rather than of learning, which means formative assessment which takes place during the class, during the course of interaction. What do you do while you are teaching? Okay, for assessment to be successful, for the formative assessment to be successful, we need to take into consideration a number of criteria. Number one, you should have clear instruction goals. You should tell your students why they need to learn this lesson, for example. It should be clear, and you should communicate your message to the students. Number two, assessment to enhance motivation. Assessment to enhance motivation and confidence. So my purpose is motivation rather than something else. So my priority, my purpose is to help students learn, motivate them. How can assessment motivate students? For example, the type of questions you ask them. بمعنى طريقة تقييم قد تكون محفزة للطلاب. مثلا طريقة وضع الأسئلة، نوع من الأسئلة بحيث الطالب يحب هذه الأسئلة وبالتالي يتحمس أكثر للدراسة. أوكي، هذه النقطة الثانية. وكذلك adjusting instruction based on the information. So you assess student why? Because you want to adapt, you want to adjust, you want to change. You may find new ways of doing things. Okay, so every time you stop and see how things go in your classroom, that's the purpose behind assessment. Because for you as a teacher, you need to adjust if needed, and for students, they will learn more, they will be motivated more. Some techniques for assessment. I will focus on three things. Number one, observation. Number two, questioning. And number three is a record keeping. So, observation. This is very important. I believe it is very important for a teacher to observe student. I know it's not possible all the time because you have so many students, but you can observe their behaviors. You can observe their efforts and interests because you can see that some students are trying. So you can also give a reward for the students who are trying, even if they are not doing well in the summative assessment. Still, you can because we are here to support learners in the first place. So try to observe your students. Look at the dialogue between students. Maybe they will say something that can be good for you to base your lesson on. And number 2 is questions. So try to ask your students questions. Why do you ask questions? First of all, to know if they understood the lesson or not. Or you can check their critical thinking abilities. You can, like you give a lesson and then you ask them questions or follow up so that you know all. And this can give the opportunity for everyone, not only the high achievers, but every student is participating, everyone is learning, and you are here to support everyone. So observation and questions are really, really important in your classroom because you can gain as much information as possible about your students, because really sometimes we don't know our students' level and needs. Or we need to give them grade at the end of the semester. So it's going to be challenging. Another thing you can do is peer assessment. Peer assessments, because here students can give each other feedback. So, for example, a student is writing an essay, another student also is writing an essay, and then they can give each other feedback. فيدباك يعني كثير من الترجمات كلمة فيدباك، ولكن هي هذاك تعطي للطالب ملاحظات. لماذا لم تنجح في هذا التمرين؟ ما هي نقاط الضعف؟ الطالب يجب أن يكون واعي ويفهم لماذا عليه أن يعيد هذا التمرين. Because this is missing in many classrooms, we don't give student feedback. When I say feedback, you will correct and you will highlight the errors so they can learn from their errors. All right? And so next time they can do better. حتى ولو الطالب لم ينجح وإنما على الأقل يحاول. الطالب الذي يحاول سيصل، أكيد سيصل إنه يحاول. فأنت كذلك تواكب هذا الشيء and give continuous feedback to the student, and it should be interactive. And also you can give a mark, but when you give a mark, you give feedback. For example, you should have integrated more long sentences in your writing rather than short sentences. You will tell him clearly that area of weaknesses so that later he can do better in the next assignment. بدلا من أن أعطي فقط نقطة مثلا 10 على 20، ولكن لماذا 15 على 20 لماذا؟ So you should give a mark, okay, but give feedback. وهذا feedback ما يكونش vague. It should be clear, to the point, and talk to him about that. بهذه الطريقة everybody is learning in your classroom and there is a progress. Okay. And you are also assessing students and also evaluating them. ما عندك طريقة أخرى، لأن في النهاية كثير من التحديات سوف لن يكون التقييم موضوعي لو تركنا كل شيء إلى الآخر. For example, samples of teachers' feedback. مثلا ممكن تقول good effort، ولكن this is vague. Nice work, needs revision. This is not sufficient. It's not good because the student doesn't know what to do. So try to give clear feedback, clear instruction. إذا الهدف من هذا اللقاء هو أننا نركز على assessment for learning. Let's shift the focus to learning. See what can you do to promote learning and motivation, confidence. feedback should be positive, not negative. يعني دائما تشجيع تشجيع الطالب بدلا من النقد اللي كيكون أحيانا جارح أو ما كيكونش مساعد. One important thing is the teacher's purpose and belief. As a teacher, how do you see assessment? There is an approach to assessment called incremental view. Incremental view or ability, which means that the effort is valued. The effort is valued. بمعنى أنك تؤمن كأستاذ بأن كل الطلبة يستطيعون. كل واحد قادر أن يتغير إلى الأحسن، وكل واحد قادر أن يتعلم وتدريجيا. Okay, incremental view or ability of intelligence. لأن أحيانا في بعض الأقسام نلاحظ أن التركيز يكون فقط على الطلاب الجيدين، أما الطلاب اللي عندهم صعوبات في الغالب يتم إقصاؤهم من الصف، لأن يحتاج الأمر إلى صبر، مجهود، what we call differentiation. يعني you try to design activities that meet the need for all the classes. I try to base my presentation on a theory which is scaffolding theory. Scaffolding means you give support and guidance to the students عن طريق الحوار، بمعنى أنك تتحاور مع التلميذ أو الطالب وتعطيه الدعم، ولكن يكون بتعاون مع شخص آخر. لازم يكون حوار أو تفاعل. دائما في الحصة يكون تفاعل ما بين الشخص الذي يعرف والشخص الذي يعرف أقل، ويتعلمون من بعض، ليس فقط من الأستاذ ولكن حتى الطالب مع الطالب. لأن كثير من الطلبة خصوصا في المدارس يستمعون إلى أقرانهم بدل من أن يستمع مثلا الأستاذ. فنحاول نشجع هذا scaffolding by interacting, more interaction in the classroom, more they support each other. You can give criteria for assessment or rubrics. So they say the criteria for assessment, and they can give each other support and feedback. Scaffolding theory. إذا خلاصة conclusion لكي لا أطيل. Designing effective formative assessment tasks can help teachers motivate learners to learn, as well as to help teachers deal with issues of plagiarism and academic misconduct that arise from over-reliance on AI. As implementing effective formative activities can help their learners remain engaged, motivated. آخر جملة, formative assessment, not summative assessment, should be given priority for teachers. وأكتفي بهذا القدر وشكرا.
شكرا جزيلا. Thank you very much, Dr. Khazrouni, for this insightful and practical presentation. You have clearly demonstrated how formative feedback can play an important role in improving students' learning outcomes. Formative feedback, or as you said, التغذية الراجعة التكوينية أو المستمرة أو التتابعية, as you said, is depending on the formative assessment during the class. We do this during the class, and we call it التقييم التكويني أو التتبعي. And the other one is the final of the unit. We call it the summative assessment or التقييم النهائي. So you have highlighted the critical role of formative feedback in supporting student learning and maintaining academic integrity, especially in the rapidly evolving AI-driven educational environment. So thank you so much, Dr. Khazrouni, for this interesting presentation. And now we come to the discussion part of this session. I would like to invite my colleague, the session reporter, Dr. I'timed Shankoub, to lead the discussion and present the question and the comments also. Dr. I'timed, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Samah, for giving me the floor. First and foremost, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to اللسانيات International Academy, the organizing and scientific committees as well for organizing this insightful and inspiring conference, and for bringing together multilingual speakers to share their expertise and valuable insights. So thank you very much to all our speakers for these insightful and thought-provoking contributions. This session has offered a rich and multidimensional exploration of the role of artificial intelligence in translation, language teaching, and of course, intercultural communication. For me, what I found particularly compelling is the shared emphasis on human-centered approach. Rather than replacing human expertise, AI supports and seems more meaningful when it works with us, enhancing our critical thinking, creativity, and intercultural awareness. So at the same time, this session has highlighted an important tension between innovation and responsibility, and also between automation and interpretation, as well as between global accessibility and cultural specificity, as highlighted by Professor Wafa. I think not Wafa. I think professor from Algeria. I don't remember her name. So these are not problems. Professor Sabah, exactly. Thank you. Yes. So these are not problems to solve once and for all, but ongoing questions that require continuous reflection and research and dialogue. I would also like to talk to Mr. Abdelali Kharmoum for his presentation. It was really rich. And Monsieur Kharmoum a souligné que s'il y a offre des opportunités sans précédent en matière de personnalisation, d'efficacité et d'accès aux ressources multilingues, elle soulève également des questions cruciales liées à l'éthique, à l'intégrité académique, à la représentation culturelle. Dans ce cas, quelle stratégie peut-on mettre en place pour préserver l'intégrité académique face à l'usage croissant de l'intelligence artificielle? And with this in mind, I would now like to open the floor for discussion. So we warmly invite your questions, comments, and reflections. So, dear audience, you may address specific speakers or raise broader issues that connect across the presentations. So, yes, please, any questions?
There are already some questions in the chat box. So,
Okay, I cannot see them actually. So, our first question is, how can formative assessment be designed to provide continuous, meaningful feedback without overwhelming students or reducing the process to correction of mistakes? It's a question from Mr. Lemrini Kamal. Yes, please. I think this question is for our last speaker, Mr.
Mohsin.
Khazrouni. Yes, Mr. Mohsin Khazrouni.
Yes, thank you. Thank you
Okay.
thank you for the question. Yeah, I believe that if you want to design formative assessment questions, let's focus on the continuity rather than having, for example, one test. So you can give short tests, each or a quiz. So this is one way, because students like to be given short quizzes. First of all, they are short,
Okay.
not long one. And also they can see the progress step by step. This is one way you can design formative assessment questions. And another thing you can do, they don't have to be written. They don't have to be written. They can be oral. And to me, I believe that the oral questions are really more important than the written one, because the written one, the student might cheat, right? They might cheat, but in the oral, you can see their performance. So you can also, you can ask them another question. This is what I do with my students, because most of the time they rely on AI. When I ask a question, they just type it and then they repeat it mechanically. But when I ask them a question, follow-up questions, why? What do you think about that? Can you apply it in Moroccan context? Then you are in a position really to know your student. Otherwise, how can you know them? And we have to give them grades, right? I think this is in everywhere. In all the educational system, you have to give them grade. So how can you give this student 20 out of 20 and one is 15, 1 of 10? It's hard to be fair. You see?
You're right,
But
Doctor.
this is one of the things you can do. Otherwise, you will not really evaluate and give them marks fairly and objectively. It's really hard.
Right.
خصوصا الاساتذه اللي يشتغلون بالضمير.
Exactly.
انني بغيت نخدم بضميري ونكون عادل، لان مسؤوليه. وكثير من الطلبه يجي عندي يقول لي مثلا استاذ انا كنستحق اكثر، نقول اسمح لي انا ما نقدرش نعطي كل شيء نعطيه اي، ولكن I do what I can. احاول ان اكون موضوعي. اوكي.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Dr. Muhsin, I've got another question for you. Since most of the audience are either teachers or future teachers, so the following question is, can we apply formative assessment at the university level? Bear in mind that most of students do not attend regularly.
Good. Yeah, good question indeed. Based on my experience, because I'm based in Marrakesh, Qadi'iyya University, and we have many faculties. Some faculties, as I heard from other colleagues, that they rely mainly on summative assessment. So even if you attend the classes, you can come at the end of the year or semester and sit for an examination. But for us, the faculty where I'm working, they have 60% of what we call CC, continuous assessment, and 40% of the summative assessment. Now, this is very good, very, very important for students. I'm not really for attendance. If they want to attend, they can attend the classes. But for me, I need to see the performance. I need to see the learning. You can learn at home. You can learn in the university. For me, I have to see that you are learning. And continuous assessment, it contains attendance, participation in the class, and a test, what we call midterm exam. It's up to the teacher to have an overview of the student's performance during the semester. Okay, well, I think this is a good way. And for me, let's focus more on formative assessment rather than because sometimes you cannot detect the student's plagiarism. Some students have 2 mobiles. How can you check all? It's not what you can check is only that the work with them. Okay, so I don't know about the policy in other universities. I don't know what other professors are doing, but for us, we have both. We have CC and we have final exam. But for me, let's give more importance to continuous assessment. Why not get rid of the summative assessment?
Summative assessment. Yes,
yeah,
why not?
because nowadays the information is there. They could copy and paste from their mobile.
Exactly.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't reflect their learning abilities.
Yes.
And you are not in a position to ask them and follow up. In the final ما عندكش فرصة انك تسول طالب. خلاص كتب لك الاسي كتشوف الاسي وكتعطيه النقطة، بمعنى ما يمكنش تسولو واخا يكون خدا حرفيا من machine generated ما تقدرش you cannot
I totally agree. You're right, especially when it comes to formative assessments, and especially conferencing with the students is highly fruitful. And this is what we call the washback of assessments. It has an impact on students as they become aware of their weaknesses, and also on what we teach and how we design our lessons as teachers. It's really interesting. Thank you. Another one, another question for you, Professor.
Welcome.
So, is it possible? It's from Mr. Ahmed Mertou. Ahmed Mertou is Mr. Ahmed Mertou is a teacher and a doctoral student as well. So his question goes as follows: is it possible to integrate this new trend of formative assessment as the main source of assessment in secondary and middle school, taking into consideration the issue of covering syllables, stakeholders, and pressure of administration, large classes, etc. Of course, time constraints, etc.
I like this question. Interesting, because I worked in a secondary school, so I know the working condition in secondary school. Let's say baccalaureate exam. We all know that there are many students attending in a class, in baccalaureate class. So the teacher cannot really أول حاجة give progress for everyone. ما يمكنلوش. وكاين القضية اللي كنلاحظها هي التكست انزايتي في البكالوريا. راه شحال من واحد كنلقاوها كيقولوا يعاني نفسيا بسبب الضغوطات الكبيرة للامتحان البكالوريا. إذا yes, I am for more formative assessment in our secondary schools. بالعكس تكون أكثر من university because of the age of learners. You see, and we need to do. We need to motivate learners, right? We need to make them love learning. هذا هو الهم ديال الأستاذ. ماشي الهم أنك تعطيه النقطة ولا هذا أحسن من هذا. وأنا ضد هذه القضية ديال grading. This one is better, this one is worse, this one is a loser, this one is a winner. I'm for learning for everyone.
Yes, there are no bad students. There are no bad students.
ولكن كاين كنسمعوا أن بعض الناس شنو هادشي اللي درتي حشومة عليك أنت ما كتفهمش. مازال كنسمعوا مازال كنسمعوا هاد الجمل اللي ما خصهاش تكون في التعليم ديالنا. حنا بغينا نشجعوا الناس يتقراو. قرا على مهلك، قرا على اللي تقدر عليه. إلا درتي لواحد خطوة مزيانة وساعدتي راك مزيان.
Yes, sir.
إذا باش نجاوبوا باختصار ما نطولش، بالفعل we need more of formative assessment in our secondary and middle school classes.
Thank you, Doctor, and thank you to all the speakers in section 1. Thank you so much. It was really interesting and rich. Thank you. Now I give the floor to our next, I think it's the second session.
Yeah, so as we come to the end of this session, Doctor, I would like to sincerely thank all our respected speakers for their insightful and enriching presentations. Each contribution has offered us valuable perspective on the role of artificial intelligence in translation, language teaching, intercultural communication, and educational assessment. I would also like to thank you so much, Dr. Atimet Shankoub, and all the presentations or the participations for their enriching exchange of ideas, and as well as the organizing committee, Bahithun team, for their excellent work in making this conference possible. So with that, we come to the end of the session. It's now my pleasure to invite Dr. Abdessalam Khamouja, the moderator of the next session, to take the floor and continue the conference program. So Dr. Abdessalam, the floor is yours, and thank you very much. Thank you all.
Well, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good evening. I don't know why my name doesn't appear on the screen, so in this session, my name will be Samsung. Okay, it's such a pleasure to moderate this panel. Before starting this session, I would like to thank the be it LSANiate members for organizing such an amazing event. So the organization of this session will be as follows. All the participants will present their presentations. Questions and discussions will be left till the end. And also, since I don't have the bios of the participants, the presenters can introduce themselves before starting their presentations. So now we start with doctors Mohsin Fatima Zahra and Mrabti Mounia. They are from Moulay Ismail University. Their topic is about authorial voice or algorithmic echo, a corpus-based study of the writing of undergraduate English studies students. So the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me? Am I coming through? Okay,
yeah.
Good. Good afternoon or good morning, everyone, depending where are you joining us from. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to Mr. Ahmed Ibn Isa for his efforts and for making this academic discussion possible. And I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to the whole organizing committee. So let me first introduce myself, as you have mentioned. My name is Mounia Mrabti, and I hold a PhD in applied linguistics. I work as a high school English teacher of English, and I also serve as a part-time professor in the Department of English Studies in School of Art and Humanities. And I'm interested in research related to ecolinguistics, sustainable development, and education for sustainable development. And I want to mention that it's truly an honor for me and my colleague to be part of this gathering and to contribute to this collective academic conversation. At this point, I would like to share my screen so you can see my presentation. Please, let's see background. Doesn't give me. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. As I said earlier, the topic or our topic today is online international conference, AI language and the future of global knowledge. So let me first to guide you throughout the roadmap of my presentation. I will start with I will begin with an introduction covering the background of the study, a research problem, objectives, and significance. Then I will review the literature briefly. Following this, I will explain the methodology, and my colleague will present the finding, and she will conclude with the implication. So the starting point of this study lies in the growing concern among university professors about the increasing use of generative AI in students' writing. Actually, many instructors have observed that students' texts are becoming more uniform and less distinctive, which raises the question about authorship and linguistic variation. Normally, in higher education, writing is expected to reflect individual expression and cognitive engagement through varied and original language use. However, AI-generated texts based on probabilistic patterns or the algorithms that they use to generate text promote more standardized and predictable language. Despite these observations, there is still limited empirical evidence that systematically examines whether these perceived changes are reflected in measurable linguistic pattern. So in response to these concerns, the present study investigated the impact of AI-assisted writing on authorship and linguistic variation by comparing students' texts produced under different writing conditions that I will explain later on. So the background leads us to the research problem, this study, which has been addressed in full accordance with the CAP analysis approach: ideal, reality, objective. So ideally, in higher education, students are encouraged to construct their own arguments, make deliberate linguistic choices, and produce texts that demonstrate originality, diversity, as well as clear authorial voice. Writing, in this sense, functions as both cognitive and expressive activity through which learners develop and display their identity as students or as authors. However, this is not the case. The increasing use of generative AI in academic writing raised concerns about the identity of the author. While AI tools, we know that it facilitates the text production, it generates ideas, but this may lead to standardized and formalic language, and all the writing texts become similar, and there is the reliance on AI can blur the boundaries of authorship. Therefore, given the gap between the ideal and the reality that I have just mentioned, the study seeks to better understand whether AI-assisted writing leads to a shift from distinctive authorial expression toward linguistic homogeneity in students' texts. To navigate this objective, these patterns has been examined. The first one is the physiological recurrence, lexical diversity, syntactic complexity, as well as authorial stance. In a very simple wording, this study aimed to understand whether AI changes not only how students write, but also how much of that writing truly belongs to them. We want to investigate the identity of the author. Does it exist in students' writing or writing in which students have used AI? To achieve this purpose, this study is guided by one central question, which is, to what extent does AI-assisted writing influence authorship and linguistic variation in undergraduate students' texts? The central question has been, or to address this central question in a systematic way, it has been broken down into 3 specific research questions, each corresponding to a different level of analysis in the study. The first one is, to what extent does AI-assisted writing affect lexical diversity in students' essay? The second question, what differences exist in phraseological recurrence between AI-assisted and unaided writing? And the last question, to what extent does AI-assisted writing affect syntactic complexity in students' texts? Now we arrive to the review of literature. In this section, I will review the main concepts related to this study, and the focus will be on defining the key ideas that appear throughout the research in order to clarify their meaning and provide a clear context. Although I would not go into the full literature review due to time constraints, but it's important to clarify the definition of certain concepts. I would like to start with authorship. Authorship in academic writing refers to the extent to which texts reflect the student's own voice and ideas. It involves making linguistic choices, expressing arguments, and taking responsibility for the content of the text. In other words, authorship means that students is not just producing text, but actively constructing meaning. Authorship, it's also close to the concept of holiday of authorial voice, which he defined as the way writers present themselves and engage with their readers through their writings. And actually, I mentioned Highlands because his definition actually reflects the importance of authorship, in the sense that when we are writing, we are not interacting, we are not just transforming information, but we are interacting with the readers. So for him, it's important because first, writer presents themselves in the text, which reflects their identity. They express attitude by evaluating ideas. And third, they position their claims using language that shows certainty or caution, like clearly or may. And finally, it engaged the reader by identifying their writer's stance, and then they react to it in a way or another. For the second concept, or actually a key concept, is the linguistic variation, which refers to the diversity in how language is used in a text. It includes variation in vocabulary, sentence structure, and expression. So when students write with high variation, their texts tend to be more original and reflect their individual style. That's why it's important. So linguistic variation is important because it reflects both language, proficiency, and cognitive engagement. You know, when students use varied vocabulary and structures, they show control over language and active involvement in meaning making, and it also allows for individuality in writing. I will now move to the methodology used to address the main research questions. As you can see, this study is an experimental mixed method design. This design was selected to allow a direct comparison between writing conditions and to systematically examine authorship and linguistic variation. Students' texts were compiled into corpus, okay, which is a structured collection of texts, as you may know. This corpus was analyzed using computational tools that automatically identify language patterns, such as vocabulary use, repetition, and sentence structure. I will mention these tools later on. The results were then interpreted, which form actually the qualitative parts of this study. This study was conducted at Ismail University with the undergraduate English study program, and the focus was on semester 4 students in the excellence program, because this is the level where, you know, essay writing, especially argumentative writing, is formally taught. The students were also selected because of their strong training in academic writing, which allow for meaningful analysis of linguistic pattern and authorial voices. And as I said before, participants were selected randomly, or the grouping of participants was conducted randomly. There were 3 groups: AI assisted, search assisted. When I say search assisted, they were allowed to use search engines such as Google, and unaided writing, in which they relied only on themselves. For the research instruments, this diagram summarizes the data collection and analysis process of the study. First, a controlled argumentative writing task was used, where all participants completed the same task to ensure compatibility. Their texts were then compiled, they were collected and compiled into a corpus. Next, the corpus was analyzed using a computational tool. The first one is TALIS, the tool for the automatic analysis of lexical sophistication. And it was used in order to measure the lexical diversity. Then the AntConc, a corpus analysis toolkit was used to examine phrase repetition and authorial stance. Finally, the L2SCA, the second language syntactic complexity analyzer, was also used to assess syntactic complexity. These tools allowed for the identification of linguistic patterns across the three groups in order to the use or we did a comparison between the three groups in order to systematically see how the writing conditions affect the authorship and the linguistic variation among students. Finally, the results were interpreted as part of the qualitative phase. The focus was on the authorship and linguistic variation, as I mentioned, and a brief reflection were also used as a supporting element to help to contextualize the finding and to interpret it further or more. The data collection followed a structured process. We selected semester for students because, as I said, essay writing is part of their curriculum. It was ensured that all participants has already received instruction in essay writing with a particular focus on argumentative essay, since the task given to them was argumentative. This ensured that all participants were familiar with the structure and the conventions of this type of writing, and shared, a common foundation of how to write an argumentative essay. The data analysis combined quantitative and qualitative approach. First, computational tools were used for quantitative analysis, and then the results were interpreted and brief reflection were used as supporting evidence to better understand patterns related to authorship and linguistic variation. So for the next part, which is related to results in discussion, would be covered with by my colleague, Fatem. So he can, I will leave the floor for you. Fatem Zahra? Hello?
Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes.
Yes,
well,
yes,
I will stop.
Sorry.
I will stop sharing and you share your screen, or you prefer to finish?
No, I'd rather you share it yourself because
Okay.
mine seems not to be working okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're doing well. I am really pleased to be a part of this conference. I would like to thank all the organizing committee, both LSANيات members, and also Mr. Ahmed bin Isa for granting us the opportunity to exchange insights concerning how we approach, the integration of AI nowadays pedagogically. So concerning my part, it's going to be focused on the results and the discussion, and also the implications and the limitations of our own work. And as my colleague, can you...
Doctor, sorry for the interference, but you have only 3 minutes. So could you please be concise?
Okay, only 3 minutes. Could you be more generous and give me at least just 10 minutes? No?
There are other participants waiting.
Okay, well, sorry. Well, let me just rephrase what my friend talked about. I mean, to answer the first question, the main question, Mona, can you go back to the first slide? Concerning, the relationship between AI-assisted writing influence when it comes to authorship and other linguistic variations. I would like to say that the qualitative concordance analysis was conducted using different tools to examine patterns of authorial stances, my friend probably mentioned. And we did find that, stance markers, those like self-mention and hedging and the evaluative language enabled us to identify different textual, ownership styles and stylistic variations across, different, conditions. So I'm going to, give probably the pedagogical implications of this research then. And so the study maybe highlighted several implications for higher education, but maybe the focus was probably on promoting critical AI use, because it should be framed as a support tool rather than a substitute for thinking and writing, because we're talking about writing here, which is a process that symbolizes or emphasizes drafting, revising, reflecting to maintain a cognitive engagement of students. We also, or we should focus on rethinking assessment practices, and this was probably mentioned by a prior colleague, because incorporating in-class writing is going to ensure, more all defenses and process-based evaluation to ensure more authorship and an authorial voice of the students. And also we have to focus on developing AI literacy, because students should understand how AI generates texts, and how it may influence language use and originality. And so their own use has to be wise and also critical. Now, concerning the limitations of our work, any pedagogical work cannot be free from limitations, and this one probably acknowledged a context-specific sample, because our own study focused on S4 excellent students, which was maybe at a single institution, Moulay Ismail University, which of course limits generalizability. I mean, suggestions for further research can improve results and can improve generalizability, as I said. Another limitation was the single task design. I mean, the use of one argumentative task may not probably reflect writing performance across different genres. And then we also have the short-term scope, because the study again captures immediate effect of AI use, but does not address long-term development. And finally, we have the tool-based constraints. The corpus tools that were used focus on specific linguistic dimensions, and they may not capture all the aspects of writing quality, because we can also talk about capitalization, we can talk about punctuation, but this was probably the focus of this study. And I just forgot to introduce myself. My name is Mohsin Fatam Zahra. I obtained a PhD in applied linguistics in Moulay Ismail University, and currently I'm an assistant professor at Liave in Rabat, which is an institute of agronomy and veterinary medicine. Okay, I hope I respected the 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I've just known that another one of the presenters is absent. So if you feel that you can add more about your topic, you still have, other 3 minutes.
Okay, all right. So, Monak, can you go back to the conclusions, please?
If you can, if you'd like to present the answers of each question, or you want me to go back to the conclusion.
Okay, all right, yes. So can you get back to the main question, because the others are sub-questions, and when it comes to lexical phraseology, I mean, it answers again the same question. So we employed, qualitative concordance analysis, and this has revealed that, the unaided text contained more frequent and varied markers of authorial stance, those including self-mention and hedging and evaluative expressions. These features contributed to a stronger sense of ownership and individuality, because we're talking about an individualized linguistic and authorial stance when it comes to writing, and we are again talking, or maybe comparing it to an AI assisted or a search engine assisted type of writing. Now, more specifically, concordance lines from the unaided corpus, which showed that a higher concurrence of self-mention realized through, you have here, examples, such as I argue that, for example, or I believe, or I think, or in my point of view, which signaled, explicit authorial positioning. In contrast, for example, AI-assisted forms were less frequent and they were replaced by impersonal constructions, which translated more AI-assisted forms. Similarly, when it comes to hedging devices, they were more varied and context sensitive, of course, in unaided writing, including, expressions such as "this probably suggests," or "this may suggest," or "it seems like that," or "this could be explained by," which, indicate an epistemic caution and reflect that these students used whilst, writing their argumentative essays. So there were, varying levels of certainty, rather than just reliance on categorical claims. And in terms, again, of the evaluative expressions, unaided texts demonstrated a wide range of critical judgment, with formulations such as "this argument is convincing because," or maybe "a key limitation of this view," or "this is particularly significant." And we concluded that these evaluative patterns contributed to a more particular argumentation and reinforced the writer's interpretative presence. And taken together, because as I said, answering the first question has to tap into lexicality as well and syntax. These tense markers did not operate in isolation, but they interacted with broader linguistic features. Their higher frequency and variability in unaided corpus aligned with greater lexical diversity and more flexible phraseological patterns, which resulted in texts and majorly sentences that conveyed a clearer sense of individual authorship. Again, the relative reduction and standardization of such markers in either AI-assisted texts or maybe in search engine texts contributed to a more neutralized and less personalized discourse. And with this, I come to the conclusion. So the patterns reflect a cognitive offloading, where responsibility for generating and storing information was transferred to an external system. The findings were consistent with the concept of transactive memory, in which AI functions as an external, maybe cognitive resource. While this might not reduce cognitive load, it also appears to limit internalization and metalinguistic awareness of students and the focus of their authorial voice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. As you know, using a corpus-based approach provides evidence on how students' writing is evolving in the age of artificial intelligence, offering useful insights for promoting academic integrity, authenticity, and responsible use of AI in higher education. Thank you very much for this, insightful and interesting presentation or study, so to speak. Now we will move to the next. You're welcome. So now we will move to the next presenter, Dr. Anas Bounaga. He is not here, so we will move to the next one. Dr. Al-Humrani Soufiane. He is from Hassan II University. His topic is about la générative, langage et confiance numérique, comment sécuriser la production de connaissances à l'ère des modèles de langue. Mr. Soufiane, the floor is yours. Mr. Soufiane, can you hear us? Mr. Sufyan, are you with us? It seems that Mr. or Dr. Sufyan is not online. So I think we will move to the next presenter.
السلام عليكم.
سلام.
عذرا على المقاطعة. قدمت طلب إذا كان ممكن. أنا عندي في المداخلة في الحصة في الجلسة السادسة، وتواصلت مع بعض الأطر المنظمة وقالوا لي بأن ممكن أنني نقدم المداخلة ديالي في هذه الجلسة إذا كان ممكنا.
Well, it's okay, no problem, since we have two presenters absent.
Two absent.
You can, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, you can start.
Okay, I will try to share my screen. Is it visible?
Okay, let's see.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet. We can see it now.
Okay, thank you very much. Distinguished colleagues, esteemed participants, it's a genuine pleasure and honor to join you today as a speaker in this online academic gathering. I'd like just for the beginning to take the opportunity to extend my sincere congratulations to the administration staff of Beit Lisaniyat and Bahitoun for bringing together such an outstanding cohort of scholars and for their steadfast, let's say, commitment to organize academic of the highest intellectual caliber. So this issue is really of an immense importance. I mean, AI, language, and the future of global knowledge, as the already speakers has mentioned already. So my intervention is going to be about performing intelligence, aesthetics, AI, and the question of equitable education. Well, I'm going to tackle this topic from an aesthetic viewpoint, focusing on the educational issue, since, as you know, education is a very important subject in the whole change of the whole world, and not only for the school. Well, this issue is going to be about performing intelligence, and also to be as a gate to integrate performativity and the aesthetic side into the educational field. So I'm going to give a gate to integrate the aesthetic and artistic practice within the educational field. So to magnify this topic, we're going to utilize an analytical aesthetico-pedagogical approach, combining critical policy analysis, aesthetic and philosophical critique of technology and the educational theory. Shifting from one subject to another within this global and general topic, I'm going to shift from performance, performativity, AI, and education, and I'm going to talk about a field or a study, field of study, which is the Moroccan Pioneering School Project, which is the last model, the last reforming model in Morocco. And of course, it's in its relation with identification of the debate between the technological innovation and the pedagogical rationality. So the three main questions that impose themselves are the first one is in what ways has AI implementation in the pioneering school projects been driven by instrumental logic rather than educational rationality? The second one is what are the pedagogical risks of privileging computational models of learning over human judgment? And the third question is how can performative-based learning be configured to be both equitable and pedagogically sound within this digital context? To start up in this topic, we can refer to a very important viewpoint, which is referred to by Abraham Maslow in his Motivation and Personality. He emphasized the idea that the aesthetic needs are very important in the process of building the personality of the individual, not only for the child, but for the adult too. So theoretically speaking, we can talk about two main points. The first one is a critique of technocentrism in education. And the second one is a human-centric point, which I'm going to call for in this intervention. So in the first point, I mean, a technocentric viewpoint, we say that just as Max Horkheimer and Theodor Adorno in their Dialectic of Enlightenment say that reason, when confined to instrumentality, becomes preoccupied by control, prediction, and administration rather than emancipation. In the same regard, we find a very essential point, which is of Marshall McLuhan, who is a philosopher who talks about a very important view and theory, which goes that the medium is the message. So using AI or using technology in general is not only the issue of communicating messages or communicating things and sharing things among us, but it creates a new kind of thinking. And this is something which is very important in nowadays use of AI and technology in general. In the same regard, we can find a very essential viewpoint that of Serge Tisseron in his book Enfants sous l'influence, les écrans rendent-ils les jeunes violents, in which he goes to the point that images in general are not only communicating content and ideas, but they are by nature they are violent. So he says in page number 11, thus images risk becoming increasingly violent, while we at no point retain the power to know whether they rely on sophisticated digital synthesis or whether they genuinely stage erotic or sadistic acts. In this regard, we can find a bunch of research that go to the point that there's an association between increasing amount of screen time and increasing attention problems in today's school and today's issues that's going on around our kids and our students. So in the second point, I mean, the human-centered education, which I hope to establish in our schools, not only in Morocco, but all over the world, and to overcome the excessive use of AI, is that the understanding of teaching grounded in dialogue, where knowledge emerged through encounters between subjects who question, interpret, and transform their world. And in this regard, we can find many scholars, like, for example, Paulo Freire in his Pedagogy of the Oppressed, Augusto Boal in his Theater of the Oppressed, for example, in which he talks about the interactive theater, and to name but a few. Also, we can find in the official framing of education in Morocco many references that goes to emphasize innovation and efficiency and competitiveness. Also, they go to the point that I mean, they are just like assumptions that the more technology is used, the better learning measurable metrics as a proof of success, in which we can these points we can find them in رؤية استراتيجية, the strategic vision, the law, frame law 1751, etc. So we are not here trying to give a certain pessimistic viewpoint about AI or about technology in general, but I'm calling for rationalizing and using the AI in the right way. I mean, there are many benefits of AI. For example, we can use it to improve teachers' day-to-day work. It is used also to help teachers save time and administrative tasks. Also, we can use it to save time preparing lessons and generate educational content. It is used also as a source of inspiration to prepare classes. But in the projects I'm going to talk about here, which is the Pioneering School project, which is the last reform in Morocco, there are two sides. I mean, there is a brilliant and blender aspects, talking about the three main levels of this reform. We talk about and speak about student, about teacher, and about the school. And in talking about the students, we can say that clear learning objectives and structured lessons may improve mastery of basic competencies like literacy, numeracy. Also, frequent formative assessment allow early detection of learning gaps, and more classroom interaction and guided practice can support weaker learners. In teacher level, we can say that access to structured teaching guides and training may reduce pedagogical uncertainty. Also, collaborative planning and coaching can strengthen professional development, and availability of pedagogical resources can help novice teachers. In the level of school, we can say that there is a stronger instructional leadership for school principals, improved coordination between teachers through shared planning, and also greater accountability about and monitoring of learning outcomes. And on the other hand, we can say that there are also some other blunders and bad aspects of this project, in which we can say, for example, the strong standardization may reduce creativity and exploratory learning. Over emphasis on measurable outcomes may privilege this performance rather than deep understanding. Also, there is a risk of marginalizing students with different learning rhythms in pacing, if pacing becomes rigid. And this is a very important point that some other interventors have already talked about, talking about the inequitable learning. Talking about the teacher, there is reduced pedagogical autonomy due to strict lesson scripting and increased administrative workload linked to evaluation and monitoring, and also possible reception of mistrust toward teachers' professional expertise. And in the level of the school, there is the risk of bureaucratization and excessive reporting requirements, and inequality between pilot schools and non-pilot schools in resources and intentions. Also, there is a source of institutional pressure to demonstrate quick results that may encourage, that may encourage superficial obedience rather than genuine pedagogical transformation. In the same level, we can say that something which is very crucial in the blender aspects of the Pioneering Scholar projects, which are the visual, auditive, and the haptic sides in talking about the equitable learning, which are really suffering from less importance in this new projects. In visual level, for example, we can remark that images, texts, and PowerPoint presentation textbooks are of a low, very low quality. In the auditive level, there are many pronunciation and spelling mistakes, and also talking about storytelling. And for the haptic level, which is tactile, or for example, learning by doing, it is totally absent. So not to be very pessimistic, generally speaking, we can say that the Pioneering Scholar project reflects managerial and evidence-based reform logic, aiming to raise educational equality through structured pedagogy, performance monitoring, and institutional coordination. So talking just about a very important side of in education, which is active pedagogies in AI era, we can talk about two things in this regard. Active reflects or refer to activity, and here we can talk about John Dewey and his aspects or his theory of learning by doing, and also talking about pedagogies. We can talk about traditionalist pedagogies and active pedagogies, or the pedagogies that we have to practice in our everyday learning and teaching practice. For example, teacher-centered, content-centered, techno-centered, one size fits all. They are already traditionalist pedagogies, and we have to get rid of them, and we have to adopt project-based learning, player learning, error based learning, integration and differentiation that are considered as pedagogies that can adapt a new kind of learning that respects the intelligences of students, because there are different kinds of thinking and the way of learning. Practically speaking, we can talk about three main experiences in this regard. SGAV, in France, for example, Structure Global Audiovisuelle, that integrates the audiovisual learning, and BIOD, Bring Your Own Device, that call for example, for students to bring their devices with them to the school and use them in a guided way. And the last one is STEAM, which is the science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. And in Morocco, we are really proud to have such an association called Look for Science and Technology, in which we can find a very new kind of learning that respects the intelligences of students. They use multimodal ways of learning, teaching mathematics, technology, arts, and many things in a way in which they have integrated playing and composing, montage, demontage, etc., using Lego. And they are using, organizing a very essential and known competition, which is FLL, First League, which is spread all over Morocco. So we are proud of this experience, and I hope one day we hear that it is spread in every school, not only in one school in each city or in each province. A very important question that we have to raise while practicing our everyday day-to-day teaching and learning is what happens to learning when AI can do work. And this is a question has to be raised the teacher and the student alike. So in this regard, we can say that the evolution of learning has passed through three main steps. The first one is pre-internet and the internet era, and nowadays we are in the generation of AI era, in which answers and explorations can be generated instantly. So students can generate every solution and every response in any time about any question. Of course, the learning process has to go through acquisition, transformation, and evaluation. But we, as teachers, we've got to know that using AI nowadays is something which is obligatory, but we have to rationalize the use of this technology. So we've got to start with thinking, then use AI as a tool. We've got to sensibilize our students to use AI as a tool, not as a means in itself, and make thinking visible. I mean, when they are responding to a certain question, students have to explain the process they have already passed through in order to arrive to a certain idea. And the last one is that as teachers, we have to assess the process. And thank you for Muhsin, one of the interventions who have already mentioned this idea that we have to assess the process of thinking, not only to look for the result. So because when we when we look for the way, the process of thinking, students practice thinking and not letting the machine to think instead of him or her. So the last title is the performativity paradigm. The performativity is presented here as a gate to the equitable education. So, both of the student and the teacher, in my point of view, have to be performative actors in the process of learning and process of teaching. And this idea is referred to by many scholars, like John Dewey, Elliot Eisner, Alain Kerlon, Khalid Amin, عز الدين الشنتوف, الحبيب ناصري, محمد العناز, حميد تباتو, إريكا فيشر ليست, Mervyn Carlson, Richard Schickner, to name but a few. There are a lot of scholars that have spoken about this performativity paradigm as a means of education. In this point, we can say that this paradigm can be divided into many points to split the point of integrating this paradigm into the educational field. For example, learning as performative experience, art as a performative event of meaning making, also schooling as a performative space of creative expression, also art as embodied performative cognition, aesthetic education as emancipatory self-performance, and knowledge as performative reconstruction in teaching. And the last one is pedagogy as performative spectatorship and embodied learning. In this paradigm, of course, we can talk about a lot of kinds of arts. For example, we can speak about theater, about cinema, about music, and about painting, and a lot of performing art can be integrated into the educational practice. My findings in this intervention is 3 points. The first one is that the proliferation of AI tools within the school without sufficient pedagogical grounding can reinforce reductionist models of learning process over meaning. Also, the need to critically interrogate assumptions that AI inherently improves educational outcomes. The aesthetico-pedagogical concern is quasi absent in the educational field. And the last thing is my recommendations. The first one is strengthening the integration of artistic practices within school curricula, enhancing teachers' training in educational neuroscience and aesthetic education, rethinking school environments as neuro-artistic learning spaces that stimulate creativity and experimentation, and encourage multimodal and active pedagogies that support differentiated learning and respond to learners' diverse cognitive needs. And thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you, Dr. Ismail, for this very insightful study, because it explores how artificial intelligence is reshaping not only educational practices, but also the very ways knowledge is perceived, represented, and evaluated. Now, thank you again. Now we can go back to Mr. Or Dr. Sufyan. Maybe he had some technical problems. So, Dr. Sufyan, can you hear us?
Salam alaikum.
Salam.
Donc, est-ce que vous m'écoutez? Salam alaikum.
Salam. Yeah, we can hear you.
Merci,
Yes.
professeur Benaïssa. J'essaie juste de, professeur Salem, j'essaie juste de partager l'écran avec vous.
Ok.
Je crois maintenant que... Est-ce que c'est partagé?
Pas encore.
Non. Écran complet, je pense, et voilà.
It's okay. Mr. Sufyan, if you are talking, we can't hear you.
We cannot hear him anymore.
L'écran est partagé, mais on n'entend rien.
دكتور سفيان، الى ممكن بارطاجي معايا البريزونطاسيون ديالك وانا غادي نبارطاجيها هنايا وانت تقدر تبريزونتي.
أعتقد أن عنده مشكل في الميكرو، لأن كان ديجا بارطاجا l'écran، ولكن الكلام ما كانش كيتسمع.
وي عنده مشكل في الميكرو. إذا كان عنده مشكل ممكن we can move to the next presenter. Okay, it seems that Dr. Sufyan still has problems with his mic, so we can now move to the next presenter, Dr. Abdullahi Suleiman.
Good day,
Dr.
sir.
Abdullahi Suleiman.
Yes, I'm here, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. So,
I'm ready.
yes, thank you.
All right, Dr. Sufyan is sending me, sharing with me his presentation.
Can I
I'll
share
be
my
sharing
slides?
it here on the Zoom, and he's going to be presenting.
Okay.
Then I should wait,
Okay,
right?
okay, Dr. Suleiman, you should wait after,
Okay.
this.
No problem, sir.
Okay.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام.
Et je m'excuse profondément pour ce retard. Il y a un problème technique. Donc, bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Très heureux de participer avec vous à ce colloque. Et d'ailleurs, je commence par remercier l'Académie اللسانيات, l'équipe de recherche Bahitoun et particulièrement professeur Ahmed Ben Issa pour sa patience. Je remercie l'équipe technique qui m'a beaucoup aidé à me reconnecter à vous. Et comme je l'ai dit, je suis très heureux de participer avec vous à ce colloque intitulé AI, Language and the Future of Global Knowledge. Donc, c'est un thème qui est très intéressant comme il a été souligné dans les allocations présentatives. C'est un thème qui nous ramène à réfléchir à une mutation beaucoup plus profonde qu'un simple changement d'outil et nous amène aussi à nous interroger la manière dont l'intelligence artificielle agit désormais sur le langage lui-même, c'est-à-dire sur la forme à travers laquelle la connaissance est produite, reformulée, diffusée et appropriée à l'échelle globale, car si le langage est le véhicule de la connaissance, les modèles de langue aujourd'hui, comme ChatGPT, Nova, etc., sont devenus des médiateurs de plus en plus puissants, qui ne se contentent plus d'assister à l'écriture, mais participent activement à la reformulation du savoir, à sa synthèse, à sa hiérarchisation et parfois même à sa production apparente. C'est précisément justement à cet endroit, ce niveau que se situe mon intervention, intitulé IA générative, langage et confiance numérique, comment sécuriser la production de connaissances à l'ère des modèles de langage. Donc, justement, je pars d'une idée centrale, c'est comment l'IA en tant que médiatrice du langage devient aussi une médiatrice de confiance. Donc c'est l'idée centrale par laquelle, ou bien c'est le point de départ de ma recherche. Donc, si vous permettez, vous passez au diapo suivant. Oui, exactement. Donc voilà, aujourd'hui, on assiste à une utilisation et une expansion de l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle. Il est de plus en plus utilisé dans tous les milieux, dans les universités, les entreprises, les médias, les professions juridiques, en plus des administrations. Donc, il permet justement d'aller plus vite, d'aller plus loin, de rédiger, de traduire, résumer, structurer avec une efficacité remarquable, mais cette accélération, tous ces avantages ne sont pas sans risque, car un texte cohérent, fluide et convaincant n'est pas nécessairement un texte vrai, traçable ou juridiquement sûr. Et c'est à ce niveau justement là où se pose la problématique de cette recherche, à savoir comment sécuriser la production de connaissances à l'ère des modèles de langage, alors même que leur efficacité rédactionnelle repose sur une logique probaliste. C'est ce qu'on va voir par la suite. Donc, ça repose sur une logique probaliste susceptible d'altérer la vérité des contenus, de leur traçabilité des sources et l'égalité entre les usagers. Donc, autrement dit, il s'agit de savoir quand un système produit du texte sans vérifier la vérité, que devient la fiabilité de l'écrit professionnel et par conséquent de la confiance numérique. Alors, pour répondre, le diapo suivant, s'il vous plaît. Alors, pour répondre, justement, j'ai le diapo suivant, s'il vous plaît. Exactement. Donc, alors, en ce qui concerne la méthodologie adoptée, pour répondre à cette question, j'ai adopté une démarche techno ou bien technico-juridique. Je suis parti d'abord du fonctionnement du modèle. Donc, j'ai essayé de comprendre d'abord comment ça fonctionne les modèles de langage, parce que les risques viennent de cette architecture même. Ça m'a permis ensuite d'identifier certaines vulnérabilités, notamment les hallucinations, les biais linguistiques et l'opacité du système d'intelligence artificielle. Et puis, j'ai confronté ces risques à des cas réels et à des écrits à effet, au sens juridique, bien sûr. Enfin, j'ai déduit des conditions d'une reconstruction juridique et organisationnelle de la confiance. En d'autres termes, la méthode suivie que j'ai adoptée, c'est le trajet du risque. J'ai essayé justement de tracer le trajet du risque du système technique jusqu'à son encadrement normatif. Alors, on commence par le fonctionnement technique de l'IA générative parce qu'on ne peut pas analyser un phénomène dont on ne comprend pas le fonctionnement. Donc, le diapo suivant, s'il vous plaît. Diapo suivant, s'il vous plaît. Alors, exactement. Ici, on voit, non, celui d'avant, on voit comment ça fonctionne l'intelligence artificielle. En effet, contrairement à l'idée répandue, on parle d'intelligence artificielle qui ressemble à l'intelligence humaine. La réponse c'est que non, l'intelligence artificielle ne fonctionne pas de la même manière que le cerveau humain parce que, on va le voir, l'intelligence artificielle ne réfléchit pas comme un être humain. Il s'agit en effet, les modèles de langage, donc, ne commencent pas par vérifier si une affirmation est vraie, comme l'être humain. L'être humain, lorsqu'il reçoit une idée, il pense, il essaye de situer les informations qu'il a reçues, soit dans la case d'informations vraies, d'informations fausses, ou bien d'une information à vérifier. Ou bien l'intelligence artificielle ne fonctionne pas de cette manière. Il reçoit, voilà donc le fonctionnement, il reçoit le texte, il le découpe en unités traitables, ce qu'on appelle la tokenisation, ou bien des tokens, c'est-à-dire chaque mot est découpé en morceaux. Et par la suite, on essaye justement d'affecter ces morceaux à des vecteurs, à des champs qu'on a déjà intégrés dans le système d'intelligence artificielle lors du pré-entraînement. Donc, ces tokens sont transformés en unité, en représentation mathématique, puis le calcul à chaque étape, quel token a la probabilité la plus élevée d'apparaître ensuite. Donc, il s'agit d'un calcul du mathématique et des vecteurs sélectionnés en fonction du pré-entraînement et donc d'une probabilité. Et c'est donc la probabilité est le cœur du système et non pas le raisonnement semblable au raisonnement humain. Et donc ici, c'est un point décisif parce que la fluidité du texte produit repose sur la probabilité et non sur la vérification. Et ça explique d'ailleurs pourquoi des fois on a un texte peut-être très bien écrit tout en étant faux. Donc le texte il est bien écrit, il est bien rédigé, mais lorsqu'on le lit, on trouve qu'il s'agit d'un texte biaisé qui n'a pas de raisonnement logique parfois. Et donc, voilà, ces fonctionnements, justement, permet, ou bien cette logique probabiliste permet de déduire certains, ou bien d'identifier certains risques structurels qu'on va voir dans le diapo suivant, s'il vous plaît. Donc voilà, c'est une architecture causale, technique, qui induit ou bien qui engendre des risques justement informationnels. Donc voilà, les risques deviennent beaucoup plus lisibles parce que la prédiction probabiliste explique en quelque sorte des phénomènes comme l'hallucination, l'apprentissage sur des corpus situés, explique aussi des biais linguistiques et culturels et la complexité du système de ces versions, de ces prompts et de ces intégrations explique l'opacité probatoire. Donc, le risque n'est donc pas extérieur à l'outil, mais résulte même de son fonctionnement. Et donc, le danger majeur n'est pas seulement l'erreur, c'est l'erreur rendue persuasive par la qualité du langage. Donc, la logique probabiliste, comme on a dit, il peut engendrer un texte qui est bien organisé, mais qui est vide de sens. Et donc, c'est là le risque le plus majeur. Alors, parmi les risques identifiés, il y a la soulignation. Est-ce que vous pouvez passer au diapo suivant, s'il vous plaît? Le diapo suivant. Donc, voilà, c'est le premier risque identifié, c'est l'hallucination, pardon. Donc, nous avons cette fameuse histoire de Orve Holman, le citoyen norvégien qui a intenté une action à travers l'association Neub en Autriche, justement justement recevoir une indemnité à l'encontre de ChatGPT qui a inventé une histoire à son encontre. à travers de laquelle il l'accuse d'avoir tué bien deux de ses enfants et d'envoyer le troisième en urgence. Donc, c'est un exemple flagrant de l'hallucination des systèmes d'intelligence artificielle. Donc, il ne s'agit pas ici d'une maladresse, mais le problème, c'est qu'il s'agit d'un faux crédible. Des fois, l'histoire, elle est bien formulée, le texte bien formulé, parfois même accompagné de références fabriquées. C'est ça le problème. On trouve des références, mais qui sont synthétiques, qui ne sont pas réelles. Et donc, les textes juridiques, lorsqu'on transpose ça dans le secteur, dans le registre juridique et académique, cela est particulièrement grave parce qu'une affirmation inventée, mais plausible, peut entrer dans un raisonnement, être reprise puis circuler comme un élément fiable. Et nous avons aussi l'affaire aux États-Unis de Mata contre Avianca, qui a montré de manière spectaculaire des écritures judiciaires ont été déposées avec de fausses décisions générées par l'intelligence artificielle et le tribunal a fini par sanctionner les avocats concernés. Il y a aussi le problème identifié. Le deuxième, c'est que le texte généré devient un facteur ou bien un élément d'influence décisionnelle, ce qu'on voit dans le diapo suivant. Donc voilà. Donc il s'agit d'un point plus subtil, mais plus profond, pardon. Parce que le texte généré n'est plus un simple brouillon, mais il reformule une note, il prépare une synthèse, il résume un dossier ou structure, un argumentaire, il entre dans la chaîne de décision. Donc, le texte, souvent, lorsqu'on parle à l'échelle de l'administration ou à l'échelle de l'université, le texte n'est plus un brouillon, mais il est utilisé comme il est généré, comme une version finale. Donc, il peut déplacer le sens, hiérarchiser autrement les arguments, omettre une réserve, stabiliser une interprétation fausse. Donc, ici, nous avons plusieurs exemples pour aller plus rapidement. Donc, je vais me contenter à citer l'exemple de West Midland Police, où des informations erronées ont été générées avec copilote et ont été mobilisées dans un contexte institutionnel. Donc, ce qui montre que le texte généré devient parfois un facteur d'influence décisionnelle et peut produire des effets juridiques néfastes sur les individus. Il y a le troisième risque identifié, qu'on voit dans le slide suivant, qui est bien celui de la fabrication des références. Le slide suivant, s'il vous plaît. Donc voilà, il s'agit ici d'un phénomène qui me rappelle entre autres, et je vais ouvrir ici les guillemets pour citer notre professeur Abdallah Al-Aroui, qui parlait dans son ouvrage Mujmal Tarikh al-Maghrib d'une technique de fabrication de références utilisée par les historiens français qui se référaient l'un à l'autre pour créer des vérités qui n'existent pas. Notre professeur a parlé de ça justement pour dévoiler la tentative de ces historiens d'affirmer que le Maroc n'est pas passé ou bien n'a pas connu ce qu'on appelle la révolution néolithique. Donc, il s'agit ici d'une technique, malheureusement, qui est reprise par l'intelligence artificielle. Certes, pas de mauvaise foi, mais on voit que l'intelligence artificielle, surtout les modèles de langage, n'hésite pas à créer des références inexistantes. Donc, c'est précisément pour cela que le Comité international de la Croix-Rouge a publié un avertissement en indiquant que ces outils ne recherchent pas les sources comme un chercheur, ils génèrent du contenu à partir de motifs statistiques. Donc, la distinction est fondamentale à ce niveau parce qu'un chercheur, lorsqu'il cherche une référence, bien sûr, il y a la version humaine, la version classique. On part dans les bibliothèques, on cherche les ouvrages qui sont en relation avec le domaine de recherche. Et bien sûr, on a l'ouvrage entre les mains, on le lit et puis on cite les passages qui nous semblent intéressants pour notre recherche. Alors, pour l'intelligence artificielle, j'ai expérimenté ça personnellement. En tant que juriste, j'ai demandé quelques jurisprudences. Je suis resté bouche bée devant les résultats bien produits parce que j'avais un bon nombre de jurisprudences bien formulées, mais en réalité, ils n'existent pas. Donc, ici, c'est un problème très grave auquel il faut faire attention. Donc, il y a aussi les biais linguistiques et culturels. dans le diapo suivant, s'il vous plaît. Donc voilà, les biais, justement, ça résulte brièvement d'une inégalité dans le langage de pré-entraînement. Les langages d'intelligence artificielle aujourd'hui sont pré-entraînés essentiellement dans les pays anglo-saxons, aux États-Unis pour être plus précis, peut-être un peu en Europe. Donc, ce qui favorise certaines langues par rapport aux autres. Donc, le risque n'est plus seulement celui du faux, mais à ce niveau, il est celui de l'inégalité parce que les modèles apprennent sur du corpus déséquilibré où certaines langues, certains registres et certaines sont aux dépens des autres. Donc, ce qui justifie en quelque sorte que quelques représentations sociales sont beaucoup plus présentes que d'autres. Donc, cela signifie que toutes les langues ne bénéficient pas de la même qualité de traitement. Plusieurs travaux ont d'ailleurs montré la reproduction de stéréotypes de genre et de performances inégales selon la langue ou les groupes. Et donc, voilà, donc, pour un colloque sur l'IA, les langues et l'avenir de la connaissance, le point décisif est donc celui-ci. Quand la qualité du système varie selon la langue, la connaissance devient elle-même inégalement distribuée. Donc, c'est une question à discuter. Et bien sûr, tout ce risque informationnel va se transformer en un risque juridique parce qu'il produit justement des effets à ne pas négliger. Donc, on passe au diapo suivant, justement pour parler de ce passage. Donc, ces risques deviennent pleinement juridiques lorsqu'il entre dans un écrit à effet. Donc, l'utilisation, peut-être même dans l'université, pour un chercheur, c'est vrai, c'est grave, mais c'est encore plus grave lorsqu'il est utilisé par un juriste, surtout lorsqu'il rédige un contrat, lorsqu'il répond à une consultation, lorsqu'il rédige une note administrative, un document contentieux, une traduction juridique ou un support de décision. Donc, à ce moment-là, il ne s'agit plus seulement d'un texte bien ou mal écrit, mais d'un contenu susceptible de modifier une qualification ou d'affaiblir une preuve, d'omettre une réserve ou brouiller l'imputation de responsabilité. Donc, c'est pourquoi le contenu généré doit être compris comme un élément de la chaîne de production de l'écrit et non comme une simple aide réparatoire extérieure à l'acte. Donc voilà, devant ces problèmes, il reste de vérifier les solutions présentes avant justement de présenter certaines recommandations. Alors, il y a la solution d'une correction ex post. S'il vous plaît, on passe au diapo suivant. Donc voilà, mais qui demeure insuffisante. Pourquoi? Parce que si le risque entre si aussitôt dans la chaîne, la correction a posteriori ne suffit pas. Parce qu'une fois l'erreur a circulé, on ne peut pas intervenir ex post et espérer corriger quelque chose qui a été déjà diffusé, quelque chose qui a été peut-être une information qui a été déjà appropriée, voire enseignée. Donc, on ne peut pas adopter une telle méthode, surtout justement suivant une logique, comme j'ai dit, purement ex post, celle de la correction du contentieux. Et donc, la confiance, lorsqu'on parle de ça, on parle aussi de la confiance. La confiance doit être construite en amont et non pas en aval. Donc, il faut penser justement à contrôler l'IA générative avant la production, la validation du texte généré. Donc, pour justement répondre à cette problématique et faire face à l'insuffisance du contrôle ex post. Donc, j'ai proposé une architecture, ce que j'appelle une architecture de la confiance, qu'on voit dans le diapo suivant. Voilà, donc ici, c'est une gouvernance ou bien c'est une architecture de confiance. On voit bien, donc, à mon sens, il s'agit d'une structure qui repose d'abord sur une transparence utile, c'est-à-dire savoir s'il y a été utilisé. Il faut imposer, entre autres, aux gens qui utilisent, aux étudiants, aux chercheurs, etc., qui utilisent l'intelligence artificielle, de faire la mention d'utilisation de l'IA et ici, en tant que chercheur universitaire aussi marocain, donc j'adresse aux professeurs pour ne pas interdire l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle, mais à encourager les étudiants à les citer comme co-rédacteurs, par exemple, ou co-chercheurs. L'essentiel, c'est de dire que j'ai utilisé l'IA et voilà en quoi je l'ai utilisé. Donc, savoir si l'IA a été utilisée, dans quelle mesure et sous quel contrôle humain, donc comment elle a été contrôlée. Et cette architecture repose ensuite sur une traçabilité effective, c'est-à-dire la possibilité de retracer les questions ou bien les opérations significatives, surtout lorsqu'on parle d'un écrit qui a des effets juridiques. Il suppose aussi une validation humaine proportionnelle à l'impact du document, donc en fonction. C'est une approche par risque, donc en fonction justement du risque que l'écrit peut engendrer, il faut justement exiger une validation humaine. Donc, s'il s'agit d'un simple texte qui ne va pas impacter l'environnement réel ou virtuel, donc voilà, on peut accepter une validation humaine pour justement pas aussi sévère que lorsqu'il s'agit d'un texte ou bien d'une décision, par exemple, judiciaire. Dans cette architecture, on voit aussi la comptabilité ou bien la responsabilisation. Donc, il s'agit d'une répartition cohérente des devoirs entre le fournisseur, l'organisation, l'utilisateur, le bénéficiaire, c'est-à-dire toute la chaîne impliquée dans l'utilisation de l'IA doit être ou bien doit répondre à ce principe d'accountabilité, c'est-à-dire doit être en mesure de prouver la conformité justement aux règles juridiques, aux règles éthiques en matière d'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle. Et finalement, donc, il exige une éthique opérationnelle, non comme discours abstrait, mais comme une prudence, une loyauté informationnelle, une responsabilité surtout anticipative. Donc, de là, on a dégagé, ou bien j'ai dégagé certaines règles, surtout en ce qui concerne les écrits sensibles. Donc, ce qu'on peut voir dans le diapo suivant. Voilà. Donc, ici, donc, cela signifiait qu'il ne faut jamais reprendre aveuglément un texte généré, c'est la première règle. Ensuite, les références doivent être systématiquement vérifiées dans les contextes sensibles. Il ne faut pas se contenter à faire le copier-coller des références générées. Les documents à effet doivent faire l'objet d'une rélecture humaine explicite. Et ensuite, les interactions significatives doivent laisser des traces lorsqu'elles influencent réellement un écrit. Donc, surtout ça, lorsque une interaction avec l'intelligence artificielle est de nature à générer des effets juridiques qui influencent, comme j'ai dit, l'environnement physique ou virtuel ou bien les individus, il faut garder les traces des discussions menées, des prompts utilisés, etc. Et les usages impliquant des données ou des documents sensibles doivent être strictement encadrés. Et si c'est la question de la confidentialité, de l'utilisation des données à caractère personnel, etc., donc il faut encadrer cet usage. Et dans certains cas, justement, le recours à l'IA doit être signalé lorsqu'un silence créerait une asymétrie informationnelle. Donc, comme j'ai dit, le point n'est pas d'interdire l'outil, au contraire, il faut encourager l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle, mais une utilisation bien rationnelle. Donc, en guise de conclusion, mon propos, le diapo suivant, s'il vous plaît, pour la conclusion, justement. Donc, mon propos n'est pas donc de rejeter l'IA générative, c'est parce que ces outils offrent des capacités réelles d'assistance, de structuration et d'accélération, mais précisément parce qu'ils écrivent bien, ils déplacent la confiance et c'est là le danger. Et c'est pourquoi le droit, la technique et la réflexion sur le langage doivent désormais être pensés ensemble. Le problème n'est pas que l'IA écrive, le problème est qu'elle écrive assez bien pour susciter l'adhésion sans fournir par elle-même les garanties de vérité, de traçabilité, de responsabilité que la production de connaissances exige. Et je vous remercie de votre attention et je m'excuse encore une autre fois pour le retard dû à des problèmes techniques. Donc voilà, je vous remercie et je vous rends la parole, monsieur le modérateur.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Soufiane, for this insightful topic, because It explores how generative language models are transforming the production of knowledge and raising new challenges for digital trust. So because of time constraints, we will move directly to Dr. Abdullahi Suleiman. His presentation is about transforming public health education with generative AI, opportunities, risks, and governance. The floor is yours, Dr. Suleiman.
Thank you very much, sir. Good day all. Can I share the screen? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Can you see the screen? Hello?
Yeah, it's loading.
Can you see the screen?
It's loading.
Yes.
Yeah, we can see it now.
So, good day, everyone. My name is Abdullahi Umar Suleiman from the Department of Applied Science, Shehu Idris College of Health Sciences and Technology, Magarfi, Kaduna State of Nigeria. I am here to present my paper titled Transforming Public Health Education with Generative AI, Opportunities, Risk, and Governance. It is a turning point for public health education because large language models like Gemini, Copilot, Claudia, and ChatGPT are transforming learning, not just digitizing the existing content. There is also a workforce shortages in public health because public health faces persistent shortfall in expertise across epidemiology, biostatistics, environmental health, health policy, and social determinants. There is also a complex interdisciplinary demands. Future practitioners must navigate health risks of growing complexity. This requires adaptation to AI literate skill sets. The challenge is not whether to adopt generative AI, but how to do so without compromising equity, rigor, or human judgment. The opportunities associated to generative AI in public health education include personalized learning at scale, simulation-based training, and global accessibility to public health education. And personalized learning, AI tutors can adapt content difficulty and pacing to individual learners' needs. This can enable differentiated instruction that was previously unscalable in large public health programs. On the simulation-based training, dynamic outbreak scenarios generation like epidemic simulations, case-based reasoning can give students realistic, immersive practice without real-world risk. On the global accessibility to public health education, practitioners in resource-constrained setting can have access to high-quality continuing education and real-time case study generation that were previously unavailable to them. On the workforce development and pedagogical innovation, generative AI can provide some opportunities that include real-time case studies generation, interdisciplinary skill bridging, and continued professional development. On the real-time case study generation, instructors can rapidly produce context-specific case studies. This includes disease outbreaks, policy scenarios that can be aligned to local health system conditions. This can keep curricula current and relevant. On the interdisciplinary skill bridging, AI-facilitated modules can integrate epidemiology, health policy, and social determinants content dynamically. This can support competency development across disciplines. On the continued professional development, practitioners in field setting can access AI-guided CPD modules that can be adapted to their role. This can eliminate the barrier of residential training requirements. So the risk that are associated to generative AI in public health education include critical thinking erosion, bias and epistemic risk, equity and digital divides, and also academic integrity threats. On the critical thinking erosions, over-reliance on AI-generated answers may atrophy learners' capacity for independent reasoning and problem formulation. This is a core public health competency. On bias and epistemic risk, large language models that were trained on non-representative data may perpetuate existing bias in health knowledge. This can reinforce inequitable assumptions about populations and disease burden. On the equity and digital divide, unequal access to AI tools can risk widening existing disparities. Those in low resource setting may be further left behind if governance does not mandate equitable access. On the academic integrity threats, AI-generated assessment can undermine authentic skill verification, and without institutional policy frameworks, the validity of public health qualifications can be compromised. There is also deeper ethical and professional risks that are associated to generative AI when applied to public health education. This includes professional competency erosions, epistemic dependency, AI hallucination in health context, and surveillance and privacy. On the professional competency erosion, AI-generated outputs may substitute for rather than scaffold skill development. This can produce graduates who lack foundational public health judgment. On the epistemic dependency, learners may develop uncritical trust in AI outputs, failing to interrogate assumptions or evaluate the provenance of health data and evidence. On the AI hallucination in health context, large language models can generate plausible sounding, but they are factually incorrect health information. This can pose direct risk if used uncritically in clinical or policy settings. On the surveillance and privacy, AI educational platforms that can collect some data from learners can raise concerns about informed consent, data sovereignty, and surveillance in academic environment. The governance framework for responsible AI integrations in public health education includes institutional policies, faculty development, student digital literacy, and continuous evaluation and adaptation. On the institutional policies, AI can use, or AI use guidelines need to be implemented. Also, academic integrity policies, ethical use frameworks, and regular policy reviews that were aligned to regulatory updates. On the faculty development, there is need to train educators to integrate AI pedagogically. This can lead to prompt design, critical AI evaluation, curriculum redesign, and ethical facilitation. On the student digital literacy, there is need to embed AI literacy into curricula. This can lead to critical evaluation of AI outputs, epistemic awareness, responsible use, and total fluency. On the continuous evaluation and adaptation, there is need to continuously monitor learning outcomes, equity indicators, competency attainment, and AI governance effectiveness. Evidence tells us that there is democratization versus disparity issue, there is innovation versus rigor issue, and there is also human judgment. On democratization versus disparity issue, whether generative AI democratizes public health education or deepens existing disparities depends more on proactive governance than on reactive regulations. On the innovation versus rigor, AI adoption in curricula must balance technological novelty with pedagogical evidence. Innovation and rigor are not opposites. Governance needs to ensure both coexist. On the human judgment, generative AI must augment, not replace human judgment in population health context. Graduates must be AI literate, not AI-dependent professionals. To prepare public health professionals for an AI-augmented future, there is need to enact proactive, equity-centered institutional AI policies. There is need to invest in faculty development for AI-augmented pedagogy. There is also need to embed AI digital literacy as a core public health competency. Finally, there is need to implement ongoing monitoring and adaptive governance cycles. In the conclusions, the gap between what traditional education delivers and what the 21st century public health workforce demands can be bridged by generative AI. Thank you. This is the end of my presentation.
Well, thank you very much for this interesting presentation. I think we are going to have another presenter. Mr. Gumidi, are you online? Mr. Gumidi, can you hear us? Mr. Gumidi, are you online?
Let's just continue. I think Mr. Lugmidi is presenting in the next session.
Because I received a message saying that he's going to present this session. That's why I'm calling. Mr. Gumidi, are you online?
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So you are the last one.
Yes, thank you. I would like to seize the opportunity to thank you, to thank Mr. Ahmed Ben Isa, and also the organizers. I'd like to extend my thanks to you, Mr. Moderator, Dr. Islam. Let me share my screen. I'm not sure.
So your topic is about perceptions of Moroccan in service teachers regarding the role of artificial intelligence in enriching differentiated instruction.
Yes, thank you. This is my topic, as you have mentioned. The first thing I want to start with is the research questions. So this study investigates the perceptions of Moroccan in-service teachers regarding the use of AI in enhancing differentiated instruction. The first question is, what are the perceptions of Moroccan in-service teachers about the role of AI tools in supporting differentiated instruction? Number two, to what extent do Moroccan in-service teachers integrate AI tools into their practices? And the last question is, what are the main challenges that teachers, Moroccan service teachers, of course, face when using AI tools to implement differentiated instruction? So concerning the methodology, my research participants consisted of 213 in-service teachers in Morocco. Concerning the research instruments, I have utilized an adapted questionnaire from our previous study, and it was distributed online. Concerning the procedure, there was a virtual distribution, as I told you. It's online on teachers' groups, either Facebook groups and WhatsApp groups of the questionnaire. The information and agreements to participate were used voluntarily and also anonymously. So anonymity and confidentiality were ensured. Also, I have utilized Excel to organize data and databases to analyze the data. I have utilized descriptive statistics, mainly frequencies, mean, median, and descendant variation. Concerning the interpretation of the 5-point Likert scale values, so this is how it went. So for the scale value number 1, it's strongly agree, it's between 1 and 1.80. Also for the agree, it's 1.81 to 2.60. For neutral, it's 2.61 to 3.40. And for the disagree, it's 3.41 to 4.20. Concerning the last one, strongly disagree, it's 4.21 to 5. Concerning the reliability, so to ensure the reliability of the questionnaire items, I have used Cronbach's alpha to count the coefficients. And as you can see here, it's high and it's positive and acceptable in all of the 3 parts of the questionnaire. Concerning the validity, I have used the Kaiser and Meyer, which is the chemo Kaiser and Meyer measures of sample adequacy, and as you can see here, it's high. It's 0.82, which is acceptable. Concerning the Bertle's test of sphericity, it's really good, as you can see here, and the significance is lower than or inferior than 0.05, which is 0.000. Concerning the results, so this study is under publication, so it's not published yet, and it's being finalized. And so I'm going to share with you just some insights. So these are the questions that I have shared in the questionnaire for my participants. So here I believe that using diverse strategies makes the content more engaging for learners. Differentiated pedagogy helps improve understanding by considering individual differences. I do not notice a significant difference in student engagements when using differentiated method. And also, I do not see the necessity of varying activities within a single session to meet different learners' needs. So here, our participants have shown that they have a really positive attitudes concerning the use of AI in fostering differentiated instruction. Concerning the second part, which is related to practices, so these are the items. I've got 5 items here. I use a variety of educational resources suited to differentiate different learning styles. I allow students to choose topics or tasks based on their interests. I organize students into groups based on their needs or levels. I use varied methods to explain concepts, and I do not adapt AI tools to match learners' abilities. So this is the negative item. It was reverse coded later on in the statistics to maintain the unidirectional stance of the data and not to confuse readers for the paper later on. So generally, concerning the practices, Moroccan EFL teachers, in-service EFL teachers, of course, have demonstrated a positive stance towards the practices of differentiated instruction within the EFL context, and they have stated that AI tools have been of great assets to their practices. Concerning the last part, which is related to the challenges, here we have I face difficulty integrating AI tools in teaching. I need more training considering AI education. In education, I lack sufficient technical resources. Using AI requires a lot of time and effort. Some AI tools do not consider individual learner differences. So these are some of the challenges that Moroccan EFL teachers have demonstrated. And also they have mentioned that some of the tools so did not consider individual learning differences, which is the negative item here. That was again reverse coded to maintain a unidirectional stance. Concerning the discussion, the main findings. Despite the number of limitations, AI has proven to be of great assets or of great importance when it comes to fostering differentiated instruction so as to maximize learning inside the classroom. The interpretation, findings support existing literature related to the topic, of course, and there is a high level of teachers' enthusiasm concerning the implementation of AI in education in spite of the limited resources and lack of training. So this is traced back again to Fakhar et al. 2024. Handling the unbalanced digital infrastructure and the absence of AI in teacher training should be a priority. This is by Fakhar et al. And Fairheit Foundation 2025. Concerning the limitations and future research, the limitations are as follows. I have utilized only a self-reported questionnaire, and also the sample size is not enough, and it's not serving the generalizability of my paper, of my study. So only 213 teachers, and I have used only a quantitative design. So for future research, there is a suggestion. I would like to invite our fellow researchers to address the same topic or similar topics using the qualitative design, and why not the triangulation or the mixed methods research. And these are some of the references I used in my study. And thank you for your and collaboration.
Well, thank you for this insightful and engaging topic or presentation. And since this session took a lot of time, we will move directly to questions and interactions. So, Mr. the reporter, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. So this session was really fruitful, and it has included a versatile and an amalgam of topics related to AI. So we have started with doctors Morabit and Mohsin. They have talked about the linguistic diversity in writing, in students' writing, while using AI. Also, Mr. Al-Houari talked about the performativity and the aesthetical and pedagogical approach. Okay. Concerning Mr. Sufyan, he encountered some technical problems, but he has talked about l'IA générative langagée, confiance numérique, in which he has elaborated a lot on the AI, generative AI, and its helpfulness and also challenges related to numerical confidence. Also, Mr. Abdullah Suleiman has talked about health education and AI, in which he has focused on mainly on health education. And lastly, Mr. Abdul Munaim talked about differentiating instruction and how AI has helped in doing that from the perspectives of Moroccan in-service teachers. So I'd like to address some of the questions that I have here in the chat. I have some questions here. So the first question that I've got here from the chat, it's by, I guess, Zainab. Yes, yes, Zainab Saad. Zainab Saad asked a question to Dr. Morabit and Dr. Mohsin. She says, congratulations for the presentation, for the quality of this work, and thank you for sharing your research with us on such an interesting and timely topic.
Hello?
So the question is, yes, hello?
Please, can I, okay, after you finish, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Okay, I haven't yet presented my presentation. Do we still have time to do that, if you don't mind? My name is Said Zubair.
Said, which session?
Said. I think in this session we have called him many times.
I'm sorry, I had some technical issues. I'm sorry with the internet.
Please, if I might please interfere, can I answer the questions that I have on the chat, and then we can continue with Said's presentation because of sorry, I have some other commitments. Thank you so much.
Sorry, Mr. Said. We are, really sorry. I think you have to wait till the next session.
It's okay, no problem. It's okay. I can wait.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but Mr. Said is in session 5.
Okay.
Yes, but which okay. So we still have other sessions, or this is the last one?
No, we still have other sessions, Mr. Said.
All right.
We still have other sessions.
So sorry for the inconvenience. I'm sorry.
Yes. So the question for you is, how can you be certain that differences you observed are due to the use of AI, or due to the AI use, rather than simply differences in the students' writing abilities? Okay, this is for you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. This is a very important question. How can we make sure that there are no other intervening variables? Well, in order to address this concern, the study used a controlled experiment design. So all participants were from the same academic level, as I have mentioned earlier, semester 4, and also they were from excellence program, which actually ensured relatively similar level of writing proficiency. In addition to that, all students completed the same writing task under controlled conditions. So I can conclude that the only variable that differ between these three groups, it's the AI-assisted group, search-assisted, and unaided group. I hope this answers the first question.
Yes.
And I just there is, of course, to every research there is limitations, and this can be considered one of the limitations. But the researchers, me and my colleague, we try to make sure that we provided the conditions for the experiment to be controlled, and for no other variables to interfere in the results. Thank you.
Okay, so you have another question, Dr. Munia and Dr. Fatim Zahra. So the question is by Karima Azizi. She says, could you provide more details on how participants engaged with AI-assisted writing? Specifically, did they use AI tools during classroom sessions or primarily outside of the class? Also, did you encounter any challenges while implementing the AI-assisted writing treatments for this group?
Okay, for the first part concerning the use of AI, in the AI-assisted condition, participants were allowed to use a generative AI tool as a support resource. So it's only used to help. This includes using it for idea generation, language suggestions, and refining parts of the text. And students were required to remain actively engaged in the writing process and to produce their own final version. So not to ask, for example, the AI to produce the whole text, in order to make sure that this is not an AI-generated writing, but an AI or an AI-assisted writing. Concerning the second part, for the challenges, one of the main difficulties was actually controlling the degree of AI use. Students interacted with the tool in different ways. Some using it for ideas generations, others for language supports. Despite the suggestions or the rules that we have provided at the beginning. However, for us, rather than treating this as a limitation, it's actually reflects the real writing practices, where AI use is not really varies across individuals. So each individual will use it differently. So for us, it was hard to make the students, abide by the rules, not to just ask the AI tool to write the whole essay, but we try to maintain, to control and observe how they use the tool in order not to in order to have credible results. Is there any other questions for us?
Let me check in the live. No, there is no other question.
Thank you so
for
much.
you.
Okay.
Yes. Does anybody have any question for the presenters of this session?
Well, I have one question for doctors Fatima Zahra and Munia. Actually, I have two questions. One for them and one for Mr. or Dr. Soufiane. How does the use of artificial intelligence tools affect students' ability to develop a personal academic voice? This question is for Doctors Fatima Zahra and Munia. And the second question is for Mr. or Dr. Soufiane. Quelles compétences les étudiants doivent-ils développer pour utiliser l'artificielle intelligence de manière éthique et critique?
Please, would you repeat the first question? How does
the use of artificial intelligence tools affect students' ability to develop a personal academic voice?
Yeah. So this is basically the main purpose behind this study, because when you use AI to generate ideas, it's not the author's idea, or they do not reflect. It does not reflect their identity in their writing. Rather, it becomes it's the tool's ideas, and the problem is that most of these ideas are repetitive. So that's what make the whole. And it's actually one of the triggers of this study. It's most of students' writing becomes uniformed, and it becomes like, one person wrote every single piece of writing. So the AI, like when we talk about the voice, it's that when you're writing your own piece, we can see your personality within it. But when it is generated by AI, it's just it becomes stagnant and robotic in a sense. I hope this answers your question.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Oui, alors j'interviens pour la deuxième question. Donc, en ce qui concerne les compétences que doivent, ou bien que les étudiants doivent justement acquérir afin d'utiliser à bon escient l'intelligence artificielle dans leurs travaux de recherche, la première compétence d'abord, c'est de comprendre le fonctionnement de l'intelligence artificielle. C'est important. Pourquoi? Parce que aujourd'hui, les étudiants ne comprennent pas comment ça fonctionne et ils ont l'impression d'être devant une sorcellerie dans l'intelligence artificielle qui est bien gérée, bien organisée. Par conséquent, on ne prend même pas avant au professeur pour correction, pour évaluation. La compréhension du fonctionnement de l'intelligence artificielle. Du moment qu'on comprend qu'il ne s'agit pas d'un expert en une matière, qu'il ne s'agit pas de l'être humain à 100%, donc on comprend déjà qu'il y a des risques à prendre en compte justement avant de rendre le résultat à l'évaluation. La deuxième chose, justement, c'est de connaître, justement, et ça résulte aussi de la compréhension du fonctionnement, c'est de savoir faire l'art ou l'ingénierie de ce qu'on appelle du prompt, parce que ça aide dans la recherche. Donc, faire un bon prompt, déjà, ça permet d'obtenir des résultats plus fiables. Et troisièmement, c'est d'acquérir justement, je dirais, une sorte de responsabilité en lisant le texte, en vérifiant les références. Et bien sûr, on ne se contente pas du copier-coller, comme j'ai expliqué lors de la présentation. Alors, la quatrième, d'avouer ou bien de le dire. Mais ça reste aussi une question à traiter avec les professeurs qui n'acceptent pas toujours l'utilisation de l'IA. Et personnellement, j'ai été confronté à cette question lors d'un colloque international où j'ai dû utiliser l'intelligence artificielle pour traduire le texte du français à l'anglais. Alors, à ce moment, on m'a dit que le texte a été, ou bien n'a pas réussi à dépasser ou bien à passer le test du plagiat et qu'il s'agit d'un plagiat en utilisant l'IA. Alors, j'ai dû expliquer aux organisateurs, heureusement, ils ont compris à la fin que l'utilisation de l'intelligence, un texte qui est déjà publié, qui appartient déjà à un auteur, alors que l'intelligence artificielle, il s'agit juste, le texte n'est pas grave, mais l'essentiel, c'est justement de contrôler le contenu. Alors, le recours à l'intelligence artificielle pour un étudiant, justement, pour traduire, pour l'aider à trouver des champs de recherche, pour aussi dépasser le syndrome de la blanche noire. Il s'agit d'un problème que nous avons tous rencontré lorsqu'on était étudiant et qu'on relance, ne sait pas par où commencer. Alors ici, l'intelligence artificielle peut intervenir, donner cette déclic, cette problématique, ce fil conducteur. Voilà, ce sont. Mais à la fin, il faut aussi mentionner que l'intelligence artificielle co-chercheur, mais aussi que lorsque justement l'étudiant va avouer qu'il a utilisé l'intelligence artificielle, il engage sa responsabilité en quoi il a relu le travail, il a vérifié les références, le résultat avant de le soumettre sur ses propositions que une utilisation rationnelle de l'intelligence artificielle et étudiant, et c'est notre rôle justement de sensibiliser les étudiants sur, comme j'ai dit, le fonctionnement et sur les biais et les risques que peut engendrer une utilisation non responsable de l'intelligence artificielle. J'espère avoir répondu à votre question.
Oui, merci.
Oui, merci, Monsieur Soufiane, pour cette intervention. Et aussi, I don't know what I'm speaking French. Thank you also for Dr. Wassim and Dr. Munia for your intervention again. And I would like to give the floor to the other moderator for the upcoming session, Mr. Otalib, I guess. Yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abdelmouniem. Hello, everyone. Greetings. My name is Abdeslam Otalb, and I will be moderating the third session of this conference under the title AI Language and the Future of Global Knowledge. The first presenter is Dr. Yasmin Shara. She is a PhD student at Abdelmalik Saadi University, and she is going to talk to us about post-colonialism and its global impact, culture, identity, and migration. The floor is yours, Dr. Shara.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdeslam. So let me share my screen with you. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So good evening, everyone. I hope my presentation finds you in good spirits. First of all, I'm very happy to be here, and I would love to thank Professor Ahmed bin Aysal for being supportive and collaborative. I also thank Lisaniat, precisely Dr. Marwan, for initiating such an online space where connection could be made, knowledge could be shared, and ideas could be tackled and discussed academically. So in this presentation, I'll be talking about three important ideas. First, I'll be talking about post-colonialism. Then I'll be talking about the pillars of post-colonialism. And by pillars, I'll be referring to certain figures and their essential works that have led to the expansion of post-colonialism. And then I'll be talking about the global impact of the latter. And lastly, I'll be ending with a very brief conclusion. So first of all, before providing any definition for post-colonialism does not stick to one particular definition. Instead, it differs from one scholar to another depending on their attitude, approach, and context. So in this presentation, post-colonialism will be addressed in relationship to contemporary transformations that the latter has on culture, identity, and migration, and also its relationship with artificial intelligence. So in this, emerging mainly in the mid to late 20th century, as an academic movement, post-colonialism is a literary theory that scrutinizes the cultural, historical, social, and political ramifications of colonialism and imperialism on the colonized people. Post-colonialism studies the ongoing and lasting effects of colonialism and imperialism in the modern world. Even after decolonization, post-colonialism argues that the colonial power continues strongly yet differently to form the colonized societies through art, media, and some educational systems. It is believed that from the 15th to 19th century, European colonialism dominated non-European people and their land using heartbreaking mechanisms such as the penetration of their land, occupation, conquest, and economic exploitation. However, along with these issues, we have the ending of World War II and the independence of some African regions. These issues lead to the rise of the post-colonial thought and pushed the third world writers to defy the Eurocentric histories and cultural assumptions. Therefore, post-colonialism is a field that examines the cultural legacies of colonialism and imperialism by reflecting upon the experiences of the colonized people and how the latter resist against the colonial and imperial power dynamics. So the question here, or what is at stake here, is the way the colonized people resist. So they use different kind of resistance. The first type of resistance is political resistance. So the colonized people here resist the colonial power through armed rebellions, revolt, political negotiation, and diplomacy to overthrow the colonial rule. The second type of resistance is intellectual resistance. So writers from the colonized nations use their pens as swords to recapture their history and identity and to challenge those persistent but deceptive narratives that shape the public perception. Here, writers from the colonized nations, as I said, decide to raise a voice and write back to Western narratives. And we have many powerful responses such as Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart, Frantz Fanon's The Richard of the Earth, and Tayyip Saleh's Season of Migration to the North. And lastly, we have linguistic resistance. So writers decided to write in native languages to reclaim their cultural voices and national pride. So post-colonialism, very simply, infuses the past with the present and the present with the future. Actually, we cannot talk about post-colonialism without talking about its pillars. The first pillar of post-colonialism is Edward Said. I think most of you are familiar with Edward Said. If not, then Edward Said was a founder of the academic field of post-colonial studies. He was a Palestinian-American professor of literature at Columbia University, a political activist, literary critic, and cultural theorist. Said has many significant and literary contributions, such as Out of Place in Memoir, The Word, The Text, and The Critique, Representations of the Intellectual, Culture, Imperialism, and Our Major Focus, Orientalism. So written in 1978, Orientalism questions those false and unrealistic portrayals and account of the East that forms the Western perceptions and has a lasting impact, influencing how the East is represented in literature, media, and politics even after the colonial era ended. Well, Said's Orientalism addresses many themes and issues, but I'm going to narrow my focus on three areas. First, through this book, Edward Said defines the Western representation of the East. He strongly believes that the West constructs misleading images of the Eastern people and their lands. Well, the Eastern people are represented as exotic, others, inferior, uncivilized, and servile, and their land is represented in feminine terms, and that is something very essential. Actually, their land is represented in sexual terms. It's represented as a female that need to be penetrated, reclaimed, and possessed. So, as Said put it, the Orient was a place where one could look for sexual experience unobtainable in Europe. The second idea that he talks about in this through his work is representation of the West. The representation of the West served par excellence the imperial interest. Knowledge about the Orient is not neutral but is tied to power, control, and empire. And the last idea is that the Oriental discourse is created to do what? To craft knowledge about the Orient. This discourse is not individual, but is constituted of a bunch of ideologies and ideas produced by scholars, writers, and artists to support the colonial conquest, turning it to a natural and necessary thing to be done to save the Eastern people. Therefore, and that is, of course, a Western saying, so the Orient is not a real entity, but a Western invention, a set of ideas and images invented by the West to define itself in opposition to the East. Said of culture, where he tackles the way culture, identity, and power are reconstructed in the post-colonial world. Bhabha argues that colonialism leads to the creation of hybrid identities, not purely colonizer or colonized, but something in between. And this in-betweenness will be explained in the second slide. So this in-betweenness paves the way for resistance, since the colonized subjects can mimic colonial culture, but also subvert it. So, in his work, the one that we mentioned, the location of culture, he talks about three important ideas. First, about hybridity, and actually he is famously known for the notion of hybridity and the third space. So this hybridity, he defines it as a conception that stresses the interdependence and mutual construction of the colonizer and the colonized. It is the interaction between the colonizer and the colonized that lead to the spreading of hybrid identities, cultures, and religions. The second term he talks about, mimicry and ambivalence. These two concepts go hand in hand, they go together. So mimicry is the act of imitating the colonizer's culture and language and other things. Ambivalence is the state of having dual attitude toward the colonizer. So while mimicry is a practice, ambivalence is the psychological state that results from it. So mimicry, which might look like a sign of submission to you, as it was to me in the beginning, is filled with ambivalent tension because it never fully removes the identity of the colonized person. So this almost the same but never quite effect of mimicry disrupts the colonizer's authority by revealing the constructed and fragile nature of their power and the inherent contradiction in their civilizing mission. The last concept he talks about is the third space. So this third space is a space of in-betweenness where new perspectives and identities can form outside of the rigid colonial binaries. It is a site of negotiation, resistance, and translation where cultures merge and result in an evolving cultural and transnational manifestations. Before moving to the last pillar, there is something that I have to share with you here concerning Bhabha's ideas. After a lot of reading, it seems that the way that Bhabha approaches the concept of the third space is a bit optimistic. Why? Because the integration that he's talking about is too theoretical, actually. Because even though we are living in a globalized, modern, and contemporary world, the third world people sometimes are still referred to as inferior, and they are unwelcomed in some places or in some states. So, for example, let's take the case of Muslim migrants and their experiences of political marginalization and social exclusion and isolation in the host countries. So Bhabha's idea of the third space is too theoretical and very hard to put into practice, yet his ideas of hybridity, mimicry, and even of the third space is very important and are solid resources when talking about diasporic studies, migration studies, and also post-colonial studies. So the last pillar of post-colonialism is Spivak. So Spivak, she is a university professor at Columbia University and a founding member of the Establishment Institute for Comparative Literature and Society. Influenced by theories of Marxism, deconstruction, and feminism, Spivak's theory of the subaltern focuses on the subaltern and their struggles to voice themselves. One of her works that made her quite famous is Can the Subaltern Speak? So through this work, she explores those marginalized and subaltern women who cannot speak because power structures silence, distort, and appropriate their voices. She challenges scholars to rethink representation and listen rather than speak for others. What she means here, she asserts that women, precisely excluded women and men, have to speak for themselves, have to narrate their stories and their ordeals, because sometimes we don't need others to represent us. And I want you to highlight the word of sometimes, because I know in hard times we need others to defend us and to voice us. For example, let's take the case of the Palestinian people. So they need our voice so that their stories of bloodshed will reach the world. However, and something very important here, even though that the Palestinian people are living, more than hard times, actually living in bad situations because of the war, but their voice and is strongly represented through the Palestinian media, journalists, and also press. So it is important, or it is valuable to voice the voiceless, but it remains of great significance to give them the stage, to give them the floor, because I believe originality imparts authenticity and depth both to the story and its narration. So another thing that Spivak talks about is that she believes sometimes it's not about speech, but also about representation and power. Sometimes, even though the subalterns speak, their voices are controlled by authorities, elite, and even Western academics. And she points to the practice of sati. That is a good wife, and it is what we call it, the historical Hindu custom of a widow burning herself on her husband's funeral pyre. I use this as a vital and vivid case study to divulge the silencing and the exclusion of the female voice. For example, and that is taken from her work, Can the Subaltern Speak? So here we must save brown women for man. So this is British colonizers saying. So that is colonial justification. And then we have the Indian nationalist nationalist said, this is our tradition, this is our national bride. So the ritual of the sati is represented as removing the widow's identity. She exists in relation to her deceased husband, who retains his power beyond the grave. A question must be posed here: where is the voice of the women or women here? So the voices are disappeared. Their voices disappeared between colonial narratives and patriarchal nationalist narratives, thanks to feminism and some feminist theories that paved the way for women to project out their voices and their stories. So before jumping to the last point, I'm sorry, you might say that the third pillars differentiate, in their terms and so on and so forth, but they connect in so many ways. They connect in giving rise to postcolonialism. They connect in giving voice to the voiceless, and also they connect in correcting certain stereotypes about the Eastern land, the Eastern people. So the last point to be tackled in this presentation is the global impact of postcolonialism. So the first transformation is epistemic decolonization. So it questions the Western epistemic dominance by challenging the Enlightenment-derived assumption that the West is a normative center of rationality and modernity. As a result, media, literature, and other platforms now recognize and include not only Western voices, but also African, Asian, and Middle Eastern voices. The second change is rewriting historiographies. So with this, we witness a balanced history that acknowledges oppression, resistance, exploitation, and the voices of the native people. And then we have another change is evident in identity and cultural revival. So we have here colonized people reclaim their languages, traditions, religion, and cultural pride. African cultural renaissance, native language revival in Latin America, and we have also Arab cultural reassertion. And then we have critique of global capitalism. And that is very important. Postcolonialism reveals how colonial economic logics persist under the term of globalization. In spite of being a phenomenon that promises prosperity, networks, and connectivity, globalization leads to liberal inequality, social marginalization, and cultural anxieties. Globalization, then, is seen as a continuity of imperial power, a shift from territorial domination to economic, technological, and discursive sovereignty. And the last change has to do with migration and diasporic politics. Postcolonialism gives new and critical definitions and explanations of migration as a historical and geopolitical consequence of empire. Writers like Salman Rushdie, Mohsin Hamid, Anwar Majid, Leila Abu Lila, and so other writers explore the themes of exile, belonging, nostalgia, xenophobia, Islamophobia within diaspora communities, not only as a global condition, but also as colonial after effect. So since this conference, So the last point to talk about, or to put it in a nutshell, is that the expansion of third-party writers has changed the images and perspectives that the center has persistently drawn about the periphery, rising opposition in the modern metropolis, an opposition that did not exist before. The other is no longer there or out, but is here and inside within the monopoly. And then we have here postcolonialism as a controversial movement has massively helped in the dismantling of the Eurocentric universals by criticizing neo-colonial capitalism and fostering the colonized modes of knowledge and identity, as young Robert cleverly put it in his book. So postcolonialism offers a political philosophy of activism that contests the current situation of global inequality, which in a new way continues the anti-colonial struggles of the past and enables us to decolonize our own lives in the present. Actually, some writers and some scholars, such as Anya Lombard, but in her work, Postcolonialism and Beyond questions what lies behind postcolonialism. This idea could be a great idea to be added in this presentation, but due to time limitation, maybe this could be put into another conjecture, but if the circumstances permit. So thank you very much for listening and for your time. And if there is any question, then the stage is yours.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Shara. It was a very interesting presentation.
Thank you very much.
Talking about post-colonial and its impact, its global impacts on culture, identity, and migration. And let's move on right now to the next speaker, Dr. Hami Nuhaila. She's an educational technology engineer with a specialized master's degree in educational technology and pedagogical innovation. She is going to talk to us about curriculum design and pedagogical innovation. The floor is yours, Dr. Hami.
D'accord, merci. Merci. Je vais partager mon écran.
Yes. It's good. You can start. We can see your presentation.
Ok, bonjour. J'espère que vous allez bien. Donc, bonjour à tous et à toutes. Avant d'entamer la présentation d'aujourd'hui, je tiens à passer mes remerciements à la comité d'organisation et à Monsieur Ahmed Ben Issa pour leur engagement d'organiser cette conférence sous l'intitulé AI Language and the Future of Global Knowledge. Je suis Amine Haïla, je suis doctorante chercheuse à l'Université Sultan Slimane et ma présentation va se porter sur le sujet suivant, le design de curriculum, intelligence artificielle et pédagogie innovante. Notre présentation va suivre le plan suivant. On va débuter par une définition du curriculum design. C'est quoi le curriculum design? On va entamer par la suite la conception du curriculum design en utilisant le modèle ADI. Troisièmement, les différentes phases du modèle ADI, l'analyse et le design, le développement, l'implémentation et l'évaluation. Quatrièmement, les différentes pédagogies innovantes, parmi ces pédagogies, l'approche active. Et dernièrement, les différents types de technologies éducatives. Premièrement, le curriculum. C'est quoi un curriculum? Dans le contexte de la formation et du design du programme de formation, d'études où le plan structuré qui définit, c'est un normalement plan structuré qui définit les objectifs, les contenus, les méthodes pédagogiques et les modalités d'évaluation d'un parcours éducatif. Il s'agit d'un cadre organisé qui précise les compétences, les connaissances et les savoir-faire que les apprenants doivent acquérir, ainsi que les matières, les modules ou les activités pratiques à aborder. Le curriculum, il inclut également les méthodes d'enseignement, les cours théoriques, les travaux pratiques, les projets et les outils d'évaluation, comme les examens, les évaluations continues, pour mesurer les acquis. Il peut concerner aussi bien une formation scolaire, universitaire que professionnelle, en spécifiant la durée, le volume horaire et le public cible. La philosophie a dit, normalement, il repose sur plusieurs principes clés. Premier principe, c'est la formation. Il doit être centré sur les besoins réels des apprenants et pas sur des suppositions. Et pour le deuxième principe, c'est la conception qui doit précéder le développement. Donc, on planifie avant de fabriquer et de construire. En général, de faire la conception pédagogique du curriculum. Troisième principe, c'est l'évaluation continue, pas seulement en fin de parcours, mais tout au long du parcours. Quatrième principe, c'est que le modèle ADI, c'est itératif, c'est-à-dire qu'on peut revenir en arrière à tout moment pour améliorer. En général, c'est un cadre flexible qui s'adapte à la réalité du terrain d'aujourd'hui. ADI est utilisé dans l'éducation nationale des universités, dans la formation d'entreprises, dans le e-learning même, et même dans la conception des serious games. Parmi la première étape de ce modèle-là, c'est la partie analyse. La phase d'analyse, c'est la phase la plus importante et pourtant la plus souvent négligée. Son objectif est de répondre à une question fondamentale, quel est le problème que la formation doit résoudre? Une bonne analyse doit produire plusieurs informations. Premièrement, le profil des apprenants, leur âge, leur niveau scolaire, leurs prérequis, leur motivation et leurs contraintes. Euh, Deuxièmement, l'écart des compétences ou le gap analysis. Ce qu'ils savent déjà, vs ce qu'ils devraient savoir. Troisièmement, les objectifs stratégiques. Les objectifs stratégiques, pourquoi l'organisation ou l'établissement veut cette formation. Car comme on sait que que le modèle a dit est destiné à la fois aux entreprises, à la fois au curriculum universitaire, e-learning, etc. Donc, quatrièmement, l'environnement d'apprentissage. Est-ce que normalement cette formation doit être en présentiel, en distanciel, en hybride et quel équipement disponible? Donc, dans cette analyse, on risque de concevoir un curriculum qui ne répond à aucun besoin réel. Donc, l'analyse, c'est la boussole de la conception des programmes de formation. Donc, comment mener concrètement une phase d'analyse? Donc, voici les outils et méthodes les plus courantes. Il y en a les entretiens individuels avec les parties prenantes. Donc, les parties prenantes, ils peuvent qu'elles soient des futurs apprenants, des experts métiers, des responsables pédagogiques, etc. Donc, deuxièmement, le questionnaire. Donc, un Google Form qui permet de recueillir des données quantitatives à grande échelle. On peut utiliser les analyses documentaires, comme les rapports d'évaluation précédents, les fiches de poste, les résultats scolaires. On peut utiliser des focus group aussi. On peut réunir un petit groupe d'apprenants pour échanger. Donc, en général, les livrables typiques de cette phase d'analyse, c'est un document de cadrage pédagogique et un fiche persona. Un fiche persona, exemple type apprenant, euh, et les matrices de compétences. Donc, c'est ça en général les différents techniques ou les différentes étapes qu'on peut y accéder pour faire une analyse du curriculum. Donc, une fois l'analyse validée, on passe à la phase du design. C'est la conception pédagogique. Donc, dans cette phase-là, il faut faire attention. On ne fabrique pas encore, on fabrique encore rien, mais on planifie. Cette phase, il répond à la question, comment allons-nous atteindre les objectifs? Les objectifs pédagogiques généraux et les objectifs spécifiques de chaque séance et séquence. Donc, les composantes de scénario pédagogique global est comme suit. Première composante, les objectifs pédagogiques généraux, rédigés avec des verbes d'action, selon la taxonomie de Bloom, qu'on va traiter par la suite. Donc, le découpage en modules, la durée de chaque séance. Troisièmement, les méthodes pédagogiques. Est-ce que la formation va être un exposé sous forme d'un exposé magistral ou sous forme d'études de cas ou sous forme des travaux pratiques ou dans les classes inversées ou ça va être un apprentissage par projet ou jeu de rôle. Quatrièmement, c'est les médias et supports. Donc, est-ce qu'on va utiliser dans cette formation ou dans ce programme de formation des vidéos? Est-ce qu'on va utiliser des documents PDF? Est-ce qu'on va interpréter ou plutôt utiliser des forums, des quiz interactifs? Et cinquièmement, les modalités. Est-ce que cette formation va être en mode asynchrone, c'est-à-dire en direct? Ou asynchrone, c'est-à-dire en autonomie. C'est-à-dire l'apprenant va suivre la formation dans le temps et le lieu qui leur convient. Aussi, est-ce que cette formation va être en individuel ou collectif? Sixièmement, la stratégie d'évaluation. Donc, comment on veut évaluer cette formation? Est-ce que par des quiz, par des examens finaux, par un projet à rendre ou par auto-évaluation? Donc, le livrable principal de cette phase, c'est un scénario pédagogique général. Donc, comme j'ai déjà traité dans le slide précédent, il y en a la taxonomie de Bloom. Donc, la taxonomie de Bloom, c'est le cœur du design. Et c'est à travers la taxonomie de Bloom qu'on élabore et qu'on on formule les objectifs pédagogiques. Donc, ces objectifs, en premier temps, ils doivent être SMART, c'est-à-dire spécifiques, mesurables, atteignables, réalistes et temporellement définis. Donc, pour S, c'est-à-dire SMART, il doit être spécifique. Ils doivent être précis et détaillés, expliquant clairement les compétences, les connaissances ou les comportements que les apprenants doivent adopter. Deuxièmement, c'est mesurable. Donc, l'objectif doit être mesurable pour savoir si les résultats ont été atteints. Donc, il faut que les objectifs soient mesurables. Troisièmement, c'est l'objectif, il doit être acceptable, c'est-à-dire les objectifs de formation doivent être en adéquation avec l'objectif général. Euh, Quatrièmement, c'est les objectifs, il doit être réaliste, c'est-à-dire un objectif de formation doit être réalisé en tenant compte des ressources disponibles, du temps alloué et des capacités des apprenants. Dernièrement, l'objectif doit être déterminé par un temps, c'est-à-dire il faut se fixer un deadline dans l'atteinte des résultats. Donc, pour rédiger ces objectifs pédagogiques, généraux ou spécifiques de chaque module ou séquence, on utilise généralement la taxonomie de Bloom. Donc, cette taxonomie, elle comporte 6 niveaux hiérarchiques. Le premier niveau, c'est le niveau mémorisé ou souvenir. C'est-à-dire, lorsqu'on veut restituer les informations, on utilise des verbes comme citer, lister, nommer, définir. Donc, le deuxième niveau, c'est c'est de comprendre. Donc, lorsqu'on veut tester la compréhension des apprenants et lorsqu'on veut formuler les objectifs pédagogiques spécifiques, même général, on utilise les verbes comme décrire, résumer, interpréter, comparer, etc. Le troisième niveau, c'est appliquer, l'application. Lorsqu'on veut tester l'application l'application d'une telle notion ou quelque chose, une telle notion en général, on utilise des verbes comme calculer, résoudre, utiliser, etc. Par exemple, vers la fin de la séance, l'étudiant appliquera la formule de la pression hydrostatique, par exemple. Le quatrième niveau, c'est les verbes comparés, c'est-à-dire le quatrième niveau, c'est l'analyse en vrai. Lorsqu'on veut tester l'analyse des étudiants, on peut, on peut normalement utiliser des verbes d'action comme comparer, classer, distinguer, examiner, etc. Pour le cinquième niveau, c'est l'évaluation. Lorsqu'on on veut porter un jugement plutôt une évaluation, mais généralement, on veut porter un jugement, on utilise des verbes comme critiquer, justifier, évaluer, mesurer, soutenir, examiner. Et le sixième niveau, c'est normalement c'est la création. Pour créer ou pour produire quelque chose de nouveau, on utilise des verbes comme concevoir, inventer, planifier, euh, produire, même organiser. Pour un curriculum universitaire, c'est ça en général les 6 niveaux de taxonomie de Bloom. Et en général, on utilise des verbes comme plutôt pour un curriculum universitaire, on vise généralement des niveaux de 3 à 6, euh, c'est-à-dire d'appliquer à créer. Euh, donc, euh, donc l'objectif est toujours formulé avec un verbe d'action observable et éviter les verbes comme savoir, comprendre. En général, il faut éviter les objectifs, plutôt les verbes non mesurables et adopter les verbes d'action comme on a déjà vu. La troisième phase, c'est la phase de développement, ou le storyboard. C'est un scénario pédagogique détaillé normalement. Donc, la phase du développement est celle de la réalisation concrète. Donc, on transforme le scénario pédagogique général, qui est dans la partie design, c'est-à-dire le scénario pédagogique global. On transforme le scénario pédagogique général en scénario pédagogique détaillé ou en storyboard. C'est à travers cette étape, on fait la conception des ressources pédagogiques utilisables, les activités typiques inclus, la rédaction des textes définitifs, le support écrit, le script vidéo, la création des visuels, des infographies, des illustrations, des slides, et l'enregistrement et le montage audio-vidéo si on est dans une formation destinée en e-learning ou destinée en e-learning. Donc, le développement des interactions numériques comme les quiz, les simulations, les serious games et l'intégration dans une plateforme LMS. Lorsque normalement on veut intégrer dans une plateforme LMS, si le cours est plutôt en présentiel, donc on néglige ces étapes-là. Et si on veut implanter notre formation dans un Learning Management System, comme modèle Canva 360 Learning, on peut normalement suivre ces deux dernières étapes. Euh, donc, euh, donc, euh, et la rédaction des guides pour les formateurs et pour les apprenants. Donc, on produit d'abord une version alpha qu'on peut le tester en interne par l'équipe du projet, puis une version bêta testée par un petit groupe d'apprenants pilotes. Donc, les acteurs impliqués dans cette étape-là, c'est les rédacteurs pédagogiques, les graphistes, l'intégrateur LMS, le développeur, si besoin, et l'expert métier, c'est-à-dire le formateur qui valide l'exactitude du contenu délivré. Exemple, pour un module sur la comptabilité, on développe par exemple 6 vidéos de 5 minutes, 3 exercices interactifs sur Excel, un quiz final de 20 questions et un PDF récapitulatif. Donc, cette phase est généralement la plus longue, et la plus coûteuse même. Donc, une bonne gestion de projet de formation est essentielle. Donc, en cette étape-là, on crée un document qui est appelé le storyboard. Normalement, c'est le scénario pédagogique détaillé. C'est une description détaillée, écran par écran, si on est dans le e-learning, ou minute par minute, si on est dans un cours présentiel. Si plutôt si on est dans une formation présentielle, ce qui va se passer. Donc, un storyboard contient généralement le numéro de l'écran ou de la séquence, le texte à l'écran, le script audio, les interactions comme les quiz, les clics et déposés, les glisser et déposés même, les feedbacks prévus, la durée estimée. Et pour le présentiel, on produit un scénario de séance avec, par exemple, le timing, exemple de 5 minutes
Yes,
d'appel.
Nohaila,
Oui,
sorry to interrupt you. Would you be as brief as possible, please? We are running out of
ok,
time.
ok.
Thank you.
La liste des supports nécessaires, comme les vidéoprojecteurs, les paperboards et les fiches. En général, il existe des outils de design comme Miro, MindMaster pour les cartes heuristiques et PowerPoint pour les maquettages rapides ou simplement les feuilles papier. Donc, euh, à la phase de développement, voici les composantes du scénario pédagogique détaillé. Prenons l'exemple d'une séance d'initiation à l'informatique qui va durer 2 heures. Normalement, parmi les composantes du scénario pédagogique détaillé, c'est les objectifs, le contenu, les activités du formateur, les activités des apprenants et le mode de regroupement, les techniques pédagogiques et le matériel à mettre en place. Donc, avant la dernière phase, c'est la phase d'implantation. Pour réussir une implantation, plusieurs facteurs de succès sont à surveiller. Premièrement, facteur 1, une communication claire et anticipée. Donc, les apprenants doivent savoir pourquoi ils suivent cette formation, pas seulement le programme. Le facteur 2, un environnement d'apprentissage favorable, une salle confortable, une bonne connexion, une absence de distraction. Facteur 3, c'est un formateur compétent et préparé qui maîtrise le contenu et les techniques d'animation, et en plus le support technique réactif. Et un outline avec un temps de réponse court pendant l'implantation. Ensuite, des indicateurs comme si on est dans le mode e-learning, les indicateurs suivants, le taux d'inscription, le taux de démarrage, les inscrits qui commencent, le taux de complétion. En général, c'est le Learning Analytics. Euh, Après, c'est la dernière phase, c'est la phase d'évaluation. Donc, la dernière phase est l'évaluation. Mais attention, dans le modèle ADI, l'évaluation n'est pas qu'à la fin. On distingue l'évaluation formative pendant chaque phase pour ajuster et l'évaluation sommative après la formation pour juger l'efficacité globale. Dans le cadre le plus utilisé est le modèle Quick Patrick, donc, qui comporte 4 niveaux. Le premier niveau, c'est la réaction. Les apprenants ont-ils apprécié la formation? On mesure la satisfaction, l'engagement, l'utilité perçue. On utilise généralement des questionnaires de satisfaction avec échelle de Likert. Le deuxième niveau, c'est l'évaluation des apprentissages. Donc, ces apprenants ont-ils acquis les connaissances ou compétences visées? On mesure par des quiz avant-après et des mises en situation. Donc, et pour le troisième niveau, c'est le niveau comportement. Est-ce que ces apprenants appliquent-ils ce qu'ils ont appris dans leur situation réelle de travail ou d'études? On mesure ça par observation, par entretien avec des managers ou auto-évaluation de 3 à 6 mois. Donc, le quatrième niveau, c'est les résultats. Donc, quel impact sur les indicateurs organisationnels ou académiques? La baisse des erreurs, la hausse des notes, la réduction de turnover et amélioration de la qualité. Donc, on peut, et là, normalement, en général, c'est l'amélioration de la qualité. Le cinquième niveau, normalement, si on parle, normalement, c'est généralement dans des formations d'entreprise. Normalement, on parle des RO1, le retour sur investissement pour les formations en entreprise. L'évaluation n'est pas une simple formalité, c'est ce qui permet d'améliorer, l'améliorer normalement le curriculum et de justifier son existence. Donc, en général, le modèle ADI comporte 5 étapes: la phase d'analyse, la phase de design, la phase du développement, l'implantation et l'évaluation. Et vers la fin, normalement, l'amélioration continue, c'est-à-dire on améliore continuellement le modèle, c'est-à-dire à chaque fois, on peut rectifier, ajouter, modifier du contenu. La deuxième partie, c'est la partie des AI et pédagogie innovante. Donc, il y en a normalement 3 grandes catégories. Donc, une approche centrée sur l'étudiant. Donc, cette approche normalement comporte des apprentissages par problème à projet, les classes inversées et les pédagogies par projet. Donc, deuxième catégorie, c'est l'intégration des technologies éducatives, comme la réalité virtuelle, une simulation immersive, l'intelligence artificielle adaptative et la plateforme LMS, un outil collaboratif et la gamification ou la ludification. Donc, pour le problem-based learning et le projet-based learning sont 2 méthodes proches mais distinctes. Dans le PBL, les étudiants apprennent en résolvant un problème authentique, mal défini, sans solution unique. Et le problème est présenté avant l'enseignement théorique. C'est ces points de départ qui génèrent le besoin d'apprendre. Donc, le project-based learning, quant à lui, il aboutit à la création d'un produit concret, des prototypes, des prototypes, des rapports d'exposition et des vidéos. Généralement. Donc, deuxièmement, c'est la classe inversée ou le flipped classroom. C'est l'une des méthodes innovantes les plus documentées. Son principe est simple mais puissant. On inverse le temps d'apprentissage traditionnel. Donc, à la maison, les étudiants prennent connaissance des contenus fondamentaux. En classe, le temps est libéré pour les activités d'approfondissement, comme les discussions, les résolutions de problèmes, le coaching personnalisé, c'est-à-dire le formateur, il accompagne les apprenants et les travaux pratiques. Donc, avant de terminer, il y en a aussi l'inquiry-based learning, l'apprentissage par enquête. C'est au cœur du modèle de l'université de Pretoria. Le principe, c'est les étudiants apprennent en posant des questions, en explorant des phénomènes, en menant des investigations et en construisant leurs propres réponses. Donc, l'enseignant ne donne pas les réponses toutes faites, il pose des questions qui défient la réflexion. Et par exemple, comment cela se déroule concrètement? Donc, avant la classe, les étudiants se préparent en recueillant des informations. Pendant la classe, l'enseignant formule quelques questions stimulantes qui mènent à une discussion approfondie. Donc, parmi les techniques efficaces, c'est de demander aux étudiants de répondre à une question, puis de trouver des pairs ayant des réponses différentes pour tenter de les convaincre, puis de répondre à nouveau. La dernière chose, c'est la ludification ou la gamification. Donc, il consiste à utiliser des mécanismes de jeu comme les points, les badges, les niveaux, les classements, les défis, les quêtes dans un contexte pédagogique pour augmenter l'engagement et la motivation. Donc, une étude récente menée auprès d'enseignants du supérieur ayant suivi une formation sur les technologies inclusives montre que la gamification, combinée à la classe inversée, il améliore plusieurs aspects. La participation active des étudiants, la motivation intrinsèque, le climat de classe et l'accessibilité pour tous. C'est généralement ça pour la partie gamification. Il reste deux types de technologies éducatives, la réalité virtuelle et l'intelligence artificielle pédagogique. Donc, pour les technologies immersives, virtuelles, réalité augmentée, ils constituent une avancée majeure pour certaines disciplines. L'Université de Manchester a mené des pilotes du laboratoire virtuel immersif, des simulations réalistes permettant aux étudiants de s'entraîner à des techniques de laboratoire complexes sans contrainte d'espace, de matériel ou de sécurité. Donc, les résultats montrent un fort engagement des étudiants et une amélioration des compétences pratiques. Cependant, cette technologie, il exige un investissement initial conséquent en conception, d'équipement et formation des enseignants. D'autres exemples, la visualisation de concepts abstraits comme le physique-chimie, l'anatomie, la visite virtuelle de sites historiques ou géographiques ou la simulation d'entretien ou de situations professionnelles. Donc, des outils comme Google Expedition, CoSpace, Edu ou des casques VR se démocratisent généralement. Donc, c'est généralement ça. Et l'intelligence artificielle pédagogique, normalement, qui est la dernière. Donc, on peut, à travers l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle, normalement, utiliser des chatbots éducatifs, utiliser des chatbots éducatifs,
Dr.
des
Hami,
intelligent tutorials. Et c'est ça en général, les différentes innovations pédagogiques dans les technologies éducatives. Et le dernier, c'est le Collaboration International, la collaboration
Dr.
internationale
Hami,
en ligne. Oui, oui.
could you please summarize? You are taking too
Yes,
much
this is
time,
the
and
last.
we have a lot of other speakers waiting.
Okay, sorry, this is the last.
Yes.
Dernièrement, c'est la collaboration internationale en ligne. Donc, la collaborative online international, c'est une méthode innovante qui mérite d'être connue. Il s'agit d'une collaboration pédagogique internationale entre deux universités, deux pays différents, entièrement en ligne. Les enseignants conçoivent des modules, co-animent des séances et les étudiants travaillent ensemble sur des projets communs. Concrètement, une classe à Paris peut collaborer avec une classe à Pretoria ou au Brasilia. Les objectifs sont multiples. C'est de développer les compétences interculturelles, de travailler en équipe à distance et s'exposer à des perspectives différentes sur un même sujet. Et merci à vous et merci à vous de votre attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hami, for talking to us about curriculum design and pedagogical innovation. Because we are short of time, we are moving swiftly on to the next speaker, Safia Aminu, who is a PhD student at King Fahd School of Translation at American Saudi University. She is going to talk to us about femininity and masculinity redefined through the lenses of social media influencers, a critical approach. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abdeslam. Let me just share my screen.
Right. Safia, you are muted. I can't hear you.
When I shared my screen, like you couldn't hear my voice. Let me try again.
All right. So can you open your presentation in a different window, not on the browser?
Yeah, it's in another window. It's in PowerPoint.
All right. Go ahead and give it a try.
Mm.
Do you want me to share it for you?
I don't know. It doesn't allow me here. Like it says window, entire screen.
All right. So I'm sending you a
I'm
message in
trying
WhatsApp.
now.
I'm sending you with a message in WhatsApp, and you share with me the presentation. I'll be sharing it for you. All right. So I sent you a message on WhatsApp. You please send me your presentation. I'll be sharing it for you.
I did.
Yes. Well received. All right. Go here. There. All right. Can you see it?
Not yet. Now I can see it.
All right. So can you please take no more than 10 minutes, please? We are running out of time. I'm very sorry.
I will try. Can you please make it please in presentation mode?
Of course.
All right. How can you embody your feminine energy? How to embody your masculine energy? These are the kinds of hooks we constantly encounter on social media today. Videos that go viral, offering advice and promising transformation. At first glance, they seem empowering, but if we look more closely, an important question emerges. Is this real empowerment or just the subtle reinforcement of traditional gender role? My name is Safia Amino, and I am a PhD candidate working under the supervision of Dr. Naim Al-Maghnouji at King Fahd School of Translation at Malik Saadi University. And today I will be presenting our research article titled Femininity and Masculinity Redefined Through the Lenses of Social Media Influencers, a Critical Approach. Can you please move to the next slide? So here is my outline. First, of course, I will talk a bit about the research context, the literature review. I will present the research problem. The theoretical framework will be also highlighted, the methodology and the analysis, and finally, key findings of the study, and then with a conclusion. There is no question, of course, that the emergence of social media has revolutionized the world, making communication more easier and information more accessible for people. However, it has also influenced people, and it shapes society, and also society is getting shaped by social media. That's why it's very important to tackle social media issues and address them. So according to experts, we only have the illusion that we really have access to different ideas of the world and different perspectives, but we are only placed within a battle like Babel and an echo chamber, and we only receive the ideas that we're already interested in. The research idea comes from also a personal observation that a lot of content on feminine energy, masculine energy has been circulating in social media. So I tried to tackle this with a methodological rigor. Can you please move to the next slide? The existing literature has shown a clear pattern when it comes to research on social media and gender. So selfies, for instance, posted by women on social media reinforce stereotypical gender norms. This is a study. This is the outcome of a study. Another study also on Twitter comments showed how these comments on Twitter often ended up perpetuating traditional feminine norms and stereotypes like beauty, niceness, sexual purity. Another study also reveals in the Italian context how adolescents' online persona often reinforce heteronormative gender stereotypes. And finally, there is the trend of trad women or traditional women who promote anti-feminist discourse. And yeah, so this is the pattern on the literature review. Can you please move to the next slide? So my research is situated within this scholarly debate. Having read the literature, I found that little research has been dedicated to this new content, especially in the Moroccan context. Can you please move to the next slide? My study relies on a combination of critical discourse analysis and multimodal critical discourse analysis. Why? Because as we know that the discourse analysis deals with grammar, linguistics, utterances, but my focus will be on critical discourse analysis because it moves beyond language, and it studies the way social power it could be reinforced or challenged by language. And according to Fairclough, model of CDA, he integrates social analysis and also considers it as a methodology consisting of 4 stages. First stage, it focuses on identifying the the social wrong, and then turning it into a research project, and then identifying the obstacles hindering the solution of the social wrong. And the third stage is based or answers the question of how does the social order benefit from the social wrong. And finally, the fourth stage comes with solutions to overcome the social wrong. Can you please move to the next slide? In addition to discourse analysis, critical discourse analysis, we have MDA, or multimodal discourse analysis, given the particularity of my data. And according to Gunter Kress, MDA suggests that meaning is made not only through language, but also through a variety of other modes, such as semiotic elements, visual, sound, and they should also be given importance. And there are some key terms that she highlights. The first one is the partiality of language, which suggests that language does not have a complete meaning, does not convey a complete meaning. The meaning is just partial, so we need other elements to also consider. Also, there is no such a thing as implicit meaning. All meanings are explicit. And there is also the importance of interpretation. Could you please move to the next slide? So the interpretation was demonstrated through a research project called The Museum, the Exhibition, and the Visitor. So in this experiment, they give participants cameras to record their experience while they're having a tour in a museum. And finally, they were also attached to audio recorders. And then finally, they were asked to draw the maps about their exhibitions and how they make sense of the exhibitions that they see in their tour in the museum. So the findings actually show how the meanings understood by the visitors were totally different from those intended by the designers themselves, and how also all the participants draw different maps based on their interests, although they see similar things, but their interpretations differ. Can you please move to the next slide? So my research is based on a qualitative approach using corpus-based data. I examined 4 TikTok videos on feminine masculine energy posted by 3 Moroccan influencers. Both MDA and CDA are employed, and I started first with the transcription of the videos, then translating them from Moroccan Darija to English. Yeah, so this is my methodology. Can you please move to the next slide? The discursive analysis of the data shows a recurring theme. So the first theme that could be identified is perpetuating women's submissiveness. The characteristics like weakness, independence, and incapability were emphasized in this content. For instance, the speaker says in one of the videos, at first, when he wanted to rely on me to do something, I always did it wrong to show that I was not capable. And paradoxically, these characteristics are seen as positive traits for women, and they are valued and they are praised. For instance, I quote here, she says that being a feminine does not mean you are weak. It's the opposite. It's a strength. So we see that it is a language that reinforces traditional gender power dynamics, but it is sold and it is presented in a package of empowerment and promise and happiness. Can you please move to the next slide? The second theme that could be identified is binary oppositions and the reinforcement of gender roles. So in almost all the videos, femininity is presented as the total opposite of masculinity. And for instance, in I quote here, how did you... So when my husband asks, how did you study? I say I was a cheater. How did you get a job? It was just luck. How did you run your business? I hired skilled people. So she's denying any intelligence or capability by her, because it is a masculine trait and not a feminine thing. So there is always this focus on not showing intelligence, not showing the ability to handle tasks. Feeling also is presented as the total opposite of logic, and feeling is always linked to women. Logic is linked to men. For instance, in this quote, she says, feminine energy is about trusting your senses, your intuition, to know you are in your masculine energy. It's when you are in control, you are always planning, analyzing, and solving your problems and those of others. So mental faculties such as problem solving and planning and analyzing are all seen as masculine traits, while being sensual, relying on emotions, are seen as feminine. Also, career choices are presented in a binary opposition or subject to polarization. For instance, here she's speaking about office jobs. So she says that women in office jobs, as they turn 30, they are burned out, their bodies change, their skin, she doesn't know how to walk in heels. So she perceives these office jobs, because they are hard and because they lead to burnout. They are for men, and because they are the ones who's supposed to provide and who are supposed to bring money. And here she also uses a Moroccan proverb to emphasize her point. Can you please move to the next slide? The third and the last discursive theme is reinforcing hegemonic masculinity. So in all the videos, we see that the female content creators, or as they call themselves, influencers, paint an image devoid of emotions for men. Men should be a leader, violent, and wealthy. So Here, for example, she says, girls, this method of stupidity usually works with a masculine man, provider, alpha, not all men. So all these adjectives related that she uses to describe men are perpetuated in the manosphere narrative. So manosphere narrative is actually an online community that promotes narrow and aggressive discourse on how a man should be, and also they spread false narratives about feminism and how that women's rights come at the extent or come at the cost of men's rights. But here we found this influencer praising these misogynistic the toxic traits, and this can be seen as also a form of self-alienation or internalized misogyny, where women also repeat and reproduce patriarchal ideologies and reinforce and perpetuate them, although they are also the main victims. Can you please move to the next slide? So the discursive reading of the non-linguistic modes also support the themes identified at the level of language. So in all like these pictures of the videos, you will find how these TikTokers are well presented. They dress in a beautiful way because image, and in order to stress that image and the appearance is something is a priority for women. And the use of color is also significant. For example, in this picture you'll find that feminine here is written in pink and masculine in blue, and this is a socially recognized pattern, like pink is for women and blue is for men. Can you please move to the next slide? For the performative layer of the multimodal analysis, the tone and body language also play significant role. Their tone sound very assertive. They pause a lot. They change in their voice when it comes to when they want to stress important matters, like the gravity of choosing an office job, for instance. One of the body language, for instance, you'll find them applying creams to stress the importance of self-care again. They use a lot of hand gestures, eye contact, and these elements give them confidence and give legitimacy to their discourse, even though it's not well grounded. Can you please move to the next slide? And to conclude, I tried to emphasize how the content shared on social media should be examined and dealt with critically, because it has an influence on people, especially young people. For the findings, like women's dependence and on man and submissiveness were highlighted in the videos. Binary oppositions were praised. The semiotic elements also support the themes or patterns identified at the level of language. And for the limitations, of course, the methodology's interpretive nature might affect the research objectivity. Can you please move to the next slide? So this is just for my references, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amino, and it's the end of this session. We'll move on to Professor Ridwan Al-Gundor, who is the reporter for this session. Ridwan, are you here?
Yes. Thank you so much, dear Chairman. I would like to say thank you very much for esteemed presenter for their fruitful presentation. Allow me to wrap up briefly what they have said. So, first presenter was Professor, I think it's Naila. Yasmina. Dr. Yasmina from Abdelmalik Saadi, she talked about in her presentation about post-colonialization as both a critical field and an approach to understanding the history of colonialism and the modern repression, right, of imperialism. The study also engages with influential post-colonial figures to underscore how these theories define contemporary concepts of migration, culture, and identity. The second presenter, who is Dr. Nuhaila from INSA Khuribga, she talks in her presentation about how artificial intelligence is reshaping curriculum design through personalized and adaptive learning, while highlighting benefits such as real-time learning, analytics, and intelligence. The last presenter is Safia Aminu from Fahd School of Translation, Abdelmalik Saadi University. The last presenter provides a critical analysis of how social media influencers redefine femininity and social masculinity, focusing on TikTok content in Morocco. She uses multimodal discourse analysis and critical discourse analysis to argue that modern feminine energy trends often promotes dependence and submissiveness, reinforcing also traditional gender stereotypes. Right? I'll check if we have any questions. All right, because as you know that the constraints of time, I have actually two questions. The first one is directed to Dr. Nuhaila. La présentation est en français. Alors la question est en français. Dr. Nuhaila, are you here with me? So la question est quel rôle l'intelligence artificielle joue-t-il dans l'apprentissage personnalisé? All right. Can you hear me, Dr. Nuhaila?
Oui, j'entends. Oui. Donc, le rôle de l'intelligence artificielle est de personnaliser l'apprentissage. Donc, parmi les modèles de l'adaptative learning, on trouve les chatbots éducatifs. Donc, les chatbots éducatifs, c'est parmi les intelligent tutoring système qui permet une adaptation du contenu. Il permet une tutorat pédagogique personnalisée aux étudiants. Donc l'intelligence artificielle, en général, il aide les étudiants, mais il faut normalement l'utiliser d'une manière modernisée et éthique pour ne pas tomber dans des hallucinations, dans des fausses informations. Donc il faut toujours filtrer. Il faut toujours filtrer les informations, de se référencier quelles sont normalement les origines de cette information. Donc, on demande toujours aux, euh, aux intelligences artificielles de nous donner les références dont ils sont basés pour nous donner les résultats et les outputs. Donc, généralement, c'est ça.
OK, merci infiniment, Dr. Nuhaila. So the last question is directed to Dr. Safia. So the question is, do you think that feminine energy promotes stereotypes and why? Dr. Safia, shall I repeat the question?
Yeah, I got the question.
Right.
Yeah, this discourse and this new content that is not only in Morocco, it's all over the world on feminine energy. So given strategic tools and techniques, how to embody and how to connect with your feminine energy is something. Yes, it does promote traditional gender roles and stereotypes, and it just only reproduces what is socially accepted and what people want to hear. It's not well grounded, it's not scientifically proven. It's just how they see things, their interpretation. And for instance, when they say الراجل ما يعيبه غير جيبه, like giving this Moroccan proverb,
Yes.
It's not something new. You're already saying things that we believe in, and it's not true. Man can have a lot of defects rather than money, and for me, like it does. And not just for me, it's like through research. I really watched a lot of videos in order to show if it's really the case or no.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we come to the end of this panel discussion. Thank you so much, dear presenters, for your fruitful presentation. I think we move on directly to the next panel. So the floor is yours.
All right, so we give the floor to Dr. Amdiaz, who is going to moderate the next panel.
Hello, colleagues. I am Professor Bilal Amdiaz from Hassan II University, from the Faculty of Letters and Humanities in Mohammedia. And I am moderating this panel, and I will start with Miss Karima Azouzi, if she is here. Karima Azouzi, are you here?
Hello. Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Thank you. I will give you no more than 10 minutes due to time constraints. So Miss Karima will present a presentation entitled "A Socio-Pragmatic Investigation of Moroccan English as a Foreign Language, Learners' Production and Recognition of the Speech Acts of Advice Giving and Suggestion Making." Miss Karima holds a bachelor degree in education specialized in English language teaching, and a master degree in applied linguistics and English as a foreign language. And she is currently pursuing her doctoral studies as a PhD candidate specialized in the field of pragmatics in Ibn Zor University. So, Ms. Karima, the floor is yours, and please try not to, consume more than 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bilal. So, dear respected researchers and professors, good evening. I hope you are doing well. Well, it is truly a great pleasure and honor to be among you today at this online conference, where research continues to inspire dialogue, innovation, and meaningful exchange. I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to the organizing committee and to Mr. Ahmed bin Isa for providing us with this valuable opportunity to come together, share our work, and engage in insightful discussions. It's indeed a privilege to be part of such a distinguished gathering, and I really hope that we can all benefit from each other's knowledge and perspectives. So today I'm pleased to share with you the findings of my research, which is entitled Socio-Pragmatic Investigation of Moroccan EFL Learners' Production and Recognition of the Speech Acts of Advice and Suggestion. So this presentation will provide an overview of this study. I will begin with a brief introduction to the research topic and the context in which it was conducted, highlight the problem it addresses and its research objectives. Then I'll provide a summary of the relevant literature, followed by a summary of the methodology section. Next, I will present the key findings of this study and then outline its pedagogical implications and some recommendations. And lastly, I will end my presentation by briefly mentioning the limitations of this research. So, to begin, this study is set within the field of interlanguage pragmatics and focuses on how Moroccan university EFL learners use the speech acts of advice and suggestion when interacting with native speakers. So these two speech acts were chosen because they often appear in everyday interactions, yet they pose pragmatic challenges for learners, especially since these two acts sound kind of similar on the surface, and they are often confused by learners. So building on that, the research problem of this study lies in the pragmatic complexity of advice and suggestion
and the fact that they are often used interchangeably by EFL learners. So although these speech acts are important in daily communication, they kind of remain underexplored, especially when studied together. And more specifically, there is very limited research on how Moroccan EFL learners navigate these speech acts and how their use is shaped by factors like language proficiency, social distance, and power. So this makes it important and necessary to investigate how learners understand and use these speech acts in real or simulated interactions to better support their pragmatic development. So, in light of these research gaps, this study aims to achieve a set of clear and focused objectives, which are the following. So, the study aims to identify and analyze the strategies used by Moroccan EFL learners when giving advice. Second, it aims to identify the strategies used when making suggestions. Third, it aims to investigate how language proficiency influences their speech act use. And last but not least, it aims to examine the extent to which learners differentiate between advice and suggestion speech acts. So the study aims to answer the following research questions. First, what are the strategies Moroccan university EFL learners use to give advice? Second, what are the strategies Moroccan university EFL learners use to make suggestions? And then, how does language proficiency affect Moroccan university EFL learners' speech acts of advice and suggestion? And lastly, to what extent do Moroccan university EFL learners distinguish between advice giving and suggestion making? So, having outlined the research objectives and questions, it's also important to briefly review what previous research has revealed about these two speech acts, particularly how they are perceived and used by EFL learners compared to native speakers. So, to summarize the main insights from the literature, advice and suggestions are often perceived as face-threatening acts, especially in contexts with unequal power or distant relationships. Another main insight is that EFL learners often use more direct strategies to express advice or suggestions, while native English speakers typically prefer indirect, polite, and mitigated forms. And also language proficiency was found to have a strong effect. So higher proficiency learners tend to use more varied and contextually appropriate strategies. So to answer the research questions and to respond to the gaps in the literature, a descriptive exploratory design was adopted using a quantitative method, which allowed me to calculate the frequency and the percentage of advice and suggestion strategies, analyze how variables like language proficiency influence these choices, and explore how well Moroccan EFL learners distinguish between the two speech acts. To meet the study's objectives, two main instruments were used. First, a discourse completion test, or a DCT, and a multiple choice recognition test. So the DCT, or the discourse completion test, was chosen because it effectively elicits specific speech acts in controlled and realistic scenarios. So it enables consistent responses across participants, which makes it ideal for analyzing the linguistic strategies that learners use. Besides that, it's time efficient and it's widely recognized and used in interlanguage pragmatics research for assessing the pragmatic production. Whereas the recognition test was included to examine how well learners could identify the communication function of their own responses. So this instrument helped to assess whether learners' intended meaning matched their actual linguistic output. So this study generally involved 90 Moroccan university EFL learners, including 50 undergraduate BA students and 40 postgraduate MA students. They were recruited using the convenience sampling method, which was strategically chosen for its practicality and accessibility, and it allowed for the inclusion of students who were readily available and willing to take part in the research. So the data collected from the DCT was analyzed using the framework proposed by Martinez-Flor 2003, which categorizes programmatic strategies into 3 primary types. We have direct strategies, conventionally indirect strategies, and non-conventionally indirect strategies. For direct strategies, they are characterized by clear and explicit expressions of advice, which encompass sub-strategies like imperatives, negative imperatives forms, declarative sentences which employs modal verbs, and performative verbs. Whereas conventionally indirect strategies employ more comprehensive linguistic forms, including conditional clauses, expressions of probability, and interrogative forms. And finally, we have non-conventionally indirect strategies, which rely on implicit communication, primarily through hints that convey the speaker's intention without explicit articulation. So participants' responses were systematically coded using the previously mentioned framework, which was designed to facilitate quantitative analysis. So this process facilitated the transformation of qualitative data into a quantitative format and enabled the application of descriptive statistical analysis. Specifically, frequencies and percentages of the occurrence of each strategy in the production of advice and suggestion speech acts by Moroccan EFL learners were calculated. So these descriptive statistics provide a comprehensive overview of the learners' pragmatic choices and the distribution of strategies employed in their responses. Moreover, to compare the performance of the 2 proficiency groups, there is the advanced and the intermediate group. So here, inferential statistics were implemented. Specifically, the chi-square test assessed whether there is a statistically significant difference between the 2 groups in their production of advice and suggestion strategies. So this test examined whether the difference in performance were merely coincidental or if they truly reflected a significant difference in their practical skills. So, moving on to the findings of this research, the results showed a clear preference for direct strategies, with 64.4% opting for direct forms of advice, while 17.6% used conventionally indirect advice, and 18% employed non-conventionally indirect advice or strategies. More specifically, within the direct strategies, declarative forms accounted for the highest proportion at 29.6%, followed by performative verbs at 20.3%, and then the imperatives were used by 0.1% of the participants, whereas the negative imperatives represented the lowest percentage within this category at 3.3%. With regard to conventionally indirect strategies, probability expressions were employed in 16.4% of cases, while conditional forms accounted for 7.8%, as for non-conventionally indirect strategies, 15.6% of participants offered advice through the use of hints. Therefore, it can be argued that the fact that Moroccan EFL learners in this study leaned more toward directness might arise from several factors, including the pragmatic transfer from Moroccan Arabic and Amazigh languages, which generally favor more straightforward formulations of advice. Additionally, these learners might perceive direct advice as demonstrating sincerity and genuine concern in English, unaware that such directness might be perceived differently by native English speakers. Furthermore, the educational context in Morocco, which typically emphasizes grammatical precision and accuracy over pragmatic appropriateness, might reinforce this trend. So learners often have limited exposure to the subtle mitigation strategies that are commonly used by native speakers when giving advice. Regarding the suggestion speech acts, so here the findings show that direct suggestion strategies were used most frequently by 45.5% of the participants, while 34.6% employed conventionally indirect suggestion strategies, and only 19.9% used non-conventionally indirect strategies. More specifically, among the direct suggestion strategies, participants frequently use performative expressions like I suggest or my suggestion to you, which actually accounted for 27.6%. So here, unlike the speech act of giving advice, participants demonstrated a distinct pattern in their use of suggestion strategies by favoring indirect strategies remarkably. Conventionally indirect methods such as modal verbs were the most commonly used in 34.6%, while conditional and interrogative forms were rarely employed. So in contrast, only 19.9% of participants employed non-conventional indirect suggestion strategies, specifically impersonal expressions like it might be or it would be, which actually accounted for 19.2%, and 17.2% used hints. So generally, the findings showed that while both advice and suggestions were often used directly, learners tended to be more direct when giving advice and slightly more varied in their strategies when making suggestions. And this inclination toward directness might reflect the learner's limited pragmatic competence in using more mitigated or context-dependent forms, or their preference for clarity and directness in communication. So while advice and suggestions might be pragmatically similar, the data revealed subtle differences. So suggestion followed the same overall pattern as advice, but with a lower use of direct strategies and a relatively higher use of conventionally and non-conventionally indirect forms. So conversely, in advice scenarios, learners showed a stronger preference for direct strategies and less reliance on indirect forms. And the potential reason for this variation stems from the distinct pragmatic impact and social rules that these two speech acts inherently possess. So usually suggestions are often viewed as less face-threatening and more tentative. And this allows the speaker to offer input, or participants to offer input, without imposing a sense of obligation on the hearer. So as noted by Martinez-Floor, suggestions are generally regarded as non-imposing proposals, which could explain why learners felt at ease when using both direct and polite indirect strategies in that context. So unlike suggestions, advice typically carries a more authoritative or judgmental tone, despite its shared purpose of offering help to the listener. And this might have led participants to take a more direct approach in most situations. Okay, building on this, language proficiency appears to influence how Moroccan EFL learners realize advice and suggestion strategies, with noticeable shifts in their preferences. So starting with advice speech act, we have direct advice was more common among the intermediate learners in 72.3% than advanced learners at 53.6%. Whereas conventionally indirect advice was used more by advanced learners at 25.5% than the intermediate learners.
Miss Karima
Sorry?
Aziza, I am so sorry to interrupt, but you have exceeded a lot of time, and your presentation is going beyond 15 minutes. So I will give you 1 extra minute and no more. Please try to sum up and present concisely now.
All right. Okay, I'll try to conclude. So overall, this suggests that language proficiency appears to influence the strategy used, with advanced learners employing a mix of direct and indirect forms, while intermediate learners tend to favor more direct strategies. So overall, understanding how learners produce these speech acts is only one part of this study. So to fully grasp their pragmatic awareness, we also need to consider whether they can actually recognize the difference between giving advice and making suggestions. And this brings us to the fourth resource question, which explores the extent to which learners distinguish between these two acts, not just in use, but also in comprehension or perception. So across all scenarios, there was a consistent gap between learners' ability to produce advice and suggestion and their ability to recognize them at the functional level. So I'll try just to conclude the findings. So usually the production was strong across all the scenarios, but the recognition rates were much lower. And these findings actually confirm the hypothesis, which stipulated that Moroccan AFL learners do not clearly distinguish between advice given and suggestion making. So while they demonstrate good performance in producing both speech acts, their ability to accurately recognize them remains limited, which highlights an imbalance in their pragmatic competence. So this finding actually underscores a crucial gap in learners' pragmatic awareness, as their productive capabilities do not align with their recognition skills. So having explored both the production and the recognition of advice and suggestion and the gap between them, it becomes essential to consider what these findings mean for classroom practice, or in other words, how can this study inform the way pragmatic competence is taught to Moroccan AFL learners? So this study highlights several pedagogical implications, including the following. First, it highlights the need for explicit pragmatic instruction to address the gap between production and recognition of advice and suggestions, and to help learners to use English effectively in real-life interactions. Second, language instruction should go beyond grammar and structure, and by teaching the communicative intent behind speech acts in varied social contexts.
I'm so sorry, Miss Karima Azizi. Thank you so much for this insightful presentation. And now I will move on and give the floor to Miss Mariam Tayyaq, who will deliver a presentation entitled Artificial Intelligence in Translation Education, Equipping Students for Human-Machine Collaboration. Miss Mariam Tayyaq is
Hello.
a PhD candidate at the King Fahd School of Translation in Tangier. Her doctoral research focuses on the integration of artificial intelligence in translation teaching. She holds a master's degree in translation and has taught English and translation at both university and secondary school levels. In addition, her academic experience, she has worked as a professional translator both as a freelancer and in collaboration with the Moroccan news agency, where she specialized in media and institutional translation. Her research and professional interests include artificial intelligence assisted translation, discourse framing, translation ethics, and critical approaches to machine translation evaluation. Miss Mariam Tayyaq, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Bilal. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to sincerely thank the organizers for putting together such an engaging event, as well as all the participants for their insightful and enriching presentations. My name is Mariam Tayyaq, a PhD candidate in Translation Studies at the King Fahd School of Translation, Abdelmalek Saadi University in Morocco. It's a real honor to represent my university as this prestigious event. And this work is part of my PhD research supervised by Dr. Hisham Bouhaba, to whom I extend my deepest gratitude. Within the Translation, Media and Communication Laboratory at Abdelmalek Saadi University. Our presentation today is entitled AI in Translation Education, Equipping Students for Human-Machine Collaboration. And it explores how translation education can prepare students to collaborate effectively with artificial intelligence while preserving human creativity and cultural awareness. Now, before diving into the main ideas, this is the outline of our presentation. We would have loved to explore this fascinating topic in more depth, but due to the short time available, we will remain brief and focus on the way the key points that best capture the essence of our study. As we all know, we are living in a time where artificial intelligence is rapidly reshaping the world of translation, not only how we translate, but also how we teach translation. So tools such as ChatGPT, DeepL, and Google Translate have become part of everyday professional practice. They are fast, efficient, and increasingly accurate. And as a result, machine translation and post-editing are no longer optional skills, as they have become essential competencies for any future translator. However, this evolution also brings a major challenge, which is how do we keep the human touch in a field that is becoming more and more automated? This is the key question that guides our reflection today. How can we train translators to work with AI while still preserving their creativity, judgment, and cultural sensitivity? So in today's classrooms, the focus is no longer only on producing translations, but also on managing them, which means revising, post-editing, and critically evaluating what AI systems generate. This shift means that teachers are not just language trainers anymore. They are also facilitators who help students develop both technical and critical awareness. Students must learn not only how to use AI, but also when and why to trust or question it. In other words, translation education is becoming more about collaboration between human intelligence and artificial intelligence. And even though technology is advancing rapidly, human creativity, intuition, and ethical judgment remain at the heart of what makes a good translator. Now, at our university, artificial intelligence has not yet been fully integrated into translation education. And that's actually precisely what my PhD research focuses on. My work explores how translation programs in Morocco, and particularly at the King Fahd School of Translation in Tangiers, can gradually introduce AI into teaching practices in a way that is ethical, practical, and human-centered. We are living a moment of transition, and the translation market now expects graduates who can handle AI tools, perform post-editing, and critically evaluate machine-generated outputs. Yet, many training programs still focus on traditional methods. That's why we believe AI should be introduced thoughtfully in classrooms, not as a replacement for human translators, but as a tool for comparison, post-editing, and reflection. Through such exercises, students could learn to question AI decisions, evaluate linguistic accuracy, and maintain cultural sensitivity. And this approach encourages a new mindset, which is the one of collaboration between human intelligence and artificial intelligence. And by embracing this balance, we can prepare future translators not only to adapt to the changing market, but to lead it. In the next slide, where we tackle the opportunities and challenges of AI in translation education, when we look at the impacts of AI on translation education, we find both exciting opportunities and serious challenges. On one hand, AI brings innovation as it makes translation faster, more accessible, and more data-driven. Students can experiment with instant translation tools, explore multiple linguistic options, and learn from real-time feedback. It also helps democratize access to translation technology, allowing even smaller institutions or freelance translators to benefit from advanced tools. But on the other hand, there are growing concerns. We need to address issues of ethics, bias, and over-reliance. And as we know, AI systems, while efficient, don't always understand cultural nuance, emotional tone, or political sensitivity. They can reproduce ideological bias or misinformation if not guided properly. That's why human oversight remains essential. We need translators who are not only technically skilled, but also critically aware. And they should know when to trust AI, when to correct it, and how to preserve the human meaning behind the machine's words. In short, the challenge for translation education today is to strike a balance, to train translators who can use technology confidently but never lose sight of language's human depth and responsibility. Now, the translator of tomorrow will not only be a linguist, they will also be a technologist, a communicator, and a critical thinker. Their role will combine the precision of machines with the empathy and cultural understanding that only humans can offer. This is what we mean by human-machine collaboration. It is not about competition, but complementarity. Artificial intelligence brings speed, memory, and efficiency, while humans bring creativity, ethics, and emotional intelligence. And the real challenge for the new generation of translators is learning how to work with AI consciously and effectively. They need to master post-editing, develop critical awareness, and understand how to question machine-generated choices. At the same time, we must continue to value the human touch. Translators, of course, must preserve cultural context, intention, and emotion in ways that AI cannot. In the end, AI can translate words, but only humans can translate meanings. And this is where the true future of translation lies. As we reach the end of this presentation, this sentence sums up everything we have explored together through this presentation. AI can imitate the rhythm of our words, but it cannot feel their weight and understand their purpose. Technology may change how we translate, but it will never define why we translate. That purpose is to connect minds, to build understanding, and to preserve meaning, and it remains deeply human. The future of translation will not depend on how advanced AI becomes, but on how wisely and ethically we, as translators and educators, choose to use it. Our mission is not to compete with machines, but to guide them, ensuring that behind every translated text, there is conscious creativity and culture. Intelligence may be artificial, but meaning will always be human. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mariam Tayyaq. Thank you so much for respecting the 10 minutes allotted time. And now I will give the floor to Mr. Abdelhaq Mezgidi, who is a doctoral student in the discourse and the interdisciplinary in language, literature, and humanities program at Moulay Ismail University, Morocco. He is an MA holder in the field of applied linguistics. His research interests include applied linguistics, foreign language learning and teaching, intercultural communication, and critical discourse analysis. Mr. Abdelhaq Mezgidi will deliver a presentation entitled Enhancing for Language Learning Through Communication Strategies. Mr. Abdelhak Mizgidi, the floor is yours. And please try not to exceed, 10 minutes, since we have another presenter in this fourth panel, and we have another panel, after this one. Thank you so much. Mr. Abdelhak. It appears that Mr. Abdelhak Mizgidi is facing, some technical, issues. Mr. Murad Ramsh, are you here? Murad?
Yes.
So Mr. Murad, Murad Ramsh will present entitled, Critical Discourse Analysis of Nasl Ghiwan Song. Mr. Murad Ramsh is a middle school teacher of English and a PhD candidate in applied linguistics at Tufayl University. His areas of interest are critical thinking and soft skills, applied linguistics, English language teaching, pedagogy, culture, and intercultural, communication. So, Mr. Murad.
Yes, Sibilal.
Yes, the floor is yours. Please try not to exceed, 10 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, Sibilal. I shared my screen. Can you see my presentation?
Yeah. It's clear. Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Murad Ramsh. I am a doctoral candidate at Laboratory of Language and Society, Ibn Tufayl University, Kenitra. I am happy and delighted to be among you today to present this presentation, which is entitled A Critical Discourse Analysis of Nas al-Ghiwan Songs. Okay, so the outline of this presentation is as follows. And it includes an introduction, a historical and social context, methodology, musical style and cultural heritage, legacy and global impacts, conclusion and references. So I will start with background of the study. This study examines the performances and songs of Nas al-Ghiwan, and it explores how their music contributes to the construction of Moroccan identity. It also adopts a critical discourse analysis approach, and it will shed light on Nas al-Ghiwan songs function as a cultural and social medium representing different voices, and it will highlight the role of music in shaping public discourse in Morocco. Introduction. So the band of Nas al-Ghiwan was formed in the 70s in Hayy al-Mohammadi, Casablanca, often called the Beatles of Morocco. As a cultural significance, the group serves as a cultural register informing public discourse on Moroccan values and principles. So, as you know, the band of Nasl Ghiwan, they used to sing traditional songs, which presents, you know, which has their songs has rich meanings, and Moroccan art has witnessed an unprecedented change following the independence in 1956. Having said that, Bowell's 1972 states that Moroccans have a magnificent and highly evolved sense of rhythm, which manifests itself in the twin. Okay. So, concerning historical and social context, so as I said, the band emerged after 1956, which is a period of transition and growing political awareness in Morocco. Nasl Ghiwan, Ghiwan's band rise coincided with the period of, economic crisis and so on. Its members came from humble families in poor neighborhoods, allowing them to mirror the daily struggles of simple Moroccans. The lyrics of their songs express the suffering of the poor, empower them, and create a connection between them and their audience, but not for fame, for their own personal gain, according to Seymour 2013. Now, as for the methodology, critical discourse analysis examines the relationship between language and power. Critical discourse analysis is a growing interdisciplinary research movement that primarily studies the way social power, abuse, dominance, and inequality are enacted, reproduced, and resisted by text and talk in the social and political context, according to Van Dyke, 1994. In addition, scholars use critical discourse analysis not only to study how language acts as a social practice to reproduce or resist power, but also to uncover the hidden meanings in discourse. Having said that, the aim was to investigate the hidden power relations and ideologies embedded in the band's lyrics and performances. Now, concerning musical style and cultural heritage, blending genres, Nasl Ghiwan have had a unique mix of Gnawa trance, Sufism, Melhoun, which is an elite oral poetry, and folk songs. Concerning the language, they use Darija. They use Darija, which is colloquial Moroccan Arabic, combined with the old-fashioned poetic phrases to create attachment and a sense of belonging. Concerning the instruments, they utilize traditional Moroccan instruments to create a rustic sound that rumbles and swells rather than traditional Western rock. Some of these instruments are the tayanim, which is a reed flute used as an accompaniment to songs. The mizwid is a very much attributable to a bagpipe, and called in this way because it resembles a food bag. A double-sided cylindrical drum that is positioned vertically on the body to be played standing. And the qaraqib is a metal castanet of fair size that can be held and played directly with one hand. Okay. So here I have some selected songs as case studies. The first song is Senia, which is the tea tray. It's a metaphor for family and shared history. It laments the loss of unity and the transition from joy to sorrow. And I'm going to to give you some uh, lines from the song. They say, "All night, my eyes. Where are those who get good people around you? Oh, the tea plate. Those who join you. Where are the generous and blessed ones? Where is my life, my street, and my neighbors? Oh, the tea plate." So, the Saniya is one of the famous songs of Nasr. This song seems symbolic because words it contains invoke family or friends gathered around a platter of steaming cups, a pot of tea, and sprigs of mint, and warm wood, and ambergris that are used as infusions, according to Seed 2003. So, what makes this song special too is that the narrator asks the teacher different questions. Where are those people of good intention once gathered around you? Where are those blessed and principled people, those who once accompanied you? And of course, we have another songs like فين غادي بيا خويا, Where are you taking me brother, which is frequently associated with political arrest and nostalgia for the homeland. And مهمومة, the song مهمومة, which addresses the individual's feelings of marginalization and loss of hope due to social injustice. So, legacy and global impact. So, they brought spiritual Sufi music into the public sphere. Nasr band brought spiritual Sufi music into the public sphere. And pan-Arab influence, their support for causes like Palestine expanded their popularity across the Arab world. Next, the role of songs in discourse. Songs are used as a medium of communication. They provide insight into social and political realities, and also they act as a voice for the marginalized, and they blend artistic expression with social commentary. So, give me 1 second.
Simorod?
Yes, I'm with you.
Have you finished? Yeah?
No, not yet, not yet. Just so, as I said, so Nasr had a great impact on Moroccan population in different domains. In fact, they managed to enter approximately all Moroccan houses because every citizen had a fond memory related to one of this band songs. It is strongly believed that Moroccans recognize Nasr music to be the mirror of their everyday life. Few are the instances when you enter a Moroccan house without finding a tape, a CD, or the lyrics of their songs written on a piece of paper, according to Badri, 2014. This musical influence can be ascribed to the melody of their songs and the words that they select and the use of the region. The latter was one of the main factors that made people love this band because the rija is a means of communication which conveys attachment and complicity. Furthermore, another factor of this unprecedented musical influence is that the famous figures of this band lived close to the everyday life of Moroccans. Okay.
Thank you so much, Si Murad Ramsh. And now, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but due to time constraints, I will try to give the floor now to Mr. Abdelhaq Mzgidi. Mr. Abdelhaq.
Hello.
You're welcome, Mr. Abdelhaq.
Me?
Yes, it's clear. Mr. Abdelhaq, the floor is yours. Try please to be concise and present in no less than 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yeah, it's clear, yeah. Go on.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Amdiaz. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing well. Before I begin, I would like to thank Beit Lisaniat International Academy for organizing this essential international conference on AI language and the future of global knowledge. I appreciate the opportunity to be part of this event and also to contribute to the exchange of knowledge and experience. My presentation, as you see on the screen on the slide, is entitled Enhancing Foreign Language Learning Through Communication Strategies. So in this presentation, I will discuss why communication strategies matter and how they can support learners in using language more effectively, both in the classroom and also in a real life situation. The content of my presentation, for the content, I will start by talking about why communication strategies are important. Then I will briefly define communication strategies, and after that I will explain what they are. And next I will talk about the teachers and learners' roles. Also, I will give some practical applications and summarize the benefits of integrating communication strategies. And finally, I will conclude. In recent years, foreign language teaching has expanded beyond grammar and vocabulary to include the development of the four skills. I mean, reading, listening, speaking, and writing. However, many learners still struggle to communicate effectively in real-life situations. One reason is that learners lack the ability to use language strategically when they face communication difficulties. This paper argues that communication strategies should be explicitly taught and practiced in every classroom session, regardless of the focus of the lesson. So by integrating these strategies into daily teaching, we can help learners become more confident, autonomous, and effective communicators. There are, in fact, many definitions of communication strategies, but I chose these two because they are the most relevant to the topic. Based on the definitions proposed by Ferk and Kasper and Dornay, communication strategies can be understood as techniques that learners use to overcome communication problems and achieve their communicative goals. here are some, there are in fact many communication strategies that learners can use to enhance their learning and communicate more effectively. And here are some examples. So for example, we have restructuring, which is a strategy in which the learner reformulates the message. Also, we have approximation that involves using a word that is close in meaning to the intended one. Omission is also a communication strategy that, or where the learner leaves out a word and keeps talking as if he said that word. So communication is a strategy where the learner acts or describes something instead of naming it directly, because he doesn't know the real name of that target object or target word. Code switching is where it refers to the use of another language to express an idea. Simply, the learner switch to another language, and also the use of all-purpose, which is also another the purpose words, which is also another communication strategy, which relies on general terms, like for example, thing, like elements, stuff, and so on and so on. Mime is also a strategy that's based on using gestures or body language, body movements to communicate instead of saying the language. Self-repetition also occurs when the learner repeats his or her own words to continue speaking. So we have also another strategy, which is other repetition, which consists of repeating what the conversation partner, the interlocutor has just said. Verbal strategy marker includes adding expressions to show that the learner is not sure about the target word that he or she doesn't know. Direct appeal also. Direct appeal for help also is or means when the speaker asks someone for assistance or asks the interlocutor for assistance. Asking for repetition means to ask the interlocutor to repeat what he said. And we have also another strategy, which is very important, asking for clarification, which aims at getting a clearer explanation from the interlocutor to the learner. Asking for confirmation is used by the learner to check if the message was understood correctly. Guessing also, here we have the teacher rules here, which is really very, very important, because the teachers play a crucial role in developing communication strategies. So in fact, teachers should raise awareness of communication strategies, and also they have to model communication strategies, and also they have to embed strategies in every lesson. And this is, by the way, the core of my presentation. Also, they have to create a supportive environment and encourage learners to speak without fear, and also create opportunities for interactions. The teacher should not wait until a special lesson to teach these strategies. They should be part of every lesson. Whether the lesson is about grammar, writing, listening, speaking, vocabulary, or functions, here learners should still be encouraged to interact and use strategies to solve communication problems, whatever the focus of the lesson is about. For learners, also they should have or take an active role. They need to practice strategies regularly, and also they don't need to be afraid of making mistakes. And also they have to use the language even with limited knowledge. So learners have to be or have a responsibility. They should not stop speaking when they face a difficulty. Instead, they should learn how to ask for help. They should, learn how to explain another way, or also, or let's say, use the words they already know. What they know before, or they learned before. This helps them become more confident also and more independent. By the way, this is the benefits of using communication strategies for the learner. And for the practical applications, so I will start here by the speaking lesson. In fact, here particularly in speaking lessons, communication strategies are very easy to practice. Teachers can use role play, peer work, and discussion tasks. These activities give students a real reason to speak and to respond naturally when they do not know a word or do not, fully understand their partner. And here are some concrete examples that the learner might use. For example, could you repeat that, please? What I mean is, and they complete. I don't know the exact word, but it is, something like this and that, okay, and they complete explaining what they want to say. For a listening lesson, here students should not only listen passively, okay, so they should not listen passively, but they can predict the topic before listening. They can confirm information while listening, and also they can ask for clarification after listening. So this makes listening more active and more effective. And here are also other let's say, concrete examples for learners. So, for example, they can say, "I think the speaker is talking about travel." Okay, did she say Monday or Tuesday? So this is like a question for clarification here. And do you mean the problem was solved? Okay, so these are concrete examples that for learners to be used in this lesson, which is listening. For a reading lesson, reading is also a place where communication strategies are important. Students can guess the meaning of new words from context. They can also explain the text in their own words or compare ideas with classmates. This helps them move from just decoding words to understanding meaning. And as you see in front of you, the examples, for the sake of time, I will not read, the examples, so you can see them. So, moving to the writing lesson. So, communication strategies help students improve their text. They can ask classmates if their ideas are clear. They can rewrite sentences and they, improve the organization of their ideas. So, writing becomes a process of communication, not only a final product. Okay, and here also the students can or the learner can say, is this sentence clear? Or can I say this in another word? Let me rewrite this part. And these are communication strategies, in fact, in concrete examples. For a grammar lesson, also even in grammar lessons, can include communication strategies instead of only memorizing rules in a traditional way. Students can use grammar in short dialogues or tasks. They can also ask for clarification when they don't understand a structure, and this makes grammar more meaningful and less isolated. For example, the learner can ask, why do we use this form here? Can you give me another examples, and so on. For vocabulary, vocabulary is one of the most important areas of, for communication strategies. When learners do not know a word, they can describe that word, that target word, or they can guess that word from the context, or they can ask for another word with a similar meaning. So this helps them continue communicating without stopping. And for example, they can say, as examples, it's the thing that you use to is it that thing that we use to open the door? For example, to refer to a key. If let's pretend that they don't know the word key, which is the target word is in this example. Or they can say, does this word mean the same as, and they complete. So for functions, some functions are very important because they reflect real life communication. So here students need to know how to respect, to request, to apologize, to clarify, to refuse politely. So communication strategies help them use these functions naturally and appropriately. For example, can you say this that again, please? Or sorry, what I meant was this and that. Okay, so do you mean in class or outside class. Okay, so here for the benefits concerning the benefits of communication strategies, they help. I mean, communication strategies help learners feel more confident, which is very important for learning the language, and also they feel less afraid of making mistakes. They will be encouraged to use the language without fear, and also I mean, communication strategies increase interaction in class and support communicative competence. So in the long term, they help learners. I mean, communication strategies help learners become more independent users of the foreign language and be prepared for real life situations. So to conclude, communication strategies should not be occasional, and this is in fact, I mean, the core of the presentation. They should be part of daily classroom practice. If we want learners to use a foreign language effectively in real life, we must teach them how to communicate strategically, not only accurately. So language, as a final thought, language is learned best when it is used meaningfully and strategically. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abdelhak Mzgidi. At the end, I would like to express my gratitude to all the participants during this fourth panel. Miss Karima Azizi, Miss Mariam Taiq, Mr. Abdelhak Mzgidi, and Mr. Murad Ramsh. And I would like also to express my deep thanks to اللسانيات Academy, especially Mr. Ahmed Ben Isa for giving us, for allowing us to moderate this panel. And now I will give the floor to the panel's reporter, Mr. Ahmed Tripoli, to see if there are questions for our presenters. Thank you so much and have a great weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, dear professors, and I'd like to thank all the participants for their contributions, and Beit Lissaniyat International Academy for this organization of this international conference. So concerning the questions, if anyone has any questions or any intervention, you can unmute your mic and
Mr. Ahmed Tripoli. So if there are no questions, I would like to thank all the participants during this panel, and let's move to the next panel, which is the fifth panel. Thank you so much, Miss Karima Azizi, Miss Mariam Taiq, Mr. Abdelhak, and Mr. Mourad. Thank you so much. Let's move to the next panel. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Go on, Mr. Mourad.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yes. So I am Abdelmouni Al-Gomidi. I am back here with you as a moderator for the fifth session because Mr. Mohammed Qaddouri could not be here for some circumstances. So I'll start with the first presenter. The first presenter is Ms. Doha Lahjouji, and she's going to talk about interpreting in the age of AI, human presence, cognitive pressure, and the limits of automation. So Ms. Doha, the floor is yours if you are here.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clear. You can start.
Hello? Yeah, hello. And thank you for being here. I'm really happy to be among you. And I would like to thank you for this opportunity. So I'll try to keep this brief and focus on main points. So today I would like to talk about interpreting in the context of artificial intelligence. Not so much from a technical perspective, but more from what actually happens when people interpret in real situations. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen. You have 10 minutes. Okay.
Okay. So when we talk about AI and language, there is often this idea that many languages tasks can be optimized or accelerated or even replaced. Interpreting is sometimes included in that discussion almost as if it was merely a question of speed and accuracy. But in practice, interpreting does not really work like that. It is not only about transferring words from one language to another, it's something that happens in real time, under pressure or in front of other people, and in situations that are often unpredictable. So, what I would like to do in this presentation is to keep back to see and to look at interpreting from a more human perspective and focus on what actually makes it possible and also on what might be overlooked when we think about automation. So if we look more closely at interpreting, we start to see that it is a very particular type of activity. Unlike written translation, for example, interpreting happens while things are still unfolding. There is no real pause, no time to go back, no time to rethink what has already been said. Everything happens at the same time. So the interpreter has to listen, understand, decide what matters, and speak almost simultaneously. And this is done in real situations, in real life situations, often in front of people, or sometimes in high stakes contexts where what is said really matters. For example, in medical consultations, the interpreter may have to deal with emotional tension while still delivering information clearly. In legal settings, a small hesitation or ambiguity can have serious consequences. And also, for example, in conferences, speakers may change direction suddenly, which forces the interpreter to adapt immediately. So it's not only a question of language, it's also a question of attention, of memory, of managing pressure, of reacting quickly when something unexpected happens. Sometimes the speaker is not clear, or sometimes the information is missing. Sometimes the pace changes suddenly, and the interpreter still has to keep going to make sense of things and to maintain a certain level of coherence. And in that sense, interpreting is not just a technical process. It's more like it's something that is lived in the moment. It evolves. It involves constant adjustments, small decisions, and a kind of balance between understanding, speaking, and staying present at the same time. So if we now bring artificial intelligence into the discussion, things become even more interesting. As there's no doubt that AI is already transforming the way we think about language. It can process large amounts of data, generate text, and in some cases, even support translation tasks with a high level of efficiency. But this growing presence of AI is in communication is only or is not only theoretical, it's already visible in professional and technological environments. For example, as recent discussions and demonstrations that took place during GTEx showed how AI systems are becoming faster and more responsive and increasingly integrated into real-time communication settings, including translation and multilingual interaction. What is particularly interesting in this context is that these developments tend to emphasize speed, efficiency, and automation as key indicators of progress. But language is often approached as something that can be processed and optimized, sometimes with impressive results. So it is understandable that interpreting is sometimes included in that border movement, as if we were just another language or another activity that could be optimized or partially automated. Oh, we can also see similar developments in real-time translation applications, automated subtitles or AI-based meetings, AI assistants that are increasingly used in professional settings. But when we look at interpreting in the way I just described, it becomes a bit more difficult to see it only in those terms, because what is happening in interpreting is not only the processing of language, it's also the management of attention, the ability to make decisions very quickly, and the capacity to stay present in a situation that is constantly evolving. And these aspects are not always easy to capture in technological models, because they are closely tied to human experience and to context and to interaction. So rather than saying that AI will replace interpreting, it might be more accurate to say that it changes the environment in which interpreting takes place, while leaving some of its most fundamental dimensions untouched. So what this actually suggests is that the human side of interpreting is not just an additional layer, something, for example, secondary. It's actually at the center of the activity. And when interprets work, they are not only producing language, they are constantly managing their attention, regulating their speech, and adapting to what is happening around them. And there's also there's a presence involved. The interpreter is not invisible, even if they are not the original speaker, but they are still performing in a way in front of others, and this has an impact on how communication is received. At the same time, they have to deal with pressure, not just time pressure, but also the pressure of getting things right, of maintaining coherence, and of continuing even when things are not entirely clear. For instance, when I don't know, for example, a speaker talks too fast or uses unclear references, the interpreter cannot stop the interaction. They have to continue, make quick decisions, and still maintain coherence for the audience. And all of this means that interpreting depends on a combination of cognitive and behavioral capacities that are difficult to separate from the person who is performing them. So if we reduce interpreting to outputs, to speed, or to accuracy alone, we miss a large part of what actually makes it work. So to conclude, what I have tried to suggest here is that interpreting allows us to see something quite important about language and communication in the context of artificial intelligence. Language not only that can be processed or generated, also something that is performed, acts, and adapts continuously. So artificial intelligence will certainly continue to shape the environments in which interpreters work, but I don't think it does, or it does not remove the need for human presence or for judgment and for the ability to act under pressure. So rather than seeing interpreting as something that could be replaced, it might be more useful to see it as a reminder of what remains deeply human in communication. So thank you so much for your attention. And if you will excuse me, I will unfortunately have to leave the conference at this point due to a prior commitment. And once again, I thank you for your attention.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Doha, for your interesting presentation and also for respecting the time limits. Our next presentation is going to take us to Qadi University with Ms. Nadia Lassasi. Her topic is going to be about mapping the integration of metaverse in education in Morocco, a bibliometric approach. Ms. Nadia Lassasi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, monsieur. Donc,
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, you can start sharing your screen and start your presentation. You have 10 minutes.
can you see my presentation I share?
Yes, yes, it's clear.
Okay. D'accord. So, Mr. President of the session, distinguished attendees, it's an honor to be here today to share my research on mapping the integration of the metaverse in education in Morocco, a bibliometric approach. According to our presentation plan, I will begin with the context, interests, and research problem theoretical and conceptual framework, research, methodology, results, and discussion. So, immersive technologies, particularly the metaverse, are progressively transforming education by creating interactive and engaging learning environments, while e-learning platforms and MOOCs, especially reinforced during the COVID-19 pandemic, have ensured pedagogical continuity. They often remain limited to passive learning approach and lack immersive. In this context, the metaverse emerged as an innovative alternative. It offers interactive virtual spaces that foster active participation, enhance motivation, and support personalized learning will overcome time and space constraints. The metaverse represents an innovative opportunity for language teaching by offering immersive and interactive environments. Unlike traditional approaches, which often focus on passive transmission of knowledge, it allows learners to practice the language in situation close to reality, thus promoting oral communication, active listening, and contextualized learning. Through this virtual space, students can interact, collaborate, and develop their language skills in a more motivating and engaging way while overcoming time and space constraints. So, however, despite growing interest in immersive and intelligent learning environment, the adoption of technology such as artificial intelligence, adaptive systems, and virtual reality remains uneven. Difference persists according to gender, teaching experience, and geographical location. In the Moroccan context, few studies have systematically explored the role of the metaverse in education and its potential to enhance engagement, personalization, and collaboration. This gap leads to our central research question. How can the integration of metaverse and artificial intelligence improve learner engagement and learning in a multilingual educational context like that of Morocco, take into account linguistic challenge and inequality among teachers? The metaverse can be defined as a three-dimensional interconnected virtual environment that combine human interaction, immersive technologies, and connection to the real world to allow users to interact, communicate, and evolve within a digital space governed by its own rule and economic system. Its evolution follows a trajectory marked by major innovation. From this first virtual reality headset in 1968 to the emergence of the terminal, Stevens Snow 1992, and more recently the transformation of Facebook into Meta in 2021, along with virtual worlds such as Fortnite. Today, the metaverse represents a transformative opportunity for education. It enables the simulation of complex situations, enhance learner engagement, and provide immersive and flexible learning environments. It is also particularly relevant for language learning as it creates authentic communication context where learning can interact in real time with speaker worldwide, thereby developing both linguistic and intercultural competency. Aligned with 21st century skills and sustainable development goal for the Edu Metaverse contributes to inclusive, accessible, and sustainable education while opening new pedagogical perspective. The initial search conducted in Scopus and Web of Science identify 2,408 records. After removing duplicate, around 1,800 articles were screened based on title and abstracts. From these, about 1,600 were excluded, leaving approximately 200 articles for full text analysis. Following this step, around 170 studies were excluded for not meeting the inclusion criteria. Finally, 22 30 studies were returned, among which 8 were rejected in the Moroccan context. So the bibliometric analysis saw that the metaverse occupies a central position in current educational research, strongly connected to learning system and learners. It also reveals the recent emergence of artificial intelligence, particularly in relation to learning, personalization, data analysis, and privacy concern. Furthermore, the finding indicates a shift from traditional e-learning toward immersive and intelligent environments, integrating technologies such as natural language processing and big data. An important result concerns the role of human factors, teacher digital comprehension, and training appear to be critical for the successful integration of this technology. The results show that the metaverse combined with artificial intelligence marks and transition towards immersive, adaptive, and learner-centered learning environment, particularly relevant in the Moroccan multilingual context. AI facilitates linguistic inclusion, translation, and personalized feedback, while metaverse strengthens engagement through authentic learning situation. However, the impact of these technologies depend on teacher digital skills and access to resources. And the reduction of inequality remain essential for effective and equitable integration. The integration of metaverse and artificial intelligence offers strong potential to improve engagement and learning in a multilingual context like that of Morocco. However, its success depends on the digital skills of teacher and equitable access to technologies, making training and reducing inequalities essential. So thank you for your attention.
Yes, you are welcome. Thank you as well for the insightful presentation about the metaverse and this bibliographic study. Again, we're going to talk about another interesting topic with Mr. Ardwan El-Ghandour, who is going to talk to us about reconceptualizing authentic materials in the age of AI, implications for Moroccan EFL teachers. Mr. Radwan, are you with us? Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Radwan, you can share your screen and start. You have 10 minutes.
All right, thank you. Can you see the presentation, Mr. Chairman?
Not yet. Not yet.
What about now?
Not really. Can you do it again?
All right, can you wait, please?
Yes, it's loading, Mr. Radwan. You can start. Yes, Mr. Radwan, are you still facing some technical problems?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Just the presentation, it loads and it keeps loading. I don't know what's the problem. You can do it, and meanwhile you can start conceptualizing your topic, or
All right.
walk us through what you are going to talk about.
Okay. I will try again. Hope you can see it now. So before embarking on my presentation, I'd like to thank the organizing committee for this great event, namely Professor Ahmed Ben Isa, the coordinator of this event, and Beit Lisaniat with its members. Also, I would like to thank my dear supervisor, Dr. Saeed Abdullawi, for his support and help. So my presentation is entitled, as you can see, Reconceptualizing Authentic Materials in the Age of AI, Implications for Moroccan EFL Teachers. So the objectives of this presentation are as follow. First, to define artificial intelligence and authentic materials in language education, to examine the role of AI in EFL teaching and learning, to identify key opportunities and challenges of AI for EFL teachers, and last but not least, to explore the implications of AI integration in Moroccan EFL classrooms. This is the outline. Introduction, definitions, EI opportunities versus challenges for teachers, implications, conclusions, and references. So we're going to start by these questions. What makes a text authentic in 2026? Question number 2. Does authenticity depend on the teacher or the learner? Question number 3. Can AI-generated language be pedagogically authentic? All right. This is the introduction. Authenticity has traditionally meant using real-world text produced by native speakers. According to Lee, 1995, it is a view that has shaped also EFL teaching, including Morocco. So with the rise of generative AI, like ChatGPT, Claude, Google Bard, and other AI tools, which challenges this definition of authenticity by what? By producing contextually relevant and linguistically accurate text. These shifts call for redefining authenticity as a dynamic interaction between learner, text, and task, rather than a fixed property of origin. In the Moroccan EFL context, AI can support the creation of functionally authentic material despite classroom constraints. And also here the teacher's role evolved into a pedagogical mediator adapting AI-generated content to learners' need. And as you know that the learner is the center of these things. The problem, AI tools like ChatGPT can generate realistic texts, but they are not produced by native speakers, right? Now let's move to see some definitions of AI and authentic materials. So artificial intelligence refers to the branch of computer sciences concerned with designing systems capable of performing tasks that typically require human intelligence, such as reasoning, learning, problem solving, perceptions, and language understanding. John Mackay described AI as the science of engineering of making intelligent machine. From a modern perspective, according to Russell and Peter Norvig, which they define AI as the study of agents that receive percepts from the environment and perform actions that maximize their chances of achieving goals. And similarly, Rich defined AI as the study of how to make computers do things at which the moment people are better, 2009. So there are some key components of AI, which typically includes machine learning systems that improve performance through experience, natural language processing, which enables machines to understand and generate human language, and computer vision allows systems to interpret visual data. And the last one, which is expert system, which are rule-based systems that emulate decision-making of human experts. We can also move to the evolving concept of authenticity. We can see from input to interaction, a pedagogical shift. Here, the focus has shifted from treating text or dealing with text as inherently authentic to seeing authenticity as something created by and created in interaction between learners, texts, and tasks. The view underpins both communicative language teaching, CLT, and task-based language teaching. As learner-centeredness, as I said, the focus is learner-centeredness, the meaning-focused approach. Also from another approach, which is from text to interaction. Here we are rethinking authenticity. Here the text is not authentic on its own. Authenticity here depends on how learners respond to and use that text. According to Widowson, in which he distinguishes features of the text from authenticity, and the learner's appropriate engagement with that text. Also, from traditional definitions concepts, here the native speaker standard. Materials were classified as authentic if they were created for real-world purpose by a native speaker, intended for other native speakers, and not altered for pedagogical reasons, according to Morrow 1977. And authenticity also has always been central in EFL teaching, traditionally exposure to real-life language use. Authenticity also should focus on learner interaction, meaningful communication, and more important, sorry?
Yes, Mr.
Meaningful communication, sorry?
Could you please wrap up? You still have 1 minute.
Okay, yes, I will move directly to the implications.
Yes.
So as not to, right? So in the Moroccan context, as you can see, we've got large classes, mixed levels. So as it is difficult for teachers to create a text that can tailor for the needs of all the students that the teacher has in his classes. Also, there is a limited access to updated materials. As you know that we, as teachers, we still teach with outdated textbooks from 2007 or more than that. Also, foreign content often culturally distant, and also there is a need for localized and accessible materials. Right? I'll skip this one also. As I said, for the implications for Moroccan EFL teachers, we have to localize the global discourse. So EI helps teachers to adapt global themes, climate change, technology, football to Moroccan realities. For example, a text on drought can be rewritten to focus on its impact on Moroccan farming instead of a foreign context of Spain or France or whatever. This contextualization boosts engagement and makes tasks feel genuinely meaningful, supporting task-based learning principle. And also differentiation in large or mixed abilities classes. So EI has the ability to quickly generate multiple versions of the same topic, beginner, intermediate, advanced. Here, these things challenges teachers today. The core also task learning about the same issue stays authentic while the input is calibrated to learners' ZPD. And also the teacher should be as a pedagogical gatekeeper. Easy content generation brings risks of inaccuracy, bias, or cultural mismatch. The last thing, which is the conclusion. So authenticity must evolve in the EI era. And also EI is a support tool, not a threat. So teachers should look at this tool as a support tool, not as a threat. And the focus also should be on relevance and communication. And the last thing, which is we are calling for future research needed in Moroccan classrooms in relation with authenticity and AI. Thank you so much for your attention.
Welcome, Mr. Thank you for bringing this interesting topic in today's conference and in this fifth session. Authentic materials really matters, especially in the age of AI. Let's move on to the last speaker, who's going to be Saïd Ousbayer from Shaib University in Al-Jadida. His topic is going to be about exploring the teacher's perspectives on the role of artificial intelligence in enhancing vocabulary proficiency among Moroccan EFL students. So, Mr. Said, finally, the floor is yours.
Hello. Okay, thank you, Sir Abdul.
Yes, welcome. Mr. Radwan, could you please stop sharing so that Mr. Said can share again? Okay.
Can you see the presentation?
It's loading, it's coming, and you have 10 minutes, please.
Okay.
Yes, we can see it. It's there. You can start.
All right. Okay, so first of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Beta Lisaniat Academy for providing us this opportunity in this international conference. So my presentation is going to be under the following topic: exploring teachers' perspectives on the role of AI in enhancing vocabulary proficiency among Moroccan EFL students. To give an overview to my talk, so the presentation is going to include the following sections. We have the introduction, research objective and research questions, theoretical framework, methodology, results and discussion, and conclusion. As an introduction, the incorporation of artificial intelligence, AI, okay, I'm sorry, there is, okay. or AI has dramatically brought about a transformative shift in the educational setting. And also, by the same token, vocabulary knowledge has been recognized to be a fundamental building block for the expression and comprehension of one's thoughts and ideas. So in this regard, the linguistic David Wilkins summed up the importance of vocabulary learning when he said, without grammar, very little can be conveyed, but without vocabulary, nothing can be conveyed. Therefore, it is for this reason that language educators would place a predominant focus on vocabulary teaching in their language classrooms. So the research objective and the research questions. So the current study aims to examine the role of AI in shaping teachers' vocabulary classes as it explores their teaching experiences and elicits their opinions in this regard. Accordingly, the study aims to illuminate the following research questions. So the first research question is, to what extent are Moroccan EFL teachers familiar with AI tools in vocabulary instruction? Number two, how do Moroccan EFL teachers benefit from AI tools to help learners foster their vocabulary proficiency? And the last question, how do Moroccan EFL teachers perceive the role of AI tools in vocabulary instruction? So my study is actually driven by the following theoretical framework, which is Technology Acceptance Model, or TAM. So this model is one of the most influential frameworks for understanding how people adopt a new technology. Essentially, it suggests that a person's decision to use a new system is driven by two main factors. We have the perceived usefulness and perceived ease of use. And these two factors are also driven by two main elements. We have the attitude toward using, behavioral intention to use, and actual use. Just in short, according to Davis, if a user feels a technology is both useful and easy to navigate, they develop positive attitude toward it, which leads to successful adoption. In short, if it's helpful and it's simple, people will certainly use that technology. So for the methodology, the study is conducted via the adapting an explanatory sequential design of mixed methods research. The quantitative data has been collected first through online questionnaires, followed by qualitative data at the conduction of semi-structured interviews. For the participants, the questionnaire was filled out by a total of 97 EFL Moroccan teachers. Okay, and for data analysis, the quantitative data from the questionnaires were analyzed using SPSS. Let's move on straight to the results and the discussion. So the first of all, we have teachers' familiarity with AI in vocabulary instruction. As we can see in the first figure, the vast majority of teachers have at least some level of acquaintance with AI tools. Specifically, 75.4% of the respondents describe themselves as somewhat familiar, while 14% feel very familiar, and only a small minority, that is to say, 10.5% report having no familiarity at all. So this suggests that AI is a well-known concept among the surveyed educators. On the other hand, we can see that despite varying levels of comfort, a significant majority, that is to say 66.7% of teachers are already using AI tools specifically for vocabulary instruction. Meanwhile, 33.3% of teachers have not yet integrated these tools into their vocabulary lessons. So the following table shows teachers' frequency regarding the preparation, teaching, and assessment of vocabulary instruction. So as we can see here, about 36% of the teachers reported that they use AI to prepare vocabulary lessons and the vocabulary activities, whereas about 33% of the teachers reported that they rarely or they never integrate AI into their vocabulary teaching lessons. Also, we have about 60% of the teachers reported that they never use AI in assessing students' vocabulary development. Concerning the ways teachers benefit from AI in vocabulary instruction, we can see that, so the following diagram or the following figure represents percentages of the ways teachers use AI in vocabulary instruction. Just as an example, we can see that 49.10% of the teachers reported that they use AI to generate reading text, dialogues, stories, and also 40% of the teachers reported that they use AI tools specifically to look for synonyms, antonyms, collocations, to check meanings, pronunciation, and grammar. The following figure demonstrates the frequency of AI platforms mostly used by Moroccan teachers. As we can see, ChatGPT is by far the most dominant tool used by 70.18% of surveyed teachers, which makes it the clear favorite of various educational tasks. And we can see that it is followed by other AI tools such as DeepSeek, Grammarly, Copilot, etc. So the questionnaire aimed to investigate and to elicit teachers' opinions and perspectives regarding some issues related to the integration of AI in vocabulary instruction. Among the items which demonstrated high level here, we can see that, for example, teachers reported that using AI when preparing vocabulary activities is useful and it saves time. By the same token, using AI in vocabulary lessons can make learners more engaged and motivated. Others also say that using AI tools can help learners improve their vocabulary repertoire. Using AI tools can facilitate learners' vocabulary tasks and assignments. In addition to the fact that some teachers worry about over-relying on AI tools in preparing and teaching vocabulary. And also, some teachers also reported that AI should be excluded in vocabulary lessons. And also some of them reported that they have some issues concerning the confidence related to using AI in vocabulary instructions. As a conclusion, although the questionnaires and interviews offered valuable insights, they may not fully represent the nuanced influences of AI on vocabulary learning and acquisition. This limitation makes it a requirement for teachers to conduct further quasi-experimental studies, especially in the Moroccan context, so as to validate our findings. So future investigations are also required to consider more sufficient sample sizes, adapt observational methods, and conduct longitudinal studies to obtain more robust results that could be generalized across diverse demographic groups and would be applied to different cultural contexts. So here are some of the references, and thank you for your attention.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Said, for your insightful study. It was really fruitful. We've learned a lot from your research study. Now, I'm going to move on to the questions. If anybody has a question, please feel free to ask the questions either in the chat box or you can unmute yourselves. If not, we can move to the last panel or last session. Let me check if there is a question in the main chat. So far, there is no question. What about our audience here? Do you have a question for the presenters? Okay, so if there is no question from the audience, either here on YouTube as well, let's move on to the last panel. And the last session will be moderated by Dr. I guess Dr. Etimad Shanqoub. Yes, Dr. Etimad.
Hello,
Are you here with
Professor
us?
Abdelmunaim. Hello.
Yes,
Am I
yes, the floor
audible
is
to you,
yours.
please?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Clear.
thank you. Thank you. So, good evening, distinguished professors, researchers, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Atimet, the moderator of this session. Discussion section, of course, will be by Professor Abdeslam Outaleb, who will serve as a reporter for this panel and will lead the discussion section, inshallah. So welcome everyone to session 6 and our last session of this insightful conference and rich gathering. So a session that brings us right into the heart of one of the most transformative forces in education today, artificial intelligence, of course, which is the core of our today's conference. So in the next set of presentations, we will not only be talking about artificial intelligence as a tool, but as a pedagogical disrupt, a creative partner, and a catalyst reshaping teaching, learning, and academic communication. Together, these contributions invite us to rethink how knowledge is constructed and shared in an increasingly digital world. And it's worth noting, please, that each presenter will be allocated 10 minutes for their presentation. So we now begin with our first presentation, which focuses on conceptual and creative perspective, where AI is explored through the lens of a more practice-oriented question. What does AI mean for the future role of EFL teachers themselves? It is my pleasure to invite our speaker, Professor Raha Yassin. He's an EFL Public High School teacher in CNES and a doctoral student in applied linguistics at L'INES FES. His research interests are tightly linked to technology-enhanced learning, formative assessment, professional development, and vocabulary. So, Professor Raha Yassin, can you please proceed? Professor Raha Yassin, are you there?
Yeah, hello? You hear me?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I think that the presenter before me need to remove his presentation so that I can share my presentation.
Okay, so the previous presenter was Mr. Saeed Ouzbeir. Would you please remove your presentation so that Mr. Yassin can proceed? Professor Gmidi.
Hello? Yes.
Hello. Can you please ask Mr. Saeed to remove his presentation?
I guess
Is it removed now?
He did.
Already, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I did. He did remove it.
Okay, Mr. Raha Yassin, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me share my presentation with you.
Okay.
So thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Timen. So my presentation is entitled "The Future of AI-Assisted EFL Teacher: Conceptual Representation of Prospective Teachers." So I have the great pleasure to present my work on my research. So in a world where digital transformation is no longer a distant vision, but a lived reality, the field of English as a foreign language instruction stands at a historic crossroad. as we interrogated sophisticated AI-powered tools, from predictive writing assistant to adaptive chatbots into our classrooms. We are forced to confront a fundamental question. Is the role of human teacher becoming absolute, or we are witnessing the dawn of a more powerful human-centered partnership? This presentation moves beyond the dystopian fear of robot takeovers to explore the next generation of education envisions as a collaborative landscape known as AI-assisted EFL teaching and learning. By grounding our pedagogical expertise in the strength of AI, we can shift from being mere content providers to becoming true facilitator of human potential, ensuring that technology serves to amplify the social and emotional heartbeat of the classroom rather than replace it. So, why this matters to your practice? Number one, so is a paradigm shift. AI is a transition from an external tool to a third partner in teacher-student relationship. Number two is a human-centered mindset. Discover why 70% or 72% of prospective teachers believe that human emotional intelligence remain inimitable asset in language acquisition. And last thing, practical transformation. Learn how AI can act as a super tool to handle administrative burdens, allowing you to focus on creative and interactive elements of teaching. So after this small introduction, we move to the the research questions. So I have two research questions. The first one is, what do the participants think about the rate that AI will replace Moroccan EFL teachers in the future? Number two, or research question number two, what are the participants' thoughts on the future impacts of AI on EFL teaching and learning within the Moroccan context? So concerning the methodology I follow, so the design I follow descriptive qualitative approach using reflexive thematic analysis. Then the participant is about 30 Moroccan EFL teachers from middle school and high school, and most of them work in about 60% work in a public sector. The data collection, we collect the data through an online survey distributed to the teacher. So collection demographic. So this online survey include demographics and open-ended questions. So the in-depth interview with the also I support my data by interviewing 3 extreme cases participants for validation. So concerning the analysis tools, I adopt in Vivo 11 plus software. So okay, we move to the finding, research question finding, the risk of replacement. The majority view, 80% of participants believe that AI will not replace the human teacher. So the minority view, 20% believe replacement is a risk. Key reason for no human element. Nature of teaching is a process of communication and understanding students, not just data transfer. So within this context, the teachers will serve as a guides and as a facilitators. So as a human trait, AI lacks human emotions, and these are one of the limitations. So AI lacks human emotions, creativity, and ability to establish real relationships. So AI is a human product and dependent on human input. So without human, we cannot, AI cannot work. So, argument for replacement, the 20% who said yes. So this is their arguments. So it's a technological pace. Technology is improving daily and may eventually control traditional routines. So the people or the teacher who said yes that AI can replace human, they attribute to this to technological pace as they believe, or they strongly believe, that technology is improving daily, day after day, and might eventually control traditional routines. AI trends, it is often they consider it's often faster, smarter, and more affordable and more accessible than humans. They believe that though AI can have a superpower that can replace or can take the place of human intelligence. So another argument that is given by those teachers is they think that AI is supports economic drivers. AI supports a capitalism model favoring affordable and effortless labor. That means that the capitalists believe that when they have AI, they can get rid of human teachers. So it's an economic vision. So the last one, scale AI can process massive amount of work. So translation article in a second. So it's a matter of taking things easily. So concerning the research question number 2, the future impacts on EFL teacher. 97% of participants agree that AI will significantly affect the future of EFL teacher, and these are the themes that are found in these interviews. So new areas, emergence of new ELTL methods and techniques. So nowadays we encounter we should encounter how we know how to deal with new methods and techniques that are supported by AI. So rule shift, teachers moving from content providers to a facilitator, and this is this is already found with modern technology. Students behave potential for personalized learning, but also risk of increasing the students' laziness. And as you know that AI is a double-edged sword, as it provides humanity with many facilities. It turns students as a lazy creature, as a lazy people. So let's move to the practical application of EFL in AI in the EFL classroom. So it's a material preparation using AI to design teaching materials and get rid of printed resources. There's an opportunity to get rid of printed resource assessment. So assessment, second assessment, AI can mix the teacher's work in designing and grading students' paper easily. So AI is for preparing and grading exams and assignments. Student support, so as you know that it gives instant feedback and reinforcement, chatbots for interactive speaking practice, access to diverse sources and cultures. So we come up with this model, which is AI-assisted EFL teaching and learning, human-centered approach. AI should complement rather than replace teacher. This is where we conclude that AI should not take place of the teacher, but is as a kind of is a helper for the teacher. So the third partner, AI is viewed as a collaborative third partner in the teacher-student relationship. So the teacher remains in control using AI as a super tool to amplify human performance. So as a conclusion, the recommendation. So collaboration is a key. Effective instruction requires teacher AI partnership, not a competition. Teacher training, future teachers must be equipped with AI competencies and ethical knowledge. Policy and ethics. Policymakers should define ethical guidelines of AI in the classroom. And final thought, AI cannot replace the social and emotional aspects of learning, but it can significantly enhance the experience. So I come to the conclusion that AI cannot replace the teachers, but the teacher who do not use AI that can be easily replaced. So AI cannot replace teachers, but the teacher who don't use AI can be replaced easily. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Raha.
Thank you.
For this interesting topic and for shedding light on the evolving identity of EFL teachers in the age of artificial intelligence. So it is such an insightful presentation, which highlighted both the promise of AI in differentiated instruction and the real challenges of its implementation as well. Thank you. We now turn to an empirical study that examines how supported formative assessment can enhance students' self-regulated learning in higher education. And this time, I invite our next speaker, Mr. Ayoub Stuki, who is an EFL public high school teacher in Meknes and a doctoral student in applied linguistics in Fez. He also works as a part-time teacher at l'ENS Fez. His research interests are tightly linked to technology-enhanced learning, formative assessment, professional development. So, Mr. Shuki, are you there? Professor Shuki.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Can you hear me?
Sure, we can.
Yes, thank you very much.
Can you share your presentation, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, can you see it?
Yes, sir. Yes, you can proceed, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm sure it has been a very long, I would say, sessions, but yet fruitful. So I'll try to be as succinct as possible. So my presentation today will be about a study that I have conducted about the effect, or I would say the relationship between AI-supported formative assessment and self-regulated learning. So as you may all know, artificial intelligence is rapidly transforming higher education, changing not only how students access information, but also how they engage with learning. So when dealing with these AI-powered tools, which they are increasingly used to personalize learning experiences, they also provide adaptive support and enhance students' engagement. Now, within this broader transformation, assessment practices are also evolving. In particular, AI is reshaping formative assessment by enabling immediate and personalized feedback, which was traditionally difficult, as you may all know, to provide in large classroom as it is the case in higher education. Now, this is especially important because feedback is, throughout the literature, is closely related and linked to self-regulated learning. Now, the latter is defined as students' ability to plan their learning, to monitor that learning, and also to evaluate their and reflect on their own learning processes. In this sense, timely and meaningful feedback can support these processes through helping students or learners to track their progress and to reflect on their performance, and at the end, of course, to adjust their learning strategies. Now, the problem is that in EFL classrooms at the higher education level, formative assessment is often constrained by either delayed or non-personalized feedback, which may limit its ability to effectively support learning. Now, while artificial intelligence offers new possibilities through this immediate and adaptive feedback, its actual pedagogical value in real classroom contexts is still not fully understood. More importantly, within the Moroccan higher education context, there is kind of a limited evidence on how EFL learners or students perceive AI supported formative assessments, which makes it important. It's important to gain, I would say, their perspectives on the matter. Now, the research gap is that artificial intelligence in education is expanding without a doubt, but much of it focuses on the technological capabilities and learning outcomes, with limited attention to students' perception. Now, in addition to this, I would say the specific intersection between this kind of relationship between AI-supported formative assessment and self-regulated learning remains, unfortunately, underexplored. Okay. Now, there is a clear lack of empirical evidence from the Moroccan EFL higher education context, which makes it essential to investigate how these emerging practices, I would say, affect each other. Now, as for the research aim, which is very clear, it's building on this gap, okay? Now, first, in our study, we are seeking to examine how students perceive the use of AI-supported formative assessments in their learning as a first step. And second, we are trying to explore the relationship between these perceptions, okay, the perceptions of using AI-supported formative assessments and self-regulated learning among EFL students. The study also is guided by 3 research questions building on the research aim that I have just discussed. Now, the first one is to examine how EFL students perceive AI-supported formative assessment. The second one is to explore the extent to which these perceptions are related to their self-regulated learning. And the third one tries to investigate which specific dimensions of self-regulated learning are most strongly associated with these perceptions. Now, moving on to the methods, this study employs a cross-sectional correlation survey design. Now, this design was chosen because it allows us to examine relationships between variables at a single point in time, okay? Thus, the cross-sectional, which is appropriate for exploring associations between students' perceptions and their self-regulated learning without implying any causality, okay? Because the aim here is to just explore whether there is a relationship between the two variables. Now, the participants consisted of 140 undergraduate EFL students, of which all belong to the English department at LENES in Fez, selected using convenience sampling based on accessibility and course enrollment. Now, this approach was considered appropriate for this exploratory study conducted within real classroom contexts. As for the data, it was collected using a structured questionnaire composed of 2 main parts. The first part measures students' perceptions of AI-supported formative assessment. Now, as learners' perceptions can be influenced or can influence and how they engage with feedback and learning tools. The second part of the questionnaire included selected subscales from the motivated strategies for learning questionnaires, which is a measure that is widely used in higher education, validated and reliable, and which was developed by Pinterich et al. 1991, focusing mainly on metacognitive regulation, effort regulation, and self-efficacy, okay? Now, these subscales were selected because they represent key dimensions of self-regulated learning and are widely validated in educational research. Now, overall, this methodological approach allows us for a contextually grounded and reliable examination of the relationship between AI-supported formative assessment and self-regulated learning, okay? Now, moving on to the data analysis, which was conducted through 2 main steps, okay? Now, for the first one, which was mainly descriptive statistics, in which the researcher used or summarized students' perceptions, also the level of self-regulated learning in terms of means and standard deviation. As for the inferential statistics, Pearson correlation analysis was conducted to examine the relationship between students' perceptions of AI-supportive formative assessment and their self-regulated learning. Now, this test was appropriate given the correlational nature of the study. Moving on to the findings, which clearly indicates, as you can see, that students reported generally positive perceptions of AI-supported formative assessment with an overall mean of 3.99 or 8. They particularly valued immediate feedback and learning autonomy, which received the highest rating, as you can see. Now, in terms of relationships, Pearson correlation analysis revealed statistically significant positive correlations between students' perceptions and all three dimensions of self-regulated learning. The strongest correlation, of course, was found with metacognitive regulation at an R equals 0.46, followed by effort regulation, and then self-efficacy, respectively. Okay. Now, all relationships were significant at the 0.01 level as established earlier. Now, these results suggest that positive perceptions of AI-supported formative assessment is actually or are actually associated with higher levels of self-regulated learning, particularly in terms of processes or learning processes. Now, what do these findings mean within the broader literature on AI formative assessments and self-regulated learning? Now, regarding the first research question, the findings clearly indicate that students hold positive perceptions of AI-supported formative assessment. Particularly, they valued the immediacy of feedback, okay, and also the increased sense of learning autonomy. This can be interpreted as reflecting a shift in how feedback is experienced in this context. Now, in many Moroccan EFL classrooms, formative assessment is often constrained by delayed or limited feedback, mainly due to large classes or class sizes. In this sense, AI-supported formative assessment appears to address this limitation by making feedback more timely, okay, and accessible, and most importantly, continuous. From a pedagogical perspective, this suggests that students are responding not only to the technology itself, okay, but also to the learning conditions it creates. Immediate and personalized feedback allows them to engage more actively with their learning and to take greater control over their progress. Of course, this interpretation aligns with self-regulated learning theory, as noted by Zimmerman 2000, okay, which states that feedback plays a central role in supporting monitoring and reflection. Similarly, Schut 2008 emphasizes that immediate feedback enhances learning by enabling timely adjustments, and of course, more recently evidenced from Liao et al. 2024 also shows that AI-based feedback can support engagement and self-regulatory processes. Now, overall, these findings suggest that positive students' perceptions are closely linked to the value of timely and meaningful feedback, particularly within the Moroccan EFL classroom context. As for the second results or research question, the results revealed a significant positive correlation between students' perceptions of AI-supported formative assessment and all three dimensions of self-regulated learning. Now, this indicates that students who perceived AI-supported assessment or supported assessment more positively are more likely to engage in planning, in monitoring, as well as in regulating their learning. In this context, positive perceptions appear to be linked to more active engagement in self-regulated learning processes. Now, this finding is also consistent with Pentridge 2000, who emphasizes the role of motivational beliefs in shaping self-regulated learning. It is also supported by recent studies showing that AI-supported feedback can enhance learning or learner autonomy and support the development of self-regulatory skills through adaptive scaffolding. Now, overall, the findings suggest a clear and meaningful association between students' perceptions of AI-supportive assessment from one hand and their self-regulatory or self-regulatory learning. Last but not least, when discussing the third research question, the strongest association was found in metacognitive regulation, followed by effort regulation and self-efficacy, as we have discussed or as we have seen in the findings. Now, this indicates that AI-supported formative assessment is particularly linked to students' ability to monitor and reflect and also adjust their learning. In other words, its primary impact appears to be on metacognitive processes. A likely explanation is the nature of AI feedback, which is immediate, it's continuous, and it also functions as an ongoing self-check mechanism that prompts learning to evaluate their understanding and make adjustments in real time. Of course, this interpretation is consistent with Wynne and Hadwin 1998, who emphasizes the central role of monitoring in self-regulated learning, as well as studies by Kiao and Zhao 2013 or 2023, and Bat et al. 2025, which show that reflective activities enhance metacognitive control. Now, what do these, I would say, results or findings give us in terms of implications? Now, the findings suggest, I would say, I tried to summarize them into 3 practical actions. First, educators can use AI tools to provide instant feedback on students' tasks, such as quizzes or writing drafts, to support timely learning adjustments. Second, it is important to integrate structured reflection prompts after activities, which might encourage students to monitor and evaluate their learning. Third, students should be guided to actively use feedback by revising their work rather than simply reading it in order to adjust their reading and to develop their self-regulated learning. Now, as a conclusion, the findings clearly show that students hold positive perceptions of AI-supported formative assessment, particularly in relation to feedback and autonomy. Now, these perceptions have been shown to be significantly associated with some key dimensions of self-regulated learning, mostly with metacognitive regulation, okay, which showed the most or the strongest relationship. Now, this highlights the potential of AI-supported formative assessment to support students' ability to monitor, to reflect, and to regulate their learning. However, of course, the effectiveness of AI and its association with formative assessment highly depends on how it is used. Yes, AI should be used, but not only as a technological tool, but as a feedback-driven pedagogical resource, which can support more active and self-regulated learners that we are most, of course, likely to needing them in a higher educational context. Ultimately, the value of AI lies not in the technology itself, as I have said, but in how it reshapes feedback and supports more self-regulated learners. That's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Suki Ayub.
Yes.
Thank you so much for that insightful presentation, particularly the connection between AI tools, feedback, and learner autonomy. And I want to congratulate you on highlighting the potential of reflective tasks in enhancing learning, which is really one of the key elements that empowers learners. Thank you so much. So now, audience, I want to please welcome our final speaker, Professor Manar Suhair. She's a second-year PhD student at Mohammed Fifth University in Rabat. She's also an adjunct professor there. She specializes in applied linguistics and sociolinguistics. She has previously won the Best Scientific Poster Award at the Second International Conference on Languages, Literature, Humanities, and Social Sciences. Mrs. Manar, the floor is yours, please. Mrs. Manar?
Yes, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Okay, can you hear me?
Not clear enough. Hello, Mrs. Manar? You are not audible.
Can you hear me?
Now,
Manar,
yes.
Manar, if you are using headphones, could you please remove them?
Okay.
Okay, how about now? Can you hear me?
No. So sorry.
Remove the headphones, please.
Mrs. Manar?
All right, she is trying to
Okay.
leave and come back. Okay.
Okay.
Hello, Dr. Simad.
Hello, doctor.
It's nice to have you with us. Thank you for
An
so much
honor.
for the efforts.
My honor.
Along with Dr. Islam, you have made a lot of efforts. Sir Ghamdor, welcome to the Academy. We are all members of this Academy. Thank you for your efforts in making this conference such a success. We are waiting for Manar to deliver her presentation. Then we will, inshallah, conclude this conference.
He's back, I think.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed.
Most welcome.
Can you hear me?
Manar, can you speak up, please?
Hello, I am
Now, yes. Now, yes. It's
Okay.
better. Yes. You can proceed.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
So, first of all, thank you very much for the warm welcome. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much for Dr. Ahmed and for the Bahithun team for the Beit Lisaniat Academy. Thank you very much. So for my presentation, it will be directly directed to students because I will give them practical advice on how to write clear academic writing.
Nice.
As I know, a lot of students are now watching us via YouTube. So I will share my screen. Okay, so can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, so first of all, I will, of course, make sure to finish within 10 minutes.
Thank you.
It's already very late. So I will start with a question. So have you ever read a paper 3 times and you still do not understand it? Well, actually, clarity is not optional. It's the substance, and it's the core thing that makes your ideas usable and understandable. So I will go quickly over the outline. So we'll start with an introduction. Then we'll learn how to structure ideas and arguments clearly. Then we'll move on to how to build strong paragraphs. And finally, how to edit for clarity. And finally, a conclusion. Of course, these are 2 main questions. Why clarity matters in academic writing, and why academic writing often becomes unclear. Okay, so to answer the question, actually academic writing usually becomes unclear because of the overly long sentences, because we tend to use a lot of passive voice instead of the active voice. We'll see this later in one of the examples. And of course, the poor structure. A lot of students, I see this in their writing when I'm correcting their papers. They use a lot of random sentences, a lot of fragments, a lot of mistakes. And of course, trying to sound too academic actually will not make it sound academic. So I want to insert here a quote by Albert Einstein. He says, if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. So here we're gonna see an example of unclear versus clear writing. So the unclear goes like, the implementation of pedagogical strategies was undertaken in a manner that facilitated. The author here is trying to sound overly too academic by using a lot of complicated and advanced words, when instead one could just say, we use teaching strategies that helped students. This makes it so much more clear and actually much more academic and not very complicated. Now here we're going to move on how to structure ideas and arguments clearly. So when someone writes a text, he or she needs to answer these three questions. What is the argument? Why does the argument matter? And how do you support your argument? So here I've attached here a link from Sheffield University, a Google Doc. It's actually very helpful on how to build an argument. So of course here we have three main components. It's okay, can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much for the feedback. So we have the claim, the proof, and the conclusion. Three main things. So because of time limits, I'm not going to go through every single one of them in details, but here are the main points that you need to take into consideration. The claim, and the proof, the warrants, the objections, and the conclusions. These elements make an amazing argument when you're trying to write academic papers. Now we'll move on quickly to how to build strong paragraphs. So of course, a strong paragraph obviously has topic sentences, the details, the explanation of these details, and of course the linking words. And of course, one paragraph equals one idea. Literally, like one paragraph should not contain more than one idea. Here I want to recommend this book by Elise Oshima and Anne Hogg. It's called Writing Academic English, and it has a lot of editions, and it's very helpful, especially for students and even for early career researchers. Here, I use this a lot with my students, actually. It's amazing, and they really love it. It's called the hamburger method for paragraphs. Basically, it's just like we have two slices of bread, namely the introduction and the conclusion, and of course the three details. Now, this makes a perfect paragraph with each of the cheese and the meat and the vegetables, making the supporting details. That is the very essential elements. Of course, you cannot eat bread alone. You need to have an actual hamburger. So this is a very beautiful example that students love, and it sticks with them throughout their academic journey. Now, finally, editing for clarity and readability. Now, of course, good writing actually requires that you not only go through what you wrote, but to actually rewrite it. So when you're rewriting, you need to focus on how to shorten your sentences and use active voice to remove unnecessary words and to use clear vocabulary. So you can just ask yourself these three questions. Can I make this shorter? Can I make this clearer? And can I make this simpler? Now, of course, it's similar to this. Like, can I say this in fewer words? Is my sentence longer than 20 words? If it's longer, then of course it's not just academic. It's going to be overly complicated and not understood. And of course, is the subject clear? Now, for example, here, we see that the experiment was conducted by the researchers to analyze the student performance. Actually, active voice should be used instead because it brings so much more clarity. For example, the researchers conducted the experiment to analyze student performance. Notice how this reads so much easier and is much more clear. And we have another example. The utilization of effective methodologies facilitates improved outcomes. You could just say, using effective methods leads to better results. This is much more academic and easily understandable. Now, as a conclusion, of course, clarity is at the heart of effective academic writing. Actually, ideas only matter if the reader can understand them. And of course, here we have the clear writing depends on these three key things that we have went through already. It's basically you need to structure the ideas logically, you need to organize them, and most importantly, taking time to edit and simplify the work. As my supervisor once said, his name is Dr. Hassan Bilhiyah. He told me the best way to write is to write, not actually to read. It's actually to write. Okay, and finally, I want to give you a quick reminder is that the goal for us as academics and as researchers is not to sound smart. The goal is to be understood in order to advance knowledge. Thank you very, very much.
Oh, thank you so much, Miss Manar. That was really interesting.
Thank you very much.
Especially in this AI era, which has not just changed how students write, but it has challenges why they write at all. And it's really a serious problem. So thank you so much once again. This session has taken us, it was really interesting. It has taken us from classroom practice to creativity, from teacher identity to student learning, and finally to this academic writing, showing us how deeply AI is reshaping education at multiple levels. Now, I'm going to give the floor to my co-panelists and distinguished reporter of this session, Professor Otalib. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much, Dr. Atima Chankoub. It was a very interesting session where we tackled a lot of problems, and we went through different topics. Here, I have some questions for Dr. Raha Yassin and Dr. Ayoub Shouki. So first, three questions for Dr. Raha. Can AI improve education without compromising academic integrity? That's the first one. Second one, what implications does AI have for the future of global knowledge? And the third one is, will language AI democratize global knowledge or reinforce linguistic dominance? The floor is yours, Dr. Raha. You still with us?
I'm afraid maybe it's not in the chat box.
All right, it's okay. So we'll move on to the question for Dr. Shouki. Is authenticity dependent only on native speakers?
It seems that he left also.
All right.
So it's a long day, and a lot of participants had left. Yeah.
It's a long day, and so thank you very much, everyone. I'll be moving, giving the word to Dr. Ahmed. All right. Yes, Dr.
Yes, please. I want to say something. So I want to thank Professor Ahmed bin Isa first. So because of his hard work and of course his dedication to make it such a rich and successful event. And I want everyone here to join me in warmly welcoming Professor Ahmed bin Isa. And now we are ready to hear you, Professor.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Atima. Thank you, Dr. Abdussalam, for your efforts, your great efforts. You have been with us from the start, and you are now to the end. Along with Dr. Karoum, he is also still with us. He started his first presentation. There are a lot of friends and colleagues. So, dear distinguished guests, esteemed presenters, colleagues, and participants. After a full day of rich, insightful, and truly global dialogue, we have now reached the end of our conference, Artificial Intelligence, Language, and the Future of Knowledge. Over the past several hours, maybe 8 hours, across 6 intensive sessions, we have journeyed from the theoretical to the practical, from the classroom to the courtroom, from translation ethics to post-colonial identity, and from Moroccan classrooms to Nigerian public health training. We have heard from over 30 speakers representing Morocco, Algeria, Nigeria, Palestine, Egypt, and Turkey. we began this morning asking whether artificial intelligence amplifies or diminishes the human voice in writing and translation. We explored how formative assessment, differentiated instruction, and curriculum design must be reimagined. We need new curriculums that are following this speed transition in technology and knowledge in the age of generative models. We examined the cultural and legal dimensions of digital trust, the limits of automation in interrupting or interpreting, and even the way social media influencers are reshaping notions, for example, femininity and masculinity. Throughout every session, whether in Arabic, English, or French, one truth has become clear. AI or artificial intelligence does not eliminate the need for human judgment, creativity, or ethical responsibility. It makes them more urgent. We have learned that technology is not replacing pedagogy, but a catalyst, provided we approach it with critical awareness, cultural sensitivity, and a commitment to equity. So I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to all colleagues and members of اللسانيات Academy, including the president, Dr. Marwan Sakran, and his vice president, Dr. Safia Samah, Dr. Samah Abu Aisha, and Dr. Samah Haida, Dr. Yassine Jamal Idrisi, for their support and help. Without their efforts, we couldn't be here in this conference. Special thanks also to Dr. Atimad and Dr. Abdulsalam and all participants, to the moderators, to reporters, the technical supporters, and every presenter who shared their research, their doubts, and their vision. And finally, to you, the audience who are following us on YouTube or within this platform, thank you for your engagements and questions, reflections, and also for being here. Mr. Abdeslam, any final words? Dr. Atimad, so the floor is yours. You can close this conference. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed, Dr. Atimad, and everyone who has participated today in this conference. It's been an honor to participate too and to share ideas, moderate sessions, or report on studies that have been discussed here. Thank you so much, and see you soon, inshallah, in the next conference.
Inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Atimad. Any final words?
It was an honor to take part in this event. I'm truly grateful for inviting me and making me part of the team. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So you are a member now of the Academy and Lisan Academy, along with the several colleagues who have been participating and moderating and reporting this scientific event. So thank you so much for your efforts. So let's call it a day, and we see you inshallah in the upcoming scientific events. Thank you so much for your patience and engagement. Thank you.